hard for it. Yeah, yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret. And I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you dreaming, I live it. And I'm coming in high, you better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, in it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all, went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need it, beat it, oh, you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I work too hard for it. Yeah, yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. Is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. Is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I knew one day would come back around. The future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. and I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a sore, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must've got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me out like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can, and abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dinner with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it, speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fitting, I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jids. Had to make sacrifices for this, I can fake, had to cut off some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning, go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did, had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Especially if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat.
morning, everybody, and welcome to APAC North, yet another Playday, 3 out of the 7 that we have in the entire stage 3 of the 2022 competitive season of Rainbow Six Siege. I can't believe it. We're almost halfway done with our stage, and it seems like we only just started. More surprises today in store. I'm here. That's great. I'm Milosh. With me, though, is Deskachu, who's in here.
I'm not making the noise.
And, yeah, well, that's a shame. You're off. Get Fresh back in here.
Done.
And Demo. Fresh, unfortunately, is feeling a bit ill today. We wish him the best. I know he's watching right now.
It's almost like going to the gym nearly every single day, watching every single region, and living on social media is going to burn you out and make you ill. How bizarre.
Wow, it's like patterns keep repeating themselves. Anyways, let's move on to what we have today. Demo, how are you?
I'm good. You
feeling all right?
Buddy.
Yeah. It is.
It's your last day.
Didn't want to break down yet, Des, but okay.
It's your last day with us.
He's going to make me break down already. He's supposed to wait till the end. We're supposed to.
I dig it. Even production room with us as well. That was pretty rapid. I'm down.
I love this one. I hope we're not breaking any rules regarding trademarks and everything as we go with this on the broadcast. But we're going to talk about some of the major things that have happened over the past week in APAC North. And I think we're starting with, with a funnel conversation, right? We go from the top, the biggest conversation topics, and then slowly to the minutia that prep us for the games themselves. And I think the biggest one is something we echoed in EUL, which is the winners and losers of, I guess, the meta change, right? Which operators have been picked more, which ones have been picked less, and what ops have been a reaction from the attackers towards what the defense have been rocking, because now more than ever, attackers are very flexible because we have repick every single round, not like in the day where we had 6 pick and it was only one operator. So a lot of things to work in through here. And I want to go through, first up, the defense pick rate. And I say defense first because of the reaction that attackers can have to it. And I want to know, what are your thoughts on it? We have graphics for those actually to help us out. So there you go. Up and at 'em. Derek, your thoughts?
Absolutely. So this first one's quite interesting. You see Jaeger's kind of sat in third place, Mute obviously up in first. Without kind of isolating last stage alone and looking at it that way, what I do want to move on to quite quickly is how things start to look over in stage 2, or in stage 3, sorry, because even though we've only had a couple of play days, a lot of things have stayed very much the same moving forwards. We've had Jaeger move up to being the top pick, so on production, when you're ready, we're going to the next graphic as well. Essentially, Jaeger's moved up to being top pick. Mute is still up there, but Aruni is one that's really climbed. The pick rate has basically doubled since last stage. And truthfully, this probably comes back to what we were talking about on our podcast yesterday, when we were speaking to Onigiri from Elevate, basically saying, look, recall changes have come in. Do you think the Mark 14, given it's barely been affected by those changes, is going to be more popular? And he was like, well, I'm still playing other things too, but his 2 most picked operators this stage are DKB and Aruni. Anything with the Mark 14. So she's climbing up in terms of pick rate as well. Obviously, there are a number of changes you've got to think about too, coming in around like EMP nades and things like that as well. So she had herself a little bit of a climb. Smoke's still up there in number 4 as well. So really down towards the bottom, not huge amounts of change demo, but I think seeing Aruni almost double is so far more probably relevant to the maps that we've seen played rather than a whole stage's worth of map picks.
Defensive operators haven't really changed for, I think, the past 2 or 3 years. I think it's usually been the staple: Smoke, Mute, Jaeger, Wamai. Those kind of the 4 you're always looking at. Melusi always going to be a staple. Azami's pick rate, 15%. Probably would be higher, but she gets banned a hefty amount inside of the league, so that's probably why you're seeing the Azami. Probably the most weirdest one is probably an Oryx in the 16%. Like, that's actually quite a big number, considering that he is such a niche operator who realistically doesn't benefit your team. It benefits the player who is using that operator.
Well, you get a real pick between Alibi and Oryx. Seems to be the kind of go-to switching up. Think about Rogue in EU, for example. They'll switch between those 2 ops. Liam playing Oryx. Normally, you'd see things like Spoit running around on the Alibi. It changes from day to day, though. Teams do vary between the 2. Then we'll jump across and take a look at the attacking side as well, because this, as you might imagine, is where we're seeing some of the most significant changes. We've obviously had the introduction of the mini EMPs. We've had a lot of the recoil changes coming in, some guns being balanced out. LMGs, for example, completely in the mud. Now, APAC North especially wasn't a massive Finker region anyway, not compared to some of the others around the world, which maybe when you're looking at this and seeing Finker in 4th, you're thinking, what's that all about? Again, it's because she's not super popular. Keep an eye on Maverick, for example, as we go across and look towards stage 3, because Maverick has really fell off the face of the earth. Finker has gone down even further as well. Iana, interestingly, has gone up further in pick rate because you're not going to see that Finker coming in anymore. But probably the key one for me, Demo, is the KB stepping in. We're seeing her getting picked up more and more across every single region. Very good on the attacking side to suppress defenders, make it really easy to rush in and play this new aggressive playstyle we're tending to see, but also because of those impact EMPs.
Another sleeper on Buck. 33% he's up to.
No surprises, really, right?
Getting the addition of the Gone 6, of course, is going to help him out a lot. Almost feels like you need to have some form of Gone 6 now, because if you think about last split, it was always Finka and Iana were the two staples. That was your Gone 6 coverage. Now, with both of them losing the Gone 6, you need to find replacements. So now, obviously, Lion, Dokkaebi, Buck coming into the fray of things as well.
I think it shows the value placed on soft breach as well, because I really thought we'd see more Capital play. We haven't seen it once at all so far in APAC North. In other regions, it's been brought along very selectively on certain sites, but here, I think Buck, soft breach, it just kind of ekes him ahead just slightly a Capital, therefore no one's playing the Capital.
And remember that the pick rate for stage 3, be it defense or attack, is solely limited to the play days we've had so far.
Exactly.
So that might change over the stage, but maybe it sets us up for a good pattern of what might happen come the end of it. That's a conversation.
We've got a sample size of 8 games right
Exactly.
now.
So we're using what we have, but that's something to look at the end. And usually we do this also going into the major, which is when things are really solidified metagame-wise. But moving on to our next topic, which is what happened in our last play day. Here were our scores. 4 matches we have here in best of 1 for APAC North. And in day 2 of stage 3, it went like this. 7-3 Talon versus Spear. 7-3 also for Cyclops versus DWG KIA. And our match of the day. Many surprises in there, but not surprising demo, I'm sure, given that Cyclops is in here. 7-3 Sandbox versus FAV, and 7-4 to break the cycle, I guess, Fnatic versus Reject. Fnatic back on the board for this one. And before we talk about that ranking, if you missed the action, don't you worry about it. We got a handy video to hold you through it.
After a great first week in APAC North, we moved on to week 2 and kicked things off with Spear Gaming versus Talon. It was a reversal of fortunes. After Talon had taken a loss in week 1, they came back with a strong performance on Cafe. Demic and Hedy particularly standing out and really making it difficult for Spear Gaming, which despite Siora's best efforts, just couldn't compete. 7-3, Talon win. Our second game of the day was a much anticipated matchup between DWG KIA and Cyclops. DWG KIA coming away from the first week with a good victory against Fnatic, just could not follow up with the consistency of performance, showing that their woes continue as they really struggled against a Cyclops gaming team, which really do seem to be back right now. They've hit their stride and they hit DWG KIA with a 7-3 on Chalet. Matchup number 3 saw Sandbox Gaming take on FAV in what turned out to be a difficult matchup for both of these teams. Unfortunately, it was a game made more by its mistakes than by big plays. We had an ace from Light and a couple of standout moments, but it was a scrappy affair, with Sandbox Gaming ultimately able to take the 7-3 win. Week 2 was rounded out with a matchup between Reject and Fnatic. Fnatic, coming away from a difficult loss against DWG KIA in week 1, showed great improvement, and the roster certainly seems to be settling down now. They could be a real force to be reckoned with in this stage, as they came away with a strong start, 4-2 in the defensive half, and then moved on to show us the capability that they are building on attack. 7-4 overall, with Choppy having a standout performance on Cafe. Fnatic, they're looking good.
And there it is, all the action. Thank you very much, Tim, for voicing over this week's video. Our rankings then.
I missed him.
What I do too, honestly. It feels like something really is missing without Tim.
Yeah.
Walking Gang is not the same without Tim.
Not without that booming voice leading the pack, no.
I missed him. Well, he's going to be joining us later today on the cast from home. We hope
That's right, he's not dead, just disclaimer. Tim is not dead. It may sound as if there's a sound as if it is, but no, he's just at home.
Thankfully.
I'm just dead inside without him, that's all.
That's true. Our rankings, what do they look like going into this third Playday of the stage? 6 points for Cyclops at the top, 3 points for Sandbox, Talon, DWG KIA, Fnatic, Reject, and Spear Gaming, with none for FAV Gaming. There it is. It's actually pretty simple. No two ways around it. And this will all change. Hopefully, by the end of today, we'll be hitting close to the halfway mark again. Today is day 3 out of 7 for the stage for APAC North. So you got to start picking things up. If you keep making mistakes, come day 3, then it'll be very difficult for you to pick up later and make it to the major.
My general assessment is if by play day 3 you're not playing well, you've probably screwed your season at that point.
Agreed.
So I always say give teams 3 games to show what they can do. So today is quite literally Judgment Day, and in my sights absolutely are going to be Sandbox and FAV. I think that game on Bank was one of the worst games of Siege I think I've seen this calendar year. Both teams have got to show today that they can fight for that major spot. Otherwise, it's probably KIA and DWG KIA that take the major positions.
Now, you say that, but DWG KIA has not been having the best of success either.
But they've got Yas back now.
But they've got, yes, that's something that we'll talk about later on when we actually get to the match itself. We'll have all those rosters up for you. But DWG KIA, they've... What is it? A year ago, we were talking about this team like, oh my God, they're going to break all the records. You know, they were just coming off of Mexico. They were going to go into November Major, and we had no clue what awaited us in November. And it seems like they've fallen off, Demo.
I remember Dez came in, I think it was at SI, and he was saying that, oh, this side, you need to give them a chance to microwave and let them explode. You did, and let them explode into a great team. However, it feels as if you've actually left them in too long, Dez, and then actually it's been burned. That's what it feels like, because you had a lot of hope with this side, and you were like, "Oh, think how good they're going to be! Think how good they're going to be."
No, they are good. They are good. I still stand by. I think they are a very good team. Their only issue right now is they've struggled to kind of play the more modern version of Siege for one, and two, very clearly there have been some team issues. But, and PGH said this, the internal issues have been rectified, which is why Yas is now coming back in. They've had that time together as a team. They've kind of got to the success of almost making it to the grand final of a major. They've had some struggles. They've struggled to adapt. Now they're starting to kind of do that. They're on the redemption arc, and that's what I'm looking for.
What changed then in terms of how they adapt in the meta and how they play in it, Demo? Do you have something for us?
I do have something for us. I've got a bit of a comparison, which is always nice.
Look at him.
We kind of did similar stuff with KIA last week, and we're going to be doing the same with DWG KIA. And it's obviously KIA last week, it was about how good they've gotten and how much better we know they're going to get. Whereas DWG KIA, they've had that downward trend. You know, since SI22, this team just really has not been able to get a flow and get a bit of a mojo going. This is taken from them against Team 1. Team 1, at the time, you know, we're saying Alamau.Team 1. That's how long ago this is now, it feels like. But this was a Team 1 side, you know, that Brazilian play style where it's all about being able to see opportunities and take it. And basically, DK played it in a very good sense where they gave Team 1 nothing. They were getting in the faces of Team 1. They were shutting them down early on. They were just disrupting that gameplay. So you'll see here in about 2 seconds, look how coated it is. This is a smoke on the main breach. It's wide open, and he's just standing his ground because you cannot give Team 1 space. Little picks like that is where DWG KIA really excel, where you can slow down your opponent and give yourself as much time as you can. And the main way that you look at DWG KIA, how they're playing this, it's so proactive. They're always moving. They're always trying to get the one up in Team 1. They're not letting them get anything. I mean, look at this. What a lunatic. He's swinging onto the balcony with about 20 seconds to go against the Buck. Obviously, he's got to get traded out, but just think of the time that's going to waste now for Team 1. This is an interesting one. Team 1 are a side that love to hit these little backstabs where they'll have one player kind of lurking over towards the back end of the map, and they'll try and make a play just to open up things, find a quick double kill, and completely shut down the round for the defense. But DWG KIA were great at this. They had everything covered. They were talking to each other. Look, straight away, Neskin tries to go for the jump in. Immediately dead. The guy inside Piano didn't need to worry because they knew that Woogie was obviously on Solar, being able to stop that. Again, the proactive doesn't stop. Yas down below, trying to disrupt them, trying to stop them, and they've done just that. You can see how good DWG KIA are at being able to shut down the team they're against, and it ends up in a great win. However, this is the however point, is we're going to be looking at how they played against KIA last week, which, in my opinion, was not good at all. I think DWG KIA just did not show up. I think KIA were on top of their game. And you can see the difference in terms of them being not as proactive as probably what they should be. You can see here, there is nobody at all towards this side of the map. Where are the players from DWG KIA? You are literally allowing KIA just to crouch walk about, look for these little openings, look for these plays, and in the long run, it really is going to cost them if you give too much respect, which I think that's where it came across, was DWG KIA were just giving too much away to KIA. I mean, look at this. I don't even know what to say. Like, Black Rave's just having a field day. He walks straight in. There's nobody at all. Nobody reacting. That's what I mean. It's too static right now from DWG KIA. It's not the same side that you just seen against Team 1. They're just sitting, waiting for an execute. They're waiting for KIA to run over them. And KIA are happy enough to do that. They have plenty of time. They have 30 seconds. Blackray gets himself in the perfect position. Again, no reaction, no communication, no movement at all from DWG KIA. And keep in mind, this is Shally. This is a map which is, I think for the most part, a very attacker-sided, and for the defense, you need to get in the faces of the attackers. You need to shut them down, but they just didn't do that. Black Ray's able to sit there the whole time and just pick them apart. So you have to look at the difference between Damwon Kia. There's just no movement, no reactiveness at all.
They're not that team that's supposed to flex constantly anymore, but maybe we're still hopeful that this could change. And I have to move it along here because we're getting a bit short on time. Our schedule of the day, what does it look like for our Playday? As always, 4 best-of-1 series. We are starting off with Fnatic versus FAV. Talon versus Damwon Kia is right after. We'll see if Damwon can prove themselves again. Reject versus KAG is our match of the day. I know Demo's really looking forward to seeing more of KAG, and then Sandbox versus Spear is what we will do to wrap things up. And let's talk about Reject versus Cyclops for the next 2 minutes. Cyclops, what sets them apart from the rest for you, Demo?
Flexible. Can play any type of siege at the moment. I think they proved that against Damwon Kia.
That's the new strength they've got.
We knew them as the rat team, the team who just sits in corners, underneath desks, appear out of nowhere.
Windows, doors, you name it, right?
Sometimes it's going to cost them games, which you've seen them do that in international events, but the way they played against Damwon Kia, it was slow, it was controlled, it was traditional siege, and I think it just showcases how deadly they can be depending on who they're against. They know Damwon Kia are not reactive, so play the slow type of siege. You know, let Damwon Kia sweat it out.
What about Reject on the other side? Because we've kind of been big hopefuls of the team.
It's really hard because they're on their upwards trajectory as well. Reject have probably looked stronger this stage than at any point historically. I think last stage they caught a lot of teams off guard. To start with in stage 1, Salty was the only strong player they had. We've gone into stage 2, we saw the whole team starting to perform, and I think this stage we're still seeing more of that. The issue for them is you're coming up against a team, like Demo has said, that arguably right now is leagues ahead of the competition. They embarrassed Damwon Kia last week. KAG look that good right now, that flexible, that extra armament they've added into their roster. That's what's making them special. And I think as good as Reject are looking, Cyclops are probably going to roll over them today. Sadly, he'll be dead happy about it as well.
That flexibility of Cyclops. But they've had some rough times in previous stages where they could not find their stride. I don't know if what's changed or what can we assume has changed in that time, because that flexing those two playstyles in like 1 week to the next is pretty incredible.
They can go between playing on site to being off on hard roam, whereas historically all you'd have is Black Ray being out on the map by himself, looking to cause trouble, maybe be joined in the middle of the roam by a couple of others, but Black Ray was always the entry looking for that early fight, whereas now he's happy to sit back a little bit. He's happy to play defensive, and teams that are coming in thinking, oh, where's Black Ray? They have no idea. It's just constant adjustments you have to make to them, and that is so hard to do.
I think it's also maybe the fact that they didn't go to the majors helped them out a bit.
Yeah,
give
massively.
them time to refresh, think about how they want to redefine themselves, and it looks as if it's worked.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. One final things to kind of wrap it all up is, first of all, predictions, because we have those 30 seconds. I'm just going to put them up there on the screen for you, and that's going to all be it. Ace has not done his for today, so I'm very sorry for that. But he will always get it done 5 minutes before the start of the first game. That's how it goes. And yeah, a bit of questions here and there. Talon specifically for Des, but we'll have you on here to ask you about your opinion then. Des, perfect timing. And that's it for our predictions. Everything else seeming pretty darn cozy. One final reminder, all our VODs, including pre-deaths and interviews that we have with our pro players at the end of the games, plus the beautiful casts from our casters, all available on the R6 Esports VODs YouTube channel. You find it also on R6 Esports. If you're watching on that YouTube channel right now on the live stream, then you go to the homepage and you can see the playlist that is linked directly on there. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We will be right back for game number 1. It's Fnatic versus FAV.
toes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby. I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. Is now.
Welcome back, friends. Game number 1 is about to begin. Fnatic versus FAV Gaming to kick off our Playday. And let's start first with FAV Gaming, the team that has not been able to gather up points here in APAC North just yet. Maybe today will be their best opportunity. We're back on the analyst desk. I'm Melsh. This is Des Deskachu and Demo joining us today. Let's have a talk about FAV and what they can offer, because they've had some, flashes here and there.
Yeah, but flashes aren't going to win you games. That's the issue. You can
just don't watch that Sandbox game.
If you play one good round out of 10, is that good enough?
Don't get me started.
Of course it's not. FAV, for me, are a side that just can't attack. They've played, 9 attacking rounds throughout the split so far? Won 2 of them. That's not a good percentage. I think they're struggling in terms of getting that first kill, the opening kill. Yura, who's supposed to be the main entry, went 0-4 in opening kills and deaths on the last Playday. So there seems to be a real issue with just this team starting off things right. And I think the best teams in the world, they don't rely around getting the opening pick. Even if things go wrong, they have that contingency plan. They have plan B, they have plan C. If things go wrong, they're ready for it.
Yeah. Well, we're keeping it with FAV in this case.
I was going to say, Kaga, not in this game. With FAV,
I got excited there for a minute. I was like, hang on, that's not the team I'm talking about. He'll carry on.
No, for FAV, one thing we've got to remember, as much as I said last week was one of the worst games we've seen this calendar year, they have also made a couple of roster changes, right? Give it a bit of time, and you'll see them start to get the blend together, I think.
Now we move on to their opponents, Fnatic, on the other side, because Fnatic has been a great surprise yesterday. DWG KIA, I mean, first day, it's going to be a tough one. But beating Reject is a good start. Can they do it again and actually show us, like, hey, these changes are here to stay, Des?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are on the other side of the coin to what I just mentioned with FAV in terms of making roster changes are not looking good. Fnatic have made changes. Obviously, Mag's now in and playing as well. They've got Choppy in, a younger player from Japan, and they're looking fantastic. I know on day one they lost against DWG KIA, but I went out in public and said, actually, I thought they played really well despite losing. If you look at the rounds themselves, they did get flanked hard by DWG KIA, and that was the one thing they struggled to deal with. But the actual setups, the team play, the droning, everything looked really good for them, and then that actually materialized in a result in Playday 2. So things are looking much better for this team. Turns out they can attack now compared to where they could before. Sure, Mag isn't shining up there at the top of the leaderboard, but you've got to think about what else he's bringing to the team as team captain.
For me, Fnatic still hit or miss. I still don't think they've shown that consistency.
What?
I still don't think they've shown the consistency for us to start
It's
talking
2
about.
games.
Still
About
consistent
top
across
2.
2 games.
A loss and a win.
They won the last 3 games of stage 1, and they lost to DWG KIA, as said, but they played it exceptionally well. If you look at a storyline in isolation and say the team played bad because they lost.
At the end of the day,
Are you talking about stage 1?
No, stage 2. They won last 3 games.
But stage 2, that's a completely different roster.
But man, still won 3 games.
get him off.
On the train.
Honestly, at the end of the day, if you think about Fnatic and who they played last split, and who they were able to beat, they were not beating the big sides, the teams who we expect to qualify into the majors. That's going to be the turning point, is if we can see Fnatic go and beat out the likes of KAG. They've already slipped up. They didn't beat DWG KIA, and we know DWG KIA is going to be in that race. So that's where they're going to lose the points.
And just to kind of solidify it in everybody's heads, only the top 2 teams from APAC North qualify. It's no longer 4 teams and then go to playoffs and then you go to the major. That's all gone. So only top 2 from APAC North and South.
This is the big stipulation. They're playing much better, but right now they're the best of the rest. There are still probably 2 or 3 teams at the top here. KAG, arguably Sandbox, and DWG KIA for sure, that are fighting for those top 3. You've got to get wins or at least points out of those top 3 teams, otherwise you will not be making the major.
All right, then our map for this series, which one will it be? We're going to be taken by FAV to a border. In this case, theme park eliminated, and defense start for Fnatic. They've opted for it. I see a bit of a chuckle here. What's going on?
Well, the fun one is, Demo will hate this, Fnatic actually beat Cyclops here in stage 2. They then did go on the next week and lose against Sandbox, so you win some, you lose some, quite literally in Fnatic's
Japan
case.
League experience.
Yeah, but they've played there, right? They've shown what they can do. Do I think with this roster it's going to be a different story? Absolutely. For FAV at this point, I think you can pick any of those 9 maps and there'll still be question marks around can they do it on the day, because so far they've shown that to be no.
Yeah, I feel as if though Border is probably your best chance if you're FAV. The reason why I say that is Border for me is where the good teams go to die now. That's the map I think that fits. Used to be what Coastline back in the day, where just if someone turns up and has a frag fest, you're done. I feel as if Borders fit that description now.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've seen good teams struggle in Border. Sure, still get a win, but it hasn't been like, when's the last time you've seen like a 7-0 in Border? Or 7-1 or 7-2?
Yeah.
It's always close because that's just the way the map plays now.
For both teams, it's okay. It's a top 4 prime map as well. They'll both be comfortable here. I still think Fnatic can take it.
All right, Demo. I was going to say fresh. I'm so used to it.
You can call me fresh if you want.
Would you really want that?
No. I was going to dye my hair pink for a joke, though.
I hope you won't. Anyways, Demo, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Des. That's Fnatic versus FAV. We'll toss it to our casters. Happen. Take it. Take care.
Take care.
Take care.
What are you planning?
Good morning, everybody. We're out here in Paris very early. I'm more intrigued, though, by Daz wanting to dye his hair pink. Was it just
He
because
said he would do it for a laugh. I guess that's
just
why.
because replacing Fresh
why we
today?
did what, Fresh.
Oh, not because of that. Different reasons.
Just for a laugh.
Stay tuned. Who
Hey,
knows?
FAV versus Fnatic.
It is FAV first.
We had a catch there planned, and then Milos
He threw it off.
Milos threw it off.
He derailed us. Normally it's us that do it. This time it was Milos himself. The first game of the day. Back at home, you guys will believe that 65% chance for Fnatic, 35 for FAV. Now, FAV has had a very rocky game last week, we have to say. might be an understatement. They need to improve here. There is a lot they need to work on compared to Fnatic, who start to grow and grow more into their roster and their potential, most importantly. We have been waiting to see this lineup shine for like the past 2-3 years.
4 years.
4 years.
No, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Well, the thing is, it's not even just been this roster. Obviously, this
just the name. Yeah.
The sort of Japanese-speaking roster now of Fnatic is finding its feet. They've obviously finally got Magin, who has always been that sort of thread between the previous iteration of Fnatic and the current iteration of Fnatic. Are they a difference maker? It's a conversation that we've had to have a long time, and a conversation that unfortunately got benched for a long time, just on the nature of not being able to play with the team.
Yeah, visas apparently were quite hard to get during the pandemic.
I can't imagine it was
it was easy either. No, but he's here now, and that's all that matters. He's finally able to play in Japan with this new lineup. The changes have been made, and now they just need to start growing into it. Let's see if they will be successful. Now, the bans just came through. A finger ban is not something you see very often anymore, given the fact that there has been a change in the recoil systems. LMG's a little bit less viable now, but like we've seen at the European League, could still be played in the hands of Finka.
Yeah, but it played and played well. Are two very different statements. You know, it's an option, sure, but it doesn't mean it's as powerful as an option as it once upon a time was, when it was a defining option. It was the whole of the previous meta was sort of led and reared by that as an operator. But here, Border. Border is a map that is quick and aggressive. It can be very fighty.
I mean, especially this top floor, right? Like, if you get Break Room and CCTV under control as the attacker, you effectively have halved of what you actually need to clear out, because you open up that long corridor, you can just stop any rotation from one side to the other, and you can either start focusing on archives or you can start focusing on the armory to see and try and get that plan down. And that is what makes it this scrappy fight map as well that Demo was talking about before. It's usually quite close, and it is due to the fact that it is quite an aggressive map where you need to take the initiative into your own hands. Now, long angles are being created here by the defense. They're looking to set themselves up in a way where they can challenge onto CCTV and break at any given time from any given place. And that is, of course, due to the fact that it is key if they do want to go for an armory push.
Well, the approach will come as a sort of bit of a swift hand, usually. You find yourself getting set up on multiple different angles. Light here might be that one breakaway. The role of the Nook we've talked about quite a lot. Quite frequently banned. Quite frequently removed from the table before they're even allowed to get themselves dug in, usually in the place of where that finger ban is, just for the role that they can play here. Get underneath, try and utilize what has become a very precious resource in frag grenades, now that they've found themselves in a much stricter sort of setup. See if they can get the drive through. Ramu, he's playing the big connection on the back end, east stairs. He's going to say he has a couple of castles for support, now has one less.
Castles on the windows and the doorways are always an easy target for a Sledge, who can just step up, take them down, doesn't really have to worry about it too much. But it does mean some of the cover has fallen, and with these phone calls from the Logi Bomb going out, Chibisu will have to go for a bit of a rotate as well. Doesn't want to stick around too long before one of those 4 frag grenades might find his way to him. As they do take care of some of these drones. A minute 40 left on the clock. Slowly but steadily, FAV needs to start taking control of the building itself now.
This is how it sort of plays out, as I said before. Outside of this, the outlier underneath. Remember what I talked about Nook does? That's them almost doing it. Breaks the hatch, and Shin gets to pick up the hold from range there across the bow, takes the head off the player and forces Fnatic into suddenly a bit more of a problematic situation. But as I was saying before on the lead-in, this is sort of how Border plays. You get yourself set up, you force these angles, and you can do most of the fighting, or a lot of it, from outside the building itself. Think coastline, it's paper thin, and it leads to those dangerous sort of situations. Typon taps in. The second player to find himself in, and the first with a really prophesized push as Light holds underneath, hoping to catch a loose thread on the rotate, but they've already slipped their way away.
It doesn't seem like they are too bothered with CCTV currently on the Fnatic side, but as Typon will take care of Lily, they need to start replying. Ramo finds one, Chibisu on the flank is going to be able to shut down the Sledge. That certainly puts up a lot of pressure onto the CCTV side, but it's Yura that will lock him out.
DMR's in a battle there, and suddenly Fnatic has to try and hold on. They've got one player loose underneath. The bottom of the metal stairs. They took the fight on with the Nook, got the kill, but it does leave this. The pressure on the site itself. Mag has the cover, Mag has the backline, and Mag has 2 players either side of him. Swings into the first fight, can't win it out. FAV are able to take their opening attack on border.
We're stuck in a sandwich here. As soon as we moved into that small cubby, instantly picked up by the Thatcher that managed to make it through towards the armory side without even noticing on the side of Fnatic. So that first round is FAV's. And I believe Demo talked about it before. They played 9 attacking rounds, only won 2. They just upped that massively, going from 3 in 10. And let's see if they can continue down that road here against Fnatic. It's a great start, and it all started off with that grenade from below, dislocating the player, forcing them into a angle that was being held by one of your fellow attackers. And after that, you just start opening up, and you start forcing more on those openings to rip apart the defense that Fnatic has set up. Worked out well that round. But if Fnatic get a bit more jumpy on their replies, see if they can grasp back at these attackers, it might be a completely different story.
Seeing the attack take an early lead on this isn't the most surprising thing.
It is not.
It's border. You're going to have the attack have a good ride here. What we have to always keep into consideration is just the balance of the board right now. There is one team that has found more than 3 points. There is one team that is on less than 3 points. One of those teams in this game, FAV, they're the only people to not have anything on the board, but ahead of them is 6 teams, all with 1 win, 1 loss, all with 3 points, including Fnatic. So them pulling this game, it could be massive this early on to make sure they keep pace, or if it goes away from them, it could spell the end of their chance at a major this early.
Well, I mean, the sad truth of it is, right, if you have 2 losses, you are most likely already going to be out of contention, realistically speaking, especially if you look at how dominant some of the teams have been in APAC so far. A third is definitely going to be hindering your chances even more so, because there is only 7 play days in APAC and only 2 spots to be given out as well. It's not the top 4 that make it to playoffs. So, FAV, they really need this to stay alive, but at the same time, so does Fnatic, because they don't want to be saddled up with a second loss themselves either. As in the meantime, Light sneaking in, at least thought so, until a proximity alarm gave it away.
That's it. The play against Light potentially here. We saw them send a, as soon as the reveal of the grenade come down, a player of Fnatic's defense went on the hunt. Here they have the Proxys to give themselves a bit of an early lead, and then they're waiting. Just tucked in the safety in the shelter of the shower to make sure if a spray comes through the soft, they're not going to get caught out. There's the drop on the Prox, and there's the pullback on the player. FAV. They find the opener once again this time. The last stand is removed first. Mag is off the board, and without anybody inside the site itself, they've set themselves up for a very wide hold here. Across the top, breaks under a bit of pressure. You need to get a bit of vertical control here, especially if they are going for a hold as they've done.
Would love to, but I just am worrying now. Does FAV even know that they killed the only member that was active on the side? Because it was a breach that came through. Shin instantly replied to it, managed to find the kill on Mag, who might have been a bit too aggressive down there. And so a lot of the utilities now being utilized up on that top floor to see if they can get control of Break and CC. They might just lose more than they were intending here, because Typhy just like prone there. Oh, wrong timing, just decides to pull off as soon as the drone got shot and loses his life as a result.
It's really that sort of split that would emphasize just how thin this map is. The spray is scrappy, but it's still FAVs and FAVs again. Literally all that's left. FAV taking very quick control here. They sort of spotted the soft points of this. They've been able to formulate pretty much individual 1 versus 1s. There hasn't really been an engagement that's happened with at least a third player involved from the side of Fnatic here. It's always generally been, here's a player, let's get the pick and pull them apart. Sure, some unlucky timings happen. Okay, not really sure what happened there. I don't think that was unluck. I think that was a mistake. They should still be able to lock out this round, even with an accidental bit of blue on blue. The spray is scrappy. They know exactly where Lily is, and they prove it.
Still wondering what happened there. Was that through the hatch, maybe? Seeing someone in passport control? Either way, round is locked out, most importantly for FAV. This was a very dominant one. As you mentioned it before, they're just able to force these 1v1 fights, force Fnatic to walk right into their crossfires or angles, and them not really being able to send anything back towards FAV is really hurting them right now. They're all spread out. They're all alone. They are on the site. take a fight early on a breach, get taken out as a result. It's not looking too great for Fnatic. And if they do lose this next round to FAV as well, I would be surprised if no tactical timeout is being called, because so far, FAV, complete control.
Yeah, especially in that round. As I said, they seem to really have a beat on where the Fnatic players were going to be at. They made sure every engagement was a 1 versus sort of all of FAV, to be fair. It wasn't always a 1 versus 1. There were some, but it was always a setup. They always had a lead-in towards the fight, and it was a very quick response. Fnatic seem like there's no cool ground. There's nowhere confident for them to sort of set up. It is a part of Border. It is an aspect of defending on this map, but still, FAV putting the pressure on that well this early means that Fnatic might find themselves in a little bit of trouble if it continues.
They definitely will find themselves in trouble if this scoreline continues to get away from them. Because FAV so far, they have been doing well. Quickly taking care of those default cams, making sure they don't have to worry about that. We've seen it in EU that it can come back to bite you in all kinds of maps. And top floor control again, important. It is what they will be focusing at. And as these drones roll through, they're looking to find out how many players are active around the armory site. Light is trying to get himself a point of ingress on the opposite side of the map, near the tellers. Now there is going to be a barricade, and there's going to be 2 reinforcements, which will basically allow him free entry. He can just jump in. The only thing he will have to be worried about is potentially that lobby being present. Tap on the Monty as well, waiting for that breach to open up before they are fully taking top floor control. C4s is what they need to be careful of, but there's only one on the board, Ramu. The only operator carrying them.
There's a bit of pressure coming from the smoke, forces a bit of a pause and a bit of a hold and support the wide swing and the angle towards the Monty. Hope there would be a bit of a spray through on the soft. There's a lot of drones on a roll. Again, it's this game from FAV where they're really trying to isolate a player. They're giving all the support necessary to the drive, the push, and I'll type on. He's waiting for this, the pressure to break so he can have a little bit more control and to pull that control away. Chibisu's gone. Lily has a response. First real time. We've seen that here from Fnatic. A quick bite back against the lost body, the Monty. He had an idea, but he's going to pull himself back. Wait for a little bit more of a cover and shoulder of support here. For the first time, FAV being a bit rebuffed.
We do see a bit of a rotation happening though from FAV because they realize there's going to be a lot of players up on that top floor. So you see the Monty out here in the actual site now. Issue is, it is quite open, and there's still smoke canisters being tossed at him, but with a minute left on the clock, that is all going to be just fine. You just want to waste that last pieces of utility before you have the opportunity to go for the plant as Yura misses an opportunity there to strike on Tiopi.
That really could have been either of them, to be fair. It's going to be a lead back in from Tiopi either side with the MX. It's a gun that can really cut shreds in the right person, but there's the support. Afro, like the saving grace, comes across the swing from the opposite side. And now they have that vertical control. Mag's doing his best, tucked into a corner, caught out on the drone, just going to smoke the cover, but it's from the hatch above. And that's why that verticality is so important, seeing if they can get the plant down, but covered out by their own smoke here. They've got to go for an aggressive retake round on the backside, but without the support from the hatch, it's very tricky. The Monty, well, he's put the shield back on a 4 versus 1 post-plant with the Montaigne on the board. It's not the easiest to take. The Monty's putting a bit of a chase in. Really, he could win this by himself if he plays it smart.
That's it. I mean, if it's a 1v1 post plant against the Montaigne, you do not have a C4, you do not have smokes, there is no way you could be winning that in any usual circumstance. And Zero will get that final kill. It is FAV that is currently leading 3-0. Well played by them. Went to the top floor, realized it is quite sturdy up here, quite a lot of players. Why don't we just start putting down pressure onto the bottom floor itself, force them to spread themselves thin again, which will allow the top to continue on. And as we happen, there is a pause coming through. However, not sure if it was a tech or a technical. Tactical or technical. There we go. Just said technical twice.
Technical?
Yeah, technical and
Could be a technical. Could also be a technical.
Yeah, could be all of those, but
I believe it's a technical. I saw a tech.
Yeah, I did see that as well.
By Mag. So it's a Fnatic tech. They're 0-3 down. Anyway.
Yeah, so it's time for them to have a little bit of a discussion between themselves. And the difference between a tech pause and a tactical pause, for those of you that do not know, is that a tactical pause, you have one of them per game.
Yeah.
45 seconds max. That is when your coach gets to speak to you or any support staff on the license sheet.
Yeah.
have a chat with you.
Have an
So they
actor.
might have some notes that you can work on. They might have some pointers or maybe just some motivational speech. It could be either way. Teams prefer one or the other. A technical is not going to be the case. So it's just you five, just the players can talk. The coach will still be muted. You wait until the technical issue is resolved, and as soon as it is, you instantly get back into the game. So even though it is not a tactical, Mag still has the opportunity to talk to the rest of his men here and try and get everything back on the road and see if there's anything obviously missing out of the current lineup that they can fix within just a round or two. Because you do not want to go down 6-0 on your defensive half. Yes, border and attack usually go hand in hand, but you do want to get 1 or 2 rounds out on the defense at least.
It was looking for a brief moment a little bit better from the second round to the third round when they were able to get a response, when they were putting a bit of fight
Yeah.
on. But as you said, as soon as they got that vertical, as soon as they put some pressure down underneath and found that kill on the vertical, then how quickly they acted upon Mag in that power position. The drone rolled out from one player. They had the control of the hatch on another, and the Monty putting pressure on a third. 3 players were active in removing Mag from the board within about 10 seconds of 2 players being active, removing the top
Yeah,
4.
and
TOP, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was. But that's about it, right? Like, it looked really good until FAV realized, oh, there's a heavy presence up on the top floor. Let's send some people down. Let's send in the flank to get rid of TOP. And after that, it fell apart really quickly because then the control was there. Fnatic unable to go up and send any reply. The plant was going down because Mag, the closest one to the site, taken out. And if you do not have anybody in workshop, you do not have anybody up on the half wall, that Monty's just going to have a free plant. And especially with how the smoke canister was placed, even the Jaeger at the bottom of the metal stairs could not be moving through because, first of all, someone is covering that double door. Second of all, there's a smoke down there. So double death would be happening out there. And that is just some small things that they need to resolve quickly. Because as mentioned, 1 or 2 rounds is what Fnatic will be looking for. But if everything continues to go downhill as it does in these last couple of rounds, it is looking unlikely like they might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll hopefully be back in just a moment. We can hear the subtle sounds of people joining and leaving the lobby. So we can only hope. We'll be back in soon. It's an 0-3 on Fnatic's defensive lead. 2 of the rounds have had plants in, and one of them's been close to a flawless.
Yeah, it was a team kill that basically made it.
It was a team kill that made it not flawless. Otherwise, it would have been a flawless second round.
Yeah. And as we get back in, can FAV continue? There we go. It's just some anticipation.
Oh, that was nervous. That was nerve-wracking.
But I think FAV listened a bit to demo and they were like, yeah, 2 out of 9 is not really that good. So they're really stepping up in their attacking gameplay here on Border. And of course, Border leads into the attack. We cannot say it often enough. So it is good for FAV, but at the same time, you still need to be winning these rounds. And it's not like they're barely winning them. It is good team play. It is good calls being made and countering Fnatic almost perfectly.
This statement is always thrown out that it's a game of 2 halves.
It is.
There's not more maps that signify it better than Border, in that we are going to see a very different setup in terms of the scores for any team that's attacking. You have so much else working for you, but you need to do the distance. That's what's required. If you do not find yourself with at minimum 4 rounds, in some cases 5, depending on how these teams set themselves up statistically, whether they lean more towards attacking and defending, you're really going to struggle. For my money, FAV is a team that, based on the woes that they've had, you kind of want them to have 5 if they want to have a good chance of locking this out. Just because that also shows that they've really grown. They've stepped into this.
Exactly. That shows the progress they have been making throughout the season. And well, I think you can already see in some of these approaches to come through, but you really want them to carry that across for the rest of the game as well. Anyway, type on in with that Twitch drone, seeing if they can get rid of some quick utility, maybe some ADSs. Jimson misses the opportunity there, but I'm not quite sure if the drone... Yeah, drone did get taken out in that last shot there, so doesn't have to worry about it too much. However, window opened up behind him, break room opened up as well. He is quite vulnerable in that position.
We've seen the vulnerabilities punished as well. We've seen the pinches come through from FAV. We've seen them able to get these sharp strikes, and Fnatic have struggled to find that little bit of safety, that little box, just to tuck themselves in. They've gone for big open holds, but in a map like this, it really limits how many places you can set yourself up as well. It is the double-edged sword. If you can see them, they can usually find a way to see you. Here, Typon looks for the strike all the way deep down from break towards office side. They've got Euro stacked up on the far. They're hoping to force a player into a tricky situation, but this is exactly the take, and there's the first sufferer from it. Lily swings wide, isn't punished by the player behind him, who's now rotated to try and apply this pressure. There it is, close and it's scrappy, but it's Lily's again. A double kill that really should have gone round to Euro's favor. The third player stacks up, gets one. There is another player that's got themselves close around that little tucked-in wall, but they're actually going to pull themselves further away.
DMR not the ideal weapon to go for a gunfight like that close range, around the corner as well. Frost really working wonders there. Good double opening for Lily. Fortunate to be punished right afterwards, but you know, you wasted some time. The diffuser has been dropped. It is quite close to the remaining players of FAV, but it's definitely a bit of a scare, and they need to go and make this attack happen with one less buddy on the board now, which means that Fnatic can just keep playing the trade game.
Coverage of the smoke. The Nook's rotated back underneath to try and push out the player that might be around this. The core of the metal stairs. There's the reveal of the barbs that will make a little sliver of noise, and the soft that they can try and spray through from fountains. They found themselves baiting. Just exactly that, hoping that somebody gives a bit of the game away. But look at the timer, 15 seconds. They can't bait for so long. Ramu locked in onto Fountain. There's the swing, and the pressure comes up round towards the rotate. Ramu wins out his first. The spray through, gets the next to the top of the stair set. It's a 3 versus 1 Afro. All that's left for the pistol, and no kit and no time. Fnatic take their first round.
So after that technical pause, there's definitely been some improvements here for Fnatic, that double opening really being key. However, there was also a bit of lack of information from the side of FAV. A simple drone would have been able to spot out that wall was open, was being swung about every single 5 seconds. So a tiny mistake leading into a grave consequence at the end of that round. But a great round for Fnatic, as they managed to secure it, managed to put that on the board, at least have that security net now for the site swap. Now look to buffer that one a little bit more, as they're aiming for a second, potentially even a third. And if this goes back to a 3-3, then FAV really dropped the ball here on the remainder of their attacks.
As I said, for a team from them and from how things have gone, you kind of want them to get 5. 4 is still doable and possible on your attacks. But the energy that they'd built up, being able to just keep that, lock that in for as long as possible before you hand Fnatic over, who are expecting to do better on the second half of that game. They always expected to be down on the lead-in.
Yeah.
It's that sort of tricky situation here for the side of FAV. They need to not just win, but they need to sort of take the game by the scruff of the neck and carry it to the end sort of win.
Yeah, they really need to show that same dominance that they had in round 2, and they need to show that throughout the remainder of this half, where they just decisively strike Fnatic and make sure that there is no questions possible whether or not this team has grown. Impact EMP tossed out. Now, not followed up by an exothermic. Not quite sure as of why.
Yeah,
You only do have to.
What the sort of drive there was. Oh, there's a free one. Great positioning there from the Nook. Why you often see them removed. It's a great gun. It's the lead-in. It's a lot of the entry sort of pocket player there. And now Chibisu might try and find the next fight. He drifts wide. He just gets the connection there at the end. Takes a bit of the damage. Just the benefit. But now with that open, a couple more options. A very important trade back.
The thing is, FAV, they knew exactly that there was going to be a player there. Chibisu was located there, but there was no further support, right? The windows were not opened up, and as Lily now finds light as well, it's Fnatic that again start to get back into that round, even though they had the early loss. Typon looking to sneak in with the Montaigne. There's going to be a Banshee that will slow him down, as well as some verticalities that could be used as soon as that is the case. And Chibisu will shortly get himself in position, I believe, to at least shut down that one doorway they could use.
It's it as well. As long as there's a Monty on the board and there's an RX, there's always the chance of those two meeting. So what we've seen before from the Monty is actually getting themselves quite deep, causing problems. They don't want to risk it this time. Typhon's going to pull themselves up, get the support structure. They've realized that Fnatic is definitely playing more of a connected game across the board. We compare it last time, where, as I said, there was a lot of these isolated fights from all different sides. This time, there always seems to be another Fnatic player. It's definitely a much more sort of hand-in-hand performance. It's really reinvigorating their holds against the approach. And there's Lily getting one more for the trouble. Afro knocked off the board. Shin and Typhon massively separated. Shin's with the rotate round on the back end. They're back towards the early breach that they had very early on in the game. They eyed up the option of that wall, and this time, oh, it's still locked, so they're going to have to go the long way around.
Also two separated, as you just mentioned. Trying to catch up to one another. 40 seconds is still plenty of time, and as Shin does find Lily, opens up a new avenue. Two players still up above. Also allows them to try and put up some of that horizontal pressure right now, but they need to be careful for the verticality that is still being created as we speak. But Shibisu just using that super shorty to get some extra verticality holes out there just to make sure that they have the best opportunity to win this round from up above. I'm not quite sure what Typhon is trying to do. He might just be face-checking everything, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, this verticality being out here, he really needs to dig himself in the perfect position to go for that plant, because he's about to be swung on.
I have no idea what Shin was going for there. That was real last gambit. They had the awareness of at least one of the players based on the spray through from the top. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, in my head, I was saying, okay, they realize that detention, all that's still locked. They cannot get that. Maybe they'll just try and tuck behind the supplier line.
Which is possible, but you need to have main stairs control.
Which is possible. You need to have main stairs, and they had a player at the bottom of main stairs, so I was thinking maybe they'll swing up main stairs or try and hold the angle from there. Maybe.
I don't know. But then
like, they just sprinted through the site.
They had the person up above, would be able to tell, okay, the plan's happening. So when you have someone still laterally to worry about, which was the case, there was someone still on the site, he's going to be making that push at the same time as the players are going to be swinging on the main stairs. So you can never cover everything at the same time. But just running through the site.
Running through the site is never going to go well.
I was going to say, that's
what
not the solution either. So,
okay. I'm running the numbers, and I've come out in a different game. I think.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure it out. It's. I mean, they tried to do something in the end there. They were never really going to get that plan down with the ID that they had, because that main stairs just looked directly down onto the mountain. Yes, you could have gone for a reverse plan, but still exposes part of your body.
This is when I would ask Fresh, but Fresh is home sick.
Yeah.
Fresh, if you're at home watching in bed, as you should be, what's going on?
Maybe Demo can fill in for him.
I don't know. It's not one of Demo's favorite teams. Oh no, he loves Fnatic though. He would just say, "Oh, it's just Fnatic playing better." No, he does do good analysis, but it's funny to razz Demo. He's talented at what he does, but he's also funny to irritate.
There's many different ways we can. But Fnatic, they really managed to get back into it after that tech pass. Second round in a row now. Might have not been the perfect start as they lost one, but finding Yura right after that, Chibisu, that was important, even though his position was known. But this comes back to FAV somehow falling back into their old habits of not playing in unification there, because there was no support. Yura was holding off Shibisu, just lost the gunfight. There was no one else trying to help him there, and that's how you just lose that man advantage suddenly.
Fnatic, if they can find themselves tied up on 3-3, it makes things so difficult in the second half of this game for the Guns of FAV. They've really got to find an energy on their defense and try and thread it. Here, quick breaches. Utilizing two of the Selmas to make sure they have themselves a clean route through. There's the pressure onto this, the swing on the pillar. And the player removed. The upside down rappel is taken out. That should get rid of any of the ADSs, which means a single grenade rolled close will get the shield as well. But also, at the same time, they've lost one more player. Fnatic, another removal there from the opposite side. Two of these early engagements. It's down to Lily in a support structure to see if they can win out the next pressure engagement. That one was fake, but the next one is surely going to be real.
And it seems to be coming from two different sides. One waiting in the long hallway as Lily's eyeing up a hatch drop. But it feels like FAV, they've decided again that they do not need the rest of that top four under control. It's fine if they're out there. Typhon just shuts down Ramo through the wall. And now with these footsteps, they know exactly where one of these players still is. But the drop already came through, and Lily in a scruffy gunfight will shut down Typhon, but he might be about to be chased down.
Mag gets a shotgun kill at the same time. There's a second for Mag. Popped out the window. Cannot slip away Euro. With the drop onto the server stack, gets a very important return. Keeps the body balance in their favor. 40 seconds. They're going for the plant itself. They've seen where one of the two players is. The other, Euro, they're happy to get this stuck, though. The engagement long enough for Lily to not be able to stop the plant itself. He has the fight, though. He has the player and the fire. Euro, they had the option to rotate. They've gone out laterally. They're not going to try and take this on a vertical angle. They're going to see if they can hope that they can force this gunfight to be as long as possible. A lot of corners to be tucked into, a lot of time to be wasted. The swing comes through, the positioning. The grenade! Oh, that was perfectly timed.
Whether he knew it or not, that was...
I mean, no, he did not know it.
No, he just tossed it in.
He said, I've got one of these.
It's just a waste time. Like, as you mentioned, that first gunfight that happened in the workshop, that's just a waste time. Buy as much time as you can to get the plan down and then bleed it down as much as you can afterwards as well. And then if you were a Zofia, for example, you're just shooting a stun grenade every now and then, just so they get off the plant or defuse if they're doing so. If you're Yana, you just toss in one of these grenades and see if you might be able to get a lucky pickup. I really like the planting position, by the way, because it basically forced them to not be able to go for a long arm because it was right next to the desk. So either you get it on top of the desk or you need to be in front of that diffuser. There's no hiding there. So well set up for themselves to hold that in any post plant they found themselves in. And FAV, even though they just struggled in round 4 and 5, find themselves with a very, well, almost convincing win if it wasn't for Mag shooting down 2 players from that window with a shotgun, making it closer than it had to be. But the advantage is definitely theirs. And as they have struggled on the attack, they can maybe consider this as a minor victory, especially if they do manage to take points out of this game from Fnatic. Because we mentioned it before, there's only 7 Playdays, Emmy, in APAC North. If you lose your third, you're basically out of contention already for that major. You're not going to be making it top 2, realistically speaking. The second one could already be very, very much slowing you down, but the third one is definitely kicking you out of it. So FAV, they really need this win if they want to make it to a major this year.
Okay, Fnatic. I've talked about what this map can offer attackers, and now it's time to try and prove it as a roster that has had to prove it before. We all remember the very low statistics for their talents on attack in previous splits. Can they try and do the best with what they've got right now? The spray comes potentially through. I was going to say there, over on the side, but it's Chibisu that takes the first, scraps the damage right underneath, outside. That seems to be the case. Shin, what are you planning? Oh, not that. Went down before it came through. Chibisu with the attacking shotgun on Habana.
Yeah, we talked about this like a week ago or something. Like, when are we going to see the supernova?
Here and now.
Yeah, it worked out.
Supernova from Chibisu swings around. It came out perfectly there. The animation came through, so it was like a downed corpse throwing themselves at you.
Might be quite a scary
terrifying.
sight. It's like, I just shot him with a pellet, but couldn't shoot back, of course. DB node going through that window. Not be stuck in the middle of it. So, entry kill for Fnatic. After a, well, attempt from Shin, he might have been able to get away with it if it was any other gun but the supernova shooting at him.
Choppy made the approach onto the far side. Chibisu is taken out by Light, and Light gets one more. Mag's gone 2. Suddenly, we've had the body balance hand itself over. Choppy's trying to find the engagement on the swing round onto the triple wall. Light's there to try and have a response. It's a sort of tit-for-tat fight. Ramu on the long range. A lot less DMRs this time. The sort of swing round of an SMG is much better, but Choppy seems to have the swing onto that. Euro removed from 90, wants to have another swing happen, but is waiting for Lily with the support from the opposite side if they can sort of take this onto a piece. There's the stun. It hits the player as soon as they top their head onto the corner. They're really trying to dig out a tricky engagement here.
Really want to be focusing onto the sandwich player as well, but he might have not seen the complete pass. Light is going to be sitting himself up in the corner here, knows exactly where it will be located. This summer will relocate him, but he gets the very first. Now looking to go aggressive on the second as well with the bailiff. No way he gets that! It's a quad kill! Up for the ace, potentially 8 rounds. Will go for the reload, knows where this last player is. The swing comes through! He will find it! It's a Light ace as he shuts them down, and it's FAV leading 5-2.
I mean, you talk about a power position player. A fantastic performance there. He knew exactly where he needed to be. He knew exactly where the danger was coming from. And he just sort of threw caution to the wind and himself at the players. Fnatic handed their lives and the marching orders one at a time, either side of a split. I mean, to not just take 1 2 versus 1 approach, which happened, unfortunately, we didn't get the full taste, but the time between killing Mag and Chibisu is a 2 versus 1, and then take the rest of the players in this. All 3 of them were trying to apply pressure onto a single point.
Yeah, but they're all doing it from basically the same angle. And I know, like, you have the left and the right side of things, but there was no pressure coming down from anywhere else. Like, they didn't have the hallway under control. They didn't even bother jumping through the window because they were afraid of potential players still being out there to support Light. So they all just try to put pressure down onto, like, that one hole in the wall and hope for the best of it. But it is going to be the defender that came out victorious there with that high fire rate gun on the MX4 Storm and a Bailiff, which you barely see used to get a kill. But it was a last resort for Light because he knew, well, if I don't, I'm going to die trying to rotate out here or die whilst I'm reloading. So it was really the only thing he could have done there, and well, succeeded at it as well. But again, that is Fnatic just putting a lot of pressure onto a single point from one single point. You really want to be putting that pressure down from multiple different angles, so you do not allow these players to walk the way they did. You have 3 offers under control. There was no one to shut him down.
Oh, that was close. The Ash Juppy's making no hesitation in getting themselves stuck into a position where there was a massacre on the previous round. But this time, different site, different hold, and different expectation of what else they're going to meet here on the other side. It's a little bit more pace, and I think they've read that. They're going to drop out, and Yura actually gets one of the lead-away kills there. Steps back into Fountain, but then thinks better of it, pulls themselves back towards the rest of the second floor behind the hard walls that they have, as Mag from the split has the pressure onto Fountain.
They have these hatches open. You already saw the first drop happening a second ago. Light dropping down into the bathroom. Now we have the opening made as well inside of the Archive. So if there is a bit too much pressure coming down onto Yura, he can also drop. So they're looking to play this very dynamic onto the side of FAV. Just strike and maybe come back up, a different kind of stair set or case to really make sure that Fnatic has to work to clear out these areas, to clear out this top floor, because that's what they want. They want top floor so they can attack the workshop effectively.
Now, Fav, I sort of said I wanted to see what their curiosities on defense would be like, but it seems like they still want to kind of play attack. They keep leaning back in to the approach of Fnatic, and that's a scrappy fight before they take the drop down onto the hatch. They've swung themselves around. Are they eyeing up the stair set itself, or are they concerned of it being watched? It's fair enough, but look at the positionings that they've got themselves into. 2 minutes past. The verticality has fallen over, handed off towards Fnatic, who flood across the top. They're still fishing for the players underneath. C4. There's a throw of a C4, and there's a down. Not a full catch, but it was close to.
Mag now opening up the flooring as well, aware of the fact that someone is clearly down below, tossing up some of these explosives. But a lot of damage done onto Ramu, and that will force Mag to be the diffuser carrier, trying to get that, well, kit down on the ground with 45 seconds to count. But Fnatic, all they have is top floor control, Emmy. They didn't have anybody ready at that main door to shut them down as they rotated out, and it has given FAV complete control of this top floor site. Needing to be very careful, though, finding Chibisu just ahead. That should have been a kill for Fnatic, though.
Choppy's able to get themselves in on the door. They're trying to stick the kid on the far side, a double and a very important cover, but the hatch is the important part here. The rotates come around onto the top of post plant. They've retaken the verticality, and now there's only really Yura on that verticality left. There is a player coming up to see him. He gets a scrappy first fight. Does he know of the second that's about to hit him from beepers? Doesn't matter. He's taken the drop, and he's keeping his tail just ahead of the pace of the pursuers behind him. One's about to get the drop down from the hatch itself, holding one. The pre-fire just sort of gets them off the board. There's the concern of the reveal, the one outside the door, the one above. This really should be Fnatic's. It would be an amazing thing for them to drop this out of this at one time, or have it clutched away from them with the verticality, the control, the bait on the audio. They don't need to swing this. Ramu's doing exactly what he needs to do. Yura takes a huge amount of damage just on the final end, but out of time. And Fnatic, they pull themselves their first attack.
One down by Fnatic there in the end, because for a very long time FAV was in control. All Fnatic really had was that top floor under that pressure, and that's when they send someone out to rotate, go towards that main door, shut down anybody that is looking to go aggressive onto that server stack. So I managed to get that plan down. So whilst there might have been a critique earlier on because they could have had 2 free kills due to the rotations that came through, instead they managed to get the diffuser down in the end and find themselves on 3-5. No match point yet for FAV. Need to work a little bit harder for that. I did believe I saw a clash just now enter the board. So we are headed towards Bathroom and Tellers. It's a setup you do not often see combined. Oryx, Clash, Capcan, Castle, and Mute. Some more common than the others. It's definitely something that keeps the attackers sharp because they cannot walk through any single door freely with those Capcan traps being out there, but also have to worry at the same time about that shield player, and at the same time Afro being able to jump up any hatch he pleases to make flank happen. So there's a lot going on right now, a lot that Fnatic needs to keep track of.
Okay, Fnatic, you bit back there, but it was only really in the final 30 seconds, and a double kill from Choppy on the main door that led to that kit being able to be planted successfully. The cover came through, but it was narrow cover. Granted, it came on the back of getting that vertical control. You would not have been able to plant what you did without that.
Yeah.
It just also sort of leaves you with only really the option A, and having that happen as that drive through, and we've seen the guns of FAV pop off. I mean, an ace the previous round is always that concern to be up against here.
If the retake was just a little bit quicker as well from that top floor, that plant would have been absolutely decimated. Having one on the server stack, one right below it planting, they literally had no one left that could really challenge them up there. They're looking to go quick here inside the CCTV. They know someone's out there. Do they find the kill? Yes, they do. Yura shut down quickly, and CC under control.
A worrying statistic, Yura has only died on rounds that they have lost at this point.
That is worrying.
So now the pressure onto FAV to see if the rest of them can step up. I mean, to be fair, he was 11-2-3. It is a huge removal from a player that has had a fantastic game. Light just misses the head and the cap at GPC, who is able to survive. They'll pull themselves further back. There is no route out, though. That hatch is locked. If they're going to be playing that, it is for life. So Light, if they want to rotate out, has to go via a place that might be under fire. You can see the pressure potentially coming through here from the Buck. They have some of the security from that safety. Light, where are you positioned? Shin, they're offering their own position and support, holding just the top of the stair set, maybe to draw some attention.
And for sure, at least try and put up a little bit of pressure. That drone just has not spotted out the player. That's a free kill onto Chibisu as he drops down right into the gunfight of one of the members. It's Mag that shuts him down, unaware of where the C8 was firing from, but instant replies all around the board.
Oh, that was all back and forth until you find once again Choppy with a double kill on that front double door. Type on suddenly, in the blink of an eye, all that's left from 9 players to 4. They're going to see if they can try and at least dig on. There's 50 seconds. Fnatic, they've gone for a full rotate here around to the opposite side. They've realized just how much support there is. The vertical control is in their favor. Choppy realizes they don't have to cut this castle. They have the ping on where the player is. They might just see if they can get the hatch open and go from there. But actually, now that both Selmas have been thrown onto that single thing, there's only the one to do a little bit of damage onto the hatch. Not enough to break it open. The first engagement comes through. No, we'll get it. Maybe that was 2 in pocket. I misread, but either way, Typhon, he's looking for the engagement. He doesn't find it now. Choppy with a triple. I believe that's 7 over 2 rounds for them.
Yeah, really doing well, Choppy. They're managing to keep Fnatic in it because otherwise that trade game would have gone ahead of them. And as it just, again, swings in from that main door, finds those kills. I just wanted to quickly say there, though, unfortunate going for the drone in that situation. Wanted to shut down any form of information, but Choppy out there, able to reply. Bring Fnatic back to 4-5. And FAV, whilst they start strong, possibly, unable to keep ahead of when things start to get hectic here on the defense. This may be cause for some change. Now, we are in round 10, by the way, and we haven't had a single tactical timeout yet. So both of these teams still do have it in pocket. Fnatic probably calling it once FAV reaches the 6 point, or if a very scrappy round is won by Fnatic at this moment in time. For FAV, I think they will call it if they lose this round. because then they still have everything to play for. They still have the 3 points, and they won't be on the back foot. It's all just speculation, but
It's all just guesswork. That's our job.
it is our job.
But again, you know, it's you can only really harp on enough about how it's a good map for attackers. It is something where FAV come into this defense, and that's why I sort of highlighted they kind of need to do that step above average for my money to have the pressure onto this as a team with unfortunately all the pressure on them right now. The lead in Fnatic, based on the back of some massive work from Choppy over the past 2 rounds, has done huge works. There's the flashbang on the cover. They're able to slip away though. Yura somehow sprints past the double door, and they don't quite have the reaction to get the kill. Really should have been theirs, especially with the second player putting pressure there from Vents, but either way, lucky to have their life.
Yeah, for sure, and FAV is going to be very happy with that one because you want to keep Yura alive. You mentioned a statistic before, only died once the round is lost. And staying alive now is definitely potentially a game changer later on, and MK14 hits quite hard. If he manages to find these niche and tight angles, he might be able to chip them down just enough or even take them out if the execute comes through. Drone not spotted out the player here. Afro gun unspotted as well, but he needs to be quite careful because there is someone very close up on that balcony next to him. And if he goes for the swing, he needs to connect, but just misses out as Ash goes for a breaching charge.
That's it. There's pressure that's coming over from break room door as well. Choppy's leaning in. They're trying to do as much, but it's Mag that gets the lockdown onto one, and that's Choppy with the second. Suddenly, they have control underneath and putting the pressure across on the CC side, all within. Once again, a blink of an eye. It seems to happen a couple of times here to FAV. It is what this map can offer, but Fnatic are taking that offer and going 2 for 1. Light, he's looking in a position to potentially do a bit of damage here. He has played power positions super well before, as we've seen. But as the pressure's on, and as it's coming from multiple different angles here, it's down to Fnatic to see if they can set it. There's Choppy, still continuing a bit of a tirade here on these recent 3 rounds, stepping in 1 and 1 and 1. Lily gets 1, leaving just nobody. A flawless round and a 5-5 tied-up game.
And now Fnatic have closed that gap, still out on the attack, the favored side to play on here on Border. They have the opportunity to lock this off with a 7-5 if they manage to get the next 2 as well. And for now, no tactical to be called by FAV. Really leaving it up until the very last moment, thinking they can have something left to at least put themselves up onto 6 first. You want to make sure you take points away from this game, because Demo said it before, this is where teams come to die, and especially where teams lose out points to what would be considered some of the lower rated teams. And FAV, all not having any points, definitely in the bottom of that scoreboard currently. And they're very eager to get any of these points. And they've played quite well for the majority of their attack. They have shown some promise on their defense as well here. Cannot take it away that it was on the back of an ace that they won their only round so far, but the second round could have just as well been one if the rotation was a bit quicker. I just feel like there might be a lack of information on their side. You saw just now as well with the swing out from the Oryx, a bit misinformed, knowing someone's out there but not exactly where they are. Bulletproof camera, something like that, just set up, or a Maestro bubble would have been beneficial for them so they could at least look over to that balcony and reply a bit quicker. Because there was a serial laser game that got burned. Explosive came in right after as soon as the swing came through. So they need to be a bit quicker if they do have this information. Be a bit more aggressive.
Hitting themselves on the boards quite quick. FAV, they're looking to try and find a very quick response. I said it in the first round and the start of the second. They were being a bit aggressive on their defense, leaning into engagements. They've found that scarpered with the most recent, but understandably so, when Fnatic's really started to pinch and pull these players out of position. You want to do this, be a little bit more cautious, try and find some survival instincts on the back of that. As soon as they start to learn your game, change it up, mix it and reverse it. Quick pressure from a buck to a hard wall. No further will you pass. They have a backline here and some modicum of support, but with 2 hard destructors on the board, it's probably only a matter of time.
Yes, but there's also some impacts available there for the players playing around trophies. So if they are lucky, they might be able to just land it in the right spot. as they do open up onto break room just to cut down these two sides up above in half, which really makes it so the player inside of Armory is not going to be able to get any support from the player inside of Archives, which basically leaves Afro all up alone above.
We've seen Afro swung towards this position from the other side, and now he might be under pressure from the other, but look at this, Fnatic, they're really getting in quite tight, quite aggressive. Yura, it's not a rotate around swing, but look, 3 blue bodies either side and a drone out. He took the right time to take the time to get out of there. Light, he's eyeing up the chance of just applying a bit of pressure back on here to anyone that might drift across the board and get a little bit too happy with the idea of this floor being entirely cleared. They've thrown everybody down, but border can be decisively quick.
They can. There's only a single C4 available on Taipon, which they could use to eliminate some of that pressure up on the top floor. But if you look at how spread out they are, really trying to get into that main lobby, shut down whoever is coming from that angle, but that's not going to be the main priority. It looks like Fnatic is setting themselves up for a normal workshop plans.
Choppy holding off on the angle, had a massive impact over the previous few rounds, hasn't found a body yet towards this. There's a little bit of a tuck in just before the site itself if they want to try and find some clarity here around the other side of seating at Shin. That might be an element of danger before they even get close towards swinging onto the beepers or onto detention on either side. Do they know that he's just tacked up above them? No, is the response. Lily, an easy removal, a quick flight back. You're looking at 10 seconds and a drop down towards the site itself. This defensive play and the change of pace here from the side of FAV has worked wonders. They've rotated back up towards the top. Rami's going to see if he can stick the plant, but at this point, as the pressure comes around from every which way, the last little modicum of Fnatic holds a bit of a ground, but a 1 versus 3, Rami's in the Lion's Den. And they were hungry. FAV, they find themselves on map point.
This time the rotation in time up above to strike together with the remaining FAV players who were looking to retake that workshop, make it their own. You mentioned it, map point, a single opportunity for them now to try and find a full 3. And surely this is when we get a tactical timeout from either of these teams. No? Okay. Just wanted to continue. That's all fine by me as well. I mean, Fnatic, they had the momentum for the majority of this half as well.
I mean, is it fine by you?
I'm just saying, I expected it to come.
No,
but,
well, we recorded a podcast yesterday, so it won't be out yet, but go and listen to it when it comes out.
I will.
We're talking to Onigiri. And one of the things that we did talk about was coaches and their role, because there was a round where obviously they've got Laxing as a coach, and he called a timeout at this exact sort of moment because he knew that they needed to get their head screwed on. And Onigiri, you know, and I'll paraphrase because you should all go listen to him. He gave some very wonderful, insightful answers about the state of the game from a professional player. Says that's kind of the role of coaches that you found nowadays. It's less about driving the tactics for some and more about this, the mental game, knowing when to be able to take the step away. And he sort of highlighted as something that as a pro player you don't really think about because you want to just keep going sometimes. You want to just keep hitting the boards. But a steady hand on the shoulder to sort of get your head screwed back on is worth its weight in all the precious materials in the world. Not just gold.
I was just going to say, looking for gold or you
not
for
just gold.
But not just gold. No, but you know, this is why I expected Fnatic to maybe call it now, but at the same time, they are the leading charge for the majority of this half. They just had one of these slip-ups. Do you really want to give FAV an opportunity to discuss? Because they have been on the back foot throughout the last 5 rounds, even though they are a match point right now. So maybe it is better to just keep going. I don't know. But you had them available. And Choppy, who has been on a very strong second half, needing to strike big here. He's very well aware of the fact that there might be Capcan traps around. He's checking every single door, doesn't want to pass through before he knows it's clear, because that would be detrimental if someone blows up that like that now.
They flood themselves to a bit of control here over the side of CC up to the top. And the rafters above, sitting and the waiting below. But with eyes towards office, where a lot of pressure came through on before, they're going to make sure that the push is a little bit strict here. However, the change of pace is FAV's. As I said before, it seemed like on the previous round, they're playing themselves a little bit safer, a little bit more out of the immediate reach of the Fnatic players. They're going to try and waste and bait intel and information as they did before. But then the re-emergence, instead of playing for holds and takes, go for a little bit more on the angle of retakes as Choppy finds his way across the top of the boards, and still drones continuing further, a minute 30. And Fnatic haven't been able to find an opening body, which before, in the rounds that they took, seemed a lot more easy.
Now the hatches are closed and electrified as well, which will make it a lot more difficult to get rid of it. Yes, you do have impact EMPs, but everybody needs to be in the right position at that moment to open up that one hatch into that bathroom. That's a crucial hatch because that stops Shin from playing as freely as he could inside the site directly itself. And he just still started C4, was unable to find any connection, but they instead just want to go for a straight B side take. The also Talon shield will be coming into play right here to see if they can get the plan down.
Very good use of the new pocket EMPs as well. They hit both on the targets. They realized that it could be either at the top or the bottom. But the problem is there, the breach itself isn't made full fat. The claw is at the top of it. They cannot quite get the angle.
It's a jump.
First little strict sort of play on it, was it? And as you said, yeah, at that point, they're going to have to try and drive themselves through. They don't have a grenade to roll through the gap and get it popped in another manner here. The take across the top, they pull themselves back ground. Realize the flash and the stun light isn't going to overstay their welcome here. They get themselves close towards the drop, the fight around waiting room, and the rotate as Mag sees if he can stick the kit. In the meantime, a full 10 people on the board engagement, and there it is, trying to find their way through. They had no idea that he'd just gone for the hop and gone for the plant itself. Mag, he's now tucked in. He has himself in a little pocket of safety. They have all the angles they need just to get this cover down, and suddenly this arms-off game from FAV is entirely coming back to bite them. A 3 versus 3 versus 2. A bit of a scrappy lead back in. They've got some wrested control of the site itself, but that is a hold from Ramu that is very tricky to break. Behind that, see-through glass. Afri with the run out doesn't get him too far. We're going to OT.
We are going to overtime indeed, and a slight mistake there from FAV. They hadn't created any holes into the side itself. You saw Capcan walking up after that, firing his 9x19 VSN through that wall, hoping to create a big enough gap to get the C4 through to stop that diffuser in time. Not the case. No holes, no lines of sight. They just managed to get in, and suddenly you are stuck. You're very stuck. You do not have that top floor control anymore. They have the east stairs. They have that, well, hole that isn't really the breach hole they were hoping for, but at least it's visual.
And they utilized it very well. They're Ramu the positioning. They made the best of a bad batch.
Yes.
And, you know, you can ask for more. It's one of the things that, to be honest, we talked about a lot, wanting Mag into this lineup and the roster. When we saw Fnatic struggling on their attacks, Mag was always a playmaker. He wasn't always top of the board in frags. He wasn't always sort of playing around the kit itself, but he was there to sort of give them options and ideas. He was a good ideas guy. You needed an ideas guy in the room.
And you need someone that just makes the call as well, even though if it might be a bit risky, like jumping through that window, but due to the fact there was no lines of sight out there, you can just jump in.
Yeah.
Like, they probably wanted to open it up, get the Talon shield, do a little sidestep, place it down, plan right behind it, and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But because they left it soft, they make the call to just jump in instead because there's nothing there to challenge them. And those kind of plays, those kind of calls, they need to be made. And that's what they lacked before, as you just mentioned, indeed.
OT. Two sides, 4-2. Either side almost was locked out here. And for the first time in this split in APAC North, we're going to have somebody not get the full 3 points or lose the full 3. It's not good news, really, for either of these teams. Let's be honest, when we talk about how close the wire is, the C4 out the window won't quite get the full catch. Shin takes a lot of damage. But it's actually Yura that has the cover and support. Somehow, Chibisu isn't quite able to get the survive. They lose a very early big lead in there. They also lose their Osa.
Yeah, and that's two of those Talon shields. They are see-through, of course, but they give you so much information as the attacker playing right behind it. You can decide when you take the swing onto the player looking at you. You lose those. That's going to be stopping many planting opportunities if you do not have full control of the side itself yet. So they need to be a bit more decisive now on the side of Fnatic if they want to lock it off this round.
Well, they just popped to get rid of that C4 in the window, so it's an option later on, and they hope that it's out of the stretch. Shinny's on the far side of Narnia right now from where he was before. He's making sure that, well, hoping he goes a bit unchecked. He doesn't have a huge amount of health, so surprise and stealth is going to be his biggest asset at this moment in time. Fnatic, a body down. As I talked about, usually on their attacks, they were quite good and quite kind of aggressive in getting that first body. They tried to be that here, but it's gone away from them. Euro with the heavy-hitting DMR is making a bit of a statement at the top of the core, the metal stairs. Do they know this player is here? Will he go unchecked? He wasn't caught out on that drone. There was a hit on a window as they ambled their way past. Oh, Shin, are you going to be the worst surprise Fnatic have suffered today?
They definitely don't know as Mac takes some damage from up above in CCTV down into detention. So he definitely has the opportunity to rotate back up, but no C4. So really the only thing he can rely on is hoping that someone walks by his light quite close as well. C4 pops out. That's a guarantee. No guaranteed kill. I was going to say that's just going to be free kill onto Lily out there.
That's reaction speeds of Lily.
That is really quick.
The drone went through at the same second. He read what those blurred objects were, and he made sure the line wasn't as blurred. Tucked tail. Pulled himself back in. The pressure comes here towards light. They obviously don't have the immediate use of being able to pop themselves down and out of that hatch itself in terms of their own pockets, but they're going to see if they can hold on to the position for as long as possible. Shin, in the meantime, he's able to finally strike, finds Mag on the far side. Not sure if it was a long wait and kill, but there it is. It's suddenly just Ramu left with the kit, 20 seconds. Gets a triple for the round. He's really been doing the business, but unfortunately for him, the rest of the team could not. There's a width, there's an engagement, there's a drive towards a site that's otherwise not had a huge amount of pressure onto it. Has to just blindside all the way through and somehow makes it on an entirely uncovered run here. And, well, they have no clue, so he's going to stick it. There's a fight that's about to happen. They're looking for the engagement. He gets a quick he gets an ace! Ramu should not have been allowed to do that!
They didn't check the corner. They were too far away. And that was a FAV round. They just thrown away. Ramu perfectly played out. He just went for it. He just sidelined. He didn't care if someone was right behind that mirror window. He needed to get that plan down. That was the only way he would potentially win that round. And he did with an ace.
And the plant.
And the plant. And a clutch.
The 6-person ace.
That's the second ace we had this game. And now Fnatic on match point, which should have been Favs going into the attack, into the favorite site themselves. They were looking properly set up to potentially even win it here. But Fnatic really dealing a very big blow to them with that ace. A 1v3 in the end, a couple of seconds left. They knew exactly where he was, but did not know where he was going. That was a difference maker there. Well done by Ramu. And now, Fav, how do you come back from that?
Another ace.
Another ace.
Third ace of the game.
Go ahead.
I mean,
who's going to make it?
That should not have happened, but it did, and that's what we've got to now work with. Fnatic, they pull out. Well, I say they.
Okay, that's not a great start.
No. Yura, twice in a row, they've been able to get a very early body, this time both with the DMR. One on the attack, one on the defense. This time, instead of Chibisu being on the wrong end for it,
it's a very long angle.
Yeah, wow.
That is all the way from the back of the spawn to half wall. And that's why you pre-fired at. Like, they probably try this every single scrim. Like, they've done it 1,000 times, and one of the 1,000 times they get that kill.
Oh, yeah.
It just happens to be in an official game where they are a match point behind now. Chopi looking very aggressive towards Shin. If Shin does decide to go past that window, might lose his life. Chibisu as well. Fnatic ready to take these fights aggressively now.
Yeah, holding hope and holding on to this as the calls start to come through. They'll generally know that a player's in this position. He's giving himself as much stretch, and he has an option to drop out as well. But look, you've got one on the upside down rappel. They're checking behind the monitors itself. This next one's going to bounce towards his angle. He's got to be in a position to react to it, but it will be that final call that we roughly know where you are. Holding onto the break room door, you've got Choppy offering the support as well from the far side of Fountain or Office, I believe. They've got that attention to detail. They're giving themselves just that extra width, and oh, there's a hell of a take. Chibisu takes the head off of Shin. The kit goes cold.
More importantly, relieves a lot of pressure because now doesn't have to worry about the break room for just a couple of seconds before that kit is going to be recovered. But it's also one body less on the board that will be challenged. And as Typon retakes that spot, it is Yura that will find Chopi before Chibisu responds and finds him back. So Fnatic continuing this trade game now.
Jibisu doing all of the important work here inside CCTV. One onto break, and then the swing through there. Finally, put out of the misery of FAV. They're able to get themselves a kill without it having a response. Typon creeping his way through onto CCTV via break. They have some of the control of 90 itself, but Lily might be that difference maker. If he's gone unchecked, well, he's able to check them out. The kick goes cold once again. The breach from behind him. He suddenly got the awareness that it's this 2 versus 2. Does he know where the player is? How long ago was that planted? He swings around into long corridor, and he's able to take the head off of Afro. Light is all that's left here of the hope of FAV pulling 2 points of this engagement. They've pulled themselves and tucked on the opposite side of the hard wall. He's gonna swing that side first. There's a pre-fire that comes through. He hits one, gets the down, looks for the second, can't quite get it. It's a pocket full of seconds. He's gonna sprint to the side, seeing he pull off the same magic as before. He's doing it dangerously close to the door. There's a spray through, and Fnatic take the 2 points.
These last 2 rounds from FAV, very scrappy. Should have been theirs, both of them. But Fnatic able to fight back. The resilience on this team is what allowed them to push all the way through. And whilst it might only be 2 points rather than the full 3 they would have hoped for, it is still a victory. It is still improvement compared to their last stages. So they can be very happy with that. They made some really cool calls, I have to say. Some nice decisions which led them to winning rounds that shouldn't have been theirs. And as well, that ace is something to definitely discuss about.
I mean, I saw the desk walk in, nattering and shaking their heads, so we'll throw it over to them to see their opinions after this break.
Welcome back, friends. I know we're going to need a moment to kind of breathe and take in all that happened in the game. Perfect timing for us to bring up our victors. Got Mag from Fnatic. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Konnichiwa, Mag-san. How are you doing? Congratulations on the win.
Konnichiwa. Thank you very much. Very good, but also a lot closer than it should have been, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. Let's take it from the top. Okay, first up, Border. Why specifically this map?
We know their bans because most of their players are from previous iterations of sort of our team, and also Ramu has also been on that team. So we pretty much knew what they're going to ban. They knew what we were going to ban. So we just ended up on Border. At the end, it came down to Oregon, Border, and... Oh, it was Oregon? No, it wasn't. We banned Oregon, actually.
Let me double check.
We banned Oregon.
Why?
Yeah, we banned. They banned Oregon last, so we ended up. I was wait. All right, let's start from the top. Let's start from the top. Basically, the last 3 maps. Oh my gosh, the last 3 maps was Border, Oregon, and
Theme park.
Theme park.
And you banned Oregon.
We were gonna. Yes. So we knew coming onto Theme park, we were gonna have a defensive start, which is very good on Theme park, very defender-sided map. And we also knew that they were very comfortable on Oregon, so we decided that, banning Oregon was the best thing to do to throw them out of their comfort zone. Sorry to make that so long. Oh my goodness me, it's been a long time since an interview, sorry.
Go ahead, you got all the time in the world, man.
I love it.
So it happened there. You go to Border, and it's not a good time in the start of it, especially that first half. It looked like you weren't really able to find your footing with that defense start. Again, 4-2 attack is pretty normal. That's what you would expect on Border. But what did you feel was the struggle playing defense on Border?
No, for sure. I think you really hit the nail on the head. Like we didn't play like ourselves, as they always say. We were very slow. The communication wasn't that like energetic sort of thing. But for sure, I think the biggest thing was that we would just get opening picked, and then from then it would just start to crumble. But as we got that first round back, we were able to get the momentum going, get the talk going, and really be able to cover each other a lot more. So the slow start really forced us into going to overtime, I guess. But historically, even in this season, we've been a very, very good defender-sided team. So hopefully next time, we'll learn from this and we'll make sure to hit the ground running as soon as the game starts.
Okay, some lessons, I guess, to be taken from this. Any lessons specific to Border that you think, because you went on to the second half and you were, doing well on the attack, which, like I said, was expected on the attack, but it got hairy, it was 6-5. There was a potential for us not to go to OT.
Yeah, so what was the question?
What pulled you back on that second half on attack?
Oh, honestly, not much. We just played the game. We droned for opportunities and we went for it. You saw us coming in through a castle barricade to kill someone in security. Like, it wasn't really anything, just that we trusted each other. We trusted Ramu's calls and we just went for it. I think specifically, though, Ramu's clutch, definitely a
that's the next topic.
Game.
That's the next topic.
Yes, go on.
There is no
Go
way
on.
in hell he should have ever won that round. Let alone, even if he was just, the 1v2 and then he clutches at the end. And then you add on top of it, he actually aced the round and then won it in this way. That's incredible. What happened there?
Honestly, we never gave up in the round, and Ramu never gave up in the round, even though it was, 1v4, however many people it was. People were on cams, were calling, what's clear, what's not clear, what to be careful for, and Ramu just popped off. Like, I think too many people nowadays in scrims and competition specifically will always, in those situations, just play for kills, But there's always that 1% that you can win it, and it happened today, and that's what win rounds. So I think, credit to Ramu and credit to everyone else that we believed in him, no matter, how disadvantageous the situation was.
Now, one thing I was seeing really from both teams on Border, and maybe this is intrinsic to the map itself, is how difficult droning is to get information and then relay it and then be able to capitalize on top of it. Is this something that you found you had a few struggles with on Border or in general?
Yes, for sure. I think the map itself, as soon as a drone comes in a building or a window, it's very safe for the attackers to destroy, that drone and just watch the entrance. Like, it's hard to refrag a drone when, first of all, you take one step in the building and you'll get killed from someone, but there's so many other angles that you have to be aware of that you sort of have to take little sections on Border. Like people take east stairs, then they'll move on to security, or they'll push office side. I think it's just, taking these little areas with good droning and acting on the drone straight away, which, helps the fact that you might lose drones at the start.
And I'll ask you one final more, I guess, round-specific question. Is the round when you're planting, downstairs, you had the option to kind of go and plant inside of the office or in a bathroom, and suddenly, even though the wall was not completely open, we see you planting, and you're set up, you get a frag off of the plant right after it, and it seems like FAV didn't really know how to react to that. What helped you give the call in the moment to just say, okay, boys, we're going in, we're planting, and we're getting out of there?
This was the toilet defense, right? Where I planted in. Yes.
In office.
So that we made that. Sorry, Rama called that on the fly. We've never done that before. He said, we're going to do a skylight take. I want Mag, you go OSA, so we take security, all of this. So leading up to that, everything was setting up for that plant. But then the wall doesn't get open. I'm like, oh gosh, oh no, I can't walk in. I have to go through the window. But honestly, I think the lack of C4 from FAV really enabled me to be able to go for the plant. But we had all the cover we needed from any peaks itself. So C4 was the only problem there. But, I droned the site. I saw it was clear. And I gave the call, guys, we're going in. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. And I jump in and I plant. I actually killed Jaeger through the drone hole in toilet, which is unfortunate for him. But yeah, look, it was actually set up from the start of the round. And that was actually really good round for the first time trying that attack. So yeah, I was really glad.
That's pretty impressive on-the-fly execution, if you ask me. And now, to wrap it all up, next Playday you go up against Spear. What can we expect now from Fnatic? Because Playday 3 is kind of the one that, Des was talking about at the beginning of our show, is day 3 in APAC North is when we really start to separate teams of who can make it actually to the major and not. And it seems like today, with that extra win, you're putting yourselves in the corner.
Yeah, hopefully look another win. At the moment, including RJL, we are on a 5-game win streak. So hoping to make that 7 over the weekend and then 8 next week. Just only up from here. Our team is improving, week by week. And we're not stopping here.
Well. Thank you very much, Mag, for the interview. As always, congratulations on your victory. And rest up. We'll see you next week for next game. For all of the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in. Fnatic versus Spear. That'll be game number 3 of APAC Playday number 4. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. Sayonara.
Thank you.
There it is. Always a good time to have a chat with Mag.
I love Mag.
Yeah, it helps a lot more because in APAC North, we usually have to go through translators and you have to kind of work around the questions of that. But with Mag, very easy. We can talk about it and make it quite simple. But it was not a simple game for Fnatic. They still made it through this.
They did in the end. It was, as you said in the interview, very rough in the first 3 rounds. And I thought, oh no, they're playing static. They're being forced to move. They're moving into crossfires that have been set up by FAV. And I thought this could easily be 5, 6, half. It looks really, really dire. Though many know that attack generally is the way that you lean towards on border. Once things switched over, you saw that swing back. But I think given the scoreline, you also can't really write FAV off in this one, to be honest, Demo.
No, I think FAV have definitely improved. I mean, they got 4 attacks in the game, whereas they've only had really 2 attack wins over the 9 rounds that they played previously. So it is an improvement on that regard for FAV.
Look at it in the Mark 14
I mean, even though they've lost, there's another MVP, and it's going to be on FAV. And Europe definitely stepped up, I think, better today. I mentioned that his entries were not good last week. Look at the difference now. I also think Light, I think he played well on the Nook. I'm surprised that there was a Finker ban today from Fnatic.
You know why that is? That's because of the revenge talk. Those two were obviously on Fnatic last stage. When you're coming up against Fnatic, what better time to put on a show, right? It's personal at that point.
Pretty much. And to be fair with Light, the rounds that they actually did lose on the attacks for FAV, it was because they actually lost him very early on. It seemed as if they were kind of centric around Light, and it looks as if they were waiting for him to make the play. That is obviously a good way. If he has a good game, you're going to do really well. But in those rounds that he gets picked off first, you could see that FAV just didn't know what to do. I think there was a round there, they were attacking customs. They had, it was a Monty Fermite, it was a 2v3. They were running around like headless chickens. They didn't really know what they needed to do next. That's really the only worry for FAV.
To kind of jump back on Fnatic for a second, because they're a team that I'm thinking now, okay, they're looking good again. Best of the rest in a way for me. I think with how things are shaping up, this is probably their roughest game of the stage. They got pulled to a difficult map against a team that wanted to make it real dirty. They've came away with 2 points. Sure, it's not 3, but things are still looking up for them. And again, as Mag was saying, week on week, we're getting better. Under Ramu's kind of tutelage, I guess, and leadership as the IGL, you're really starting to see them shine. And I'm hoping we see more of that moving forwards. Against Spear, Should be good.
Should be a good one for Fnatic, but then the big test will be Fnatic versus Sandbox. And then the last Playday that might actually, if Fnatic continue on with the runs, might decide who goes into the top 2 because they'll be playing CAG. So
they've got to beat CAG.
Who at that point will be qualified, as we know.
Yes.
Most
They
probably. And that'll be, a big heartbreak for DWG KIA fans and DWG KIA themselves. There's so much that's happening, and I cannot wait. This is good. More competition that we have in APAC North, the better it is for all of us and for all of you that are watching it. Speaking of which, thank you very much, Demo and Deskachu. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, all Korean for Talon versus DWG KIA.
Through and Fnatic take the 2.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright. Ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I worked too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now.
Welcome back, friends, to APAC North. Talon versus DWG KIA is about to begin. And yes, you've seen it. Yas is on this Damwon roster to play today. First up, though, let's talk about Talon and what they have to offer. I'm Medic, who's on the desk. With me are Deskachu and Demo. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's have a chat about Talon.
Let's. Very happy to talk about Talon.
Go ahead.
They've been through tumultuous time, you might say. A couple of roster changes coming in. They brought in Marble and Meta in the last stage, and to begin with, things were looking pretty good. Until they came up against DWG KIA on Oregon last stage, where they lost 7-4 and got slapped about. And the problem there really came in, I think, the form of Marble not playing as well as he could have been. He was their primary entry. He was bottom rated in a number of games. This stage, they've actually put him on the bench and are now playing with Canos again. So they're still trying to find the perfect formula that really fits for them, I think. I'm hoping we see them play well today. Last week was a good start, but they've already shown, I think, over the last few games they have played, it's still very much a work in progress.
Talon have really good players. I think any of them on their day can pop off and be a big game changer. It's just none of them can find consistency. I don't think you can find a player in that roster who is always going to have a good game. It seem to be all five of them. It's either they're hot or they're not.
Yeah. Maybe I'm a little bit biased as well, but I think probably on any given play day, they play well as a team. They're not a team that looks erratic and crazy and a little bit insane. You're like, you guys have clearly got no plan coming together here. What the hell is going on? It does always feel there's intent there, but like Demo said, consistency across players has kind of been the issue. If they're not having anyone fragging out, of course you're not going to beat these other teams you're coming up against at this level of competition. So it's that level of skill we need to see kind of elevate, wrap it in the team play that we have seen historically, and then you'll start to see consistent results.
Well, both of the teams, both Talon and DWG KIA, that is, took L's against Cyclops, who proved over 2 days that they could play completely differently depending on their opponent. So that's something that we can pick apart and take from those games. And I'm sure Talon themselves were looking intently at that CAG versus Damwon game to see what they can pull out of it. But Damwon, what can they do today? Because Yas is back to play today, though.
He is back. And obviously, we know there's been some internal struggles with DWG KIA, and now they said that things have been fixed. This DWG KIA side needs to come out today and absolutely batter the living daylights out of Talon to get the confidence back.
They do.
They need to. We have to remember, yes, they're in a bad slump. Yes, we know they're playing bad Siege. We understand that. But we know that they can still have the qualities to be a world-class team because they've shown us that already. They need to get back to that former glory. Obviously, we've seen sides such as TSM in the recent times have kind of hit that slump. NIP have hit those slumps. You know, these big teams that we consider being unbelievable sides on their day. Sometimes that consistency isn't always being put across. But I think today for DWG KIA, if they want to get us back in thinking, yeah, they'll be at the major, yeah, they'll be in the top two, they need to win today. If they don't, I think the ship's gone, honestly.
If they lose to Talon today, that's a massive dent, right? Because again, we're talking about 2 teams going to the major, not 4. You drop more than a couple of games, chances are someone else is only losing 1, and then you.
DWG KIA still have a Sandbox to go through as well, which we know we're going to be the other team competing for that top 2.
Yeah, they look a bit shaky at the minute, so I'm not super convinced by that. But if they play well today, different conversation.
You go even more into macro when it comes to SI, which is okay. Now, if the teams that weren't consistently winning through the year, i.e. DWG KIA and CAG, for example, and Sandbox, if they're not in the top 3, then it's going to be a rough time for APAC as a whole because the SI slots are, predicated on can you collect enough points through the year and not did you do well in one stage and the other. So a lot of variables that we have to think about. And of course, we'll be talking about SI later in the stage. That's when it will really matter as we get closer to it. But our map for the series, which one will it be? Talon versus Damwon. Now, these 2 teams have faced off against one another in many ways here in APAC North and in the Korean Open. Damwon will have the last say. They take us to Oregon, and that's the attacking starting side. Talon on defense, the map that usually big teams go on to die. I'm sorry, we can put border aside, but this is the one.
I was looking across at Emmy then because they literally cast this game last stage. It was, again, like I said earlier on, 7-4 to DWG KIA on Oregon. It's literally a repeat of the exact same game from stage 2. Looking back then, again, the only player that went positive for Talon was Misa. They've changed a couple of things around. Like I say, Marble, who was bottom rated, is out. Canos is in. They're looking to change things around. Is now the time to capitalize on DWG KIA when they've just brought Yas back and maybe aren't as aware as maybe they were back when they had PGH on side? Possibly, but personally, I don't know how you feel, Demo. I felt in the first game out of DWG KIA especially, they played very similar to how they did when they had Yas in the team anyway. It wasn't a play style change, it was just a player change. Is this going to be some grand leveling up that means they'll absolutely stomp Talon? Not 100% sure.
It's Oregon, which I think is probably a good map to get them back into the way of things. It is it's basic. There's nothing that should be confusing. I mean, if Damwon Kia don't play a good Oregon, I really do worry at that stage. You know, I mean, there's nothing there's nothing complicated with Oregon. There's nothing that you should be surprised about. Everything's been said and done for the past 3 years now since that map got reworked and, you know, the staple it is now. So it's a good way to get them back into it, and I think they need to come out and have a good 7-3, 7-4, I think is acceptable. Even if we see an overtime, I still worry, because even that drop point could be a big game changer.
Yeah, every point's going to matter, especially with Cyclops on the rise, and who knows who else will be contending. We saw Fnatic. Maybe they can continue. A lot on the line here for Damwon Kia and for Talon to prove. Thank you very much, Des and Demo. We'll toss it to our casters. It's happening. Enjoy.
Well, thank you very much, Milosh. And what's Yas got to do with it? We're going to find out right now. He's obviously been missing for the past 2 days, benched, or 2 play days even. And now it's time to, I guess, see if it's helped.
We was just resting a little bit, you know, a small break in between. See if he can use all that energy into this game now. You know, the energy of 3 Yases into 1. It's a terrifying thought.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's how it works.
You take the bench.
You just bench them, and then you bank the energy.
It's like a conserved energy.
It's like extra batteries you charge, right?
Yeah, and then
you just put them all in now.
Oh. I just saw. Go on. Good luck. That was just, I want to kill you.
Yeah. Which will be translating to intergame, don't worry.
Because it's 2 obviously Korean teams as well, so that might have been directed at our observer.
I'd be very worried if
Is it easy? Makes sense.
I think it's actually medics now.
Also makes sense.
Oh, it is easy. Jesus, you don't need to be so rude to me.
They don't hear it on broadcast. He said he loves you.
Yes.
Ying is the first removal. Ying is the first ban here on what is Double Down, a repeat Oregon. This is said by Derry Desertu Descatu Dolt.
Yeah.
It was a 7-4 last time.
It was a 7-4 last time. I was just checking if we see any of the same bans coming through. Not quite the case. So far, both of them have been different. Kate as well to be removed. I can understand that because of the impact grenades. They do have limited range. You would be forced to go for a Thatcher if you need to deal with a Kate on the board. Especially if you're thinking about these hatches. Like you can place them, like the Kate claws, in such angles where it only needs to touch it for a single pixel. And if you then toss the EMP grenade in the middle of the hatch, might not get it. So you need to really drone out where it was coming from. So in that case, a Thatcher would be necessary to be in the board to deal with all that. We're headed to the top floor first. As Talon will start off on that defense. See if they can lead in strong here against Damwon Kia, who mentioned before on the desk as well, have had some changes, but now reverted back to their old selves. But that could also be a bit of a dangerous thing, because I would assume they've been scrimming with PGA.
But I think this is the thing, is what old self? Because you have a couple of areas of Damwon Kia. You have Damwon Kia when they were Sweden quarterfinalists, the first Korean team to make it. And then
round away from from finals as well.
And then you had the Damwon Kia of most recent majors where they didn't even make one of them. They sort of have really struggled in the new phase of the game. There's a couple of theories that go around. The most common one that I heard from pro players that played against them was they learned how to read DK.
Yeah.
Damwon Kia's game became one that could be pieced together. The same way a lot of teams learn how to play against old BDS, and BDS started to drop off. The same thing happened to Damwon Kia. So maybe some time away, and you hope, as they said, that it's not just that they swap the players out, but there's a little bit of a new energy about them.
Yeah, they need to change their way of playing, right? If you continue playing that same game time and time again, people will know about your weaknesses and will know how to exploit those as well. But as Yas is in, he's looking to put up some pressure instantly from the top of the armory stairs. Sees a punch-up from T3, so aware of the fact that someone's out there now. And the big question is Damwon Kia even going to be trying to get rid of that player?
Well, that's it, because obviously the player inside T3, they have a pocket reinforcement and the rotate if they want to drop out, but they do have a bit of a presence. I think Woogieman is currently around the bottom of the tower. Yep, he is making a steady approach just to see if they can cut it off. Even if they just force this player to have to rotate and lock it, they've done some work. But that does take a little bit of work. How much guts does Soldier have? How much confidence does he have in being able to stay here, engage, and try and find a fight?
sees a drone there. So he's like, no, I'm not rotating out. I'm definitely staying up here as he tries to take it out. There he goes.
Now he's taking the drone, and now he could go for the rotate.
Yes, exactly.
So he's basing the audio, playing against it, punches the window to sort of keep them guessing, and the guessing game is the important one. As you said, though, DK, they've put themselves elsewhere. Misa suffers a big explosion. You assume the pressure onto a grenade, potentially from the far side of a Flores drone from the pockets of Rin, as they're forcing their way through, but it's Rin that gets the gun behind the engagement, takes care of Misa, gets control of Trophy, and suddenly had a bit of a hold, but Canos on the loose thread underneath might be a problem.
Now there is a flank drone located right underneath that, and that needs to be watched. You see it light up from time and time again, but Coda just removed it. So suddenly there is a bit of an opening they can use to go for a rotation, Canos, that is. If he chooses the right moment to strike, could be detrimental, could find Kota, could even find more if they are all pushing through into games.
There's Soldier taking the rotate. Finally, you hear the window break and the pre-fire, but Woogieman is a step too late. However, Soldier suffers. Now, he's able to just get a little bit of a scrap of damage from the long range they opened on the side of Trophy. Takes the drop down and the rotate itself, buys himself some safety inside Attic, and they've got to play this guessing game again with 30 seconds. Canos, when will you strike? That's the big question right now, because you have 3 players sitting roughly around the Trophy side, one on Armory stairs, one just outside the bedroom door, and one angling up the idea of a breach. There it is, Katsang. He's trying to tuck himself in. Coated gets caught by Canos round on the back stairs. There's a swing round, an important take back, but Canos is this power position player. Misses the rotate because of the cover of the smoke itself. They've been able to get the kid into sight, but Demic has a different story about that. Woogieman gets it picked back up and tucks round onto the back of the foosball table, and Yas has that final kill. DK just eke out the win.
I think Yas hasn't even really entered the building. He's been on the rappel for the majority of it, able to find that final kill. So DK indeed will be able to find that first victory. Even though Canos managed to come in at the right timing, you would say, for that flank, finds one, almost finds a second. But the rest of Talon started to fall just a little bit too quickly on that side. So couldn't really capitalize too much of that flank that was about to come down. It's the first round for DWG KIA. And as mentioned before, they are facing some heat. They want to go to the major. They want to secure themselves for the 6th Invitational. And that forces them to play this stage well. They need to have a solid performance in there to secure themselves for, first of all, SI, the biggest tournament of the year, but as well as the November Major, which is most likely what they will be looking for on the short term to qualify for. And for those of you that are new to APAC, we basically say it every single game. It's not a top 4 that goes through from APAC North, because we also have APAC South, which means it's top 2 from either of those regions. And there's only 7 games. Every point matters even more so than it does in EU or NA. Or BR6 for that matter.
All right, DK, you've got your first off the board. It came down to a little bit of a back and forth. The strike from Canos, I mean, it was always down to timing. They went for the double down. If the second fight had won out there as well, onside the rotation onto walk-in, it could have been a Talon round. It's really just one engagement tips the entire balance of how that pulls itself together. The trade out of the drones, 1 for 1. This one's newer, nicer, cleaner, and doesn't quite survive.
Also taken out. Second one just prepared as well, but first opening up that doorway, and you do that to put up some pressure. That means he's not going to be chasing down that drone as much as he otherwise would, as Ren finds himself up in the top floor. A free kill onto Misa. And so that is going to be another entry here for DWG KIA. They'll be more than happy with that one.
Yeah, Rin on that role of the Ash. It's one that when we first saw DWG KIA come together, they played quite frequently and very well. And here they've struggled recently in terms of getting into the gun engagements, but when they have it on game, they are very much on. Canos might be under a bit of pressure next, but it's actually Soldier instead. Takes the drop onto the hatch itself, pulls themselves back. It's often 2 stories of destruction. They're stacked up to hold onto this, the angle with the shotgun, but with that hatch soft and open, it makes things very dangerous for a long hold here.
Just wants to hold on with that shotgun now onto the freezer stairs, but he needs to be careful because the single drone is going to be giving away his current position if it does decide to push through. Maybe they just thought, oh, that's a flashback. Completely blind now. Soldier forced to fall back to at least some extent until he regains some of that vision, but he's not so sure anymore. He doesn't know where these players are from the side of DWG KIA. Thus, he falls back because it's like they might be on the top already. I'm not quite sure, so he doesn't want to take that risk.
Wow, they're playing this elbow extension for the end now at this point. I'm just going to see if the smokes can keep things lasting. They don't have the hard wall to cover off that if this drops. The E1D pulses across the top. The roller drones easily caught out there. The next and reveal the player just around the side of Harry Potter. The flash rolls behind them. They're putting pressure onto Pillar. Soldier off for some support on the swing round, but it's Katsang from the blue door. Just charges on through. The drop of the hatch comes. They're inside E-Box. They're looking for the fight onto the swing of the soft, and it's caught out. Finally gets the end of Soldier there, who's forced back. Demic is next on the board. Marble, all that's left. And Elbow was his power position, but DK didn't even care for it. DK 2 rounds.
Very, very dominating this round as well. Expected the hatch drop to be the one that got Canis in the end there when he was playing on Harry Potter, but didn't quite see the blue player coming through from the doorway there to shut him down. And that suddenly opens up all those floodgates, right? Because you might have the entry, but there's still 4 players down on the site. You need to get another opening. And it's either the elbow opening or you need to get the player down on the pillar, because as soon as you get pillar, main stairs can start pushing down. The hatch can start to be dropped. You can take the entire area into your own control. That's exactly what DWG KIA did well there. And thus they lead 2-0 on their attack. Talon on their defense, still looking to find something, heading back up towards that top floor. Realizing there might have been something there they could have utilized a bit better. Even though it was a 1v4 in the end there. Canis able to find one on the flank, nothing more than that. If you now look over to the right side of your screen, you do see an Amaru on the board.
You do?
At least repick could still be swapped out.
Okay. I mean, you technically do see it.
We do see it for now.
Whether you see it in the round.
And I think this might be used to go quickly put some pressure down onto T3. However, Soldier is climbing up now. And this might be the first opening engagement of this round. Because Woogieman is... He's already having his Garo hook out. Spots the player, okay, so now knows he cannot go in freely. Needs a bit of support. Drone has been taken out. So where's it going to be going from? He's ready to go with that Garo hook. He just needs some support.
And that's it. You need a bit of audio, a bit of noise, and a bit of damage. Soldier, he's playing around on this position. Going to play on a ladder for a little bit once again. Try and slowly sneak their way down to a position where they might be able to bait a bit more attention. They are drawing definitely some. You can see the repel on the far side around Armory window as they're steadying. Actually, DK's main pressure is coming here towards Trophy once again. Oh, yes.
Just trying to run through.
Oh, yes. Dove in, got the revenge kill. They did obviously lose Rin in it, but there's Katsang over the shoulder, takes care of Soldier. That was the sign for Woogieman now to head up. They've got this, the open breach on the back. It's not going to be locked unless somebody throws their life towards it. So Talon in one swoop have lost Trophy and Attic.
And if they throw their life at it to try and close it, that is going to be another kill to come through for DWG KIA, almost certainly. So they need to rely a little bit on what they have currently. This camera just has spotted out Woogieman, though. They know he's going to be coming from the attic side, or at least has the opportunity to, and thus cannot place this a bit passively. Grenades are starting to roll in as well, so the pressure from the roof is truly there. Excaros soon to be popping up, making Marble's position a bit unplayable at the very same time. Grenades are there, of course, to stop any tricking from happening. Smoke canister will at least keep them at bay for 15 seconds, but those will run out sooner rather than later as well.
Now, with a minute on, DWG KIA doing most of the heavy work for the pressure. This is it, when the pressure starts to come to a boil, as the single player underneath Marble is tucked on the back end of the site, and slowly where he can go, as shown, is a very narrow window. Damic's got himself towards the top of White Stairs. He's watched from the window, just gets a tuck round, takes a shoulder and a shiver of damage. Katsang did as well there, so I'm not quite sure what happened. But at the end of the day, all they needed was that, the end, and all we get now, a Talon timeout.
Yeah, because 3 of these rounds, they really haven't been able to put a huge dent into DWG KIA. Here as well, they just play it from outside, they get these opening kills, they retake the ground instantly. That is lost by Talon, and the pressure is on. They just cannot go anywhere. And the more passive you are on that defense, the worse it's going to become, because at that moment, you're just facing 3 angles at the same time. If you even step out of your former cover, you're not going to be winning a gunfight against 3 angles at the same time. You might be able to pick up one, but you're instantly punished afterwards. And that's what they're suffering from right now.
I mean, 3 rounds, 4 kills.
I mean, we can also put it that way. That is also something they're suffering from. Yes, it's not looking very strong for Talon. They are struggling for sure.
It's also, I think this is one of the things about DWG KIA. Now, I'm not gonna be one of those people that jumps the gun, that waves the flag and says DWG KIA's back. But this is how DWG KIA played when they were at their best, in that all 5 of them are having an impact. All 5 of them are being responsive. It's the main thing we have missed from recent DK games is a responsiveness towards what the others are doing and the goals they're trying to put across. The fact that it's been such a balanced push, the fact that all of them, this is why they earn their reputation as a superstar team of 5 strong players, because all of them could have those solid games. And here we're just sort of seeing that tenfold. You look at Yas being the first point of pressure there, and the response instantly onto Armory's stairs towards the death of Kazang. You look at Rin the round before, getting in as Ash and getting that early kill. It's just a consistency of all 5 of them.
And the fact that they spot these opportunities and they will just send whoever is closest in there to grab the opportunity. It's not just Ren. It's not just Yas. Sometimes you just see Woogieman running in first.
Sometimes you see Woogieman.
Not something you would expect, or maybe even Katsang if he's feeling like it. Of course, with the Heartbreach.
If he's up to it.
If he's up to it.
If he's bored. Oh. Yes, in the meantime, he's taken up the mantle of Amaru. They're also a team that likes to juggle and change up operators where they think they're going to go for the cheeky engagement. They know that a player's on tier 3. It's not clear. It's not clear. It's not clear. It's a freebie.
Thought he droned it. He clearly didn't. Wasn't able to get the spot out on Canis. He just gets a free kill there, and that's Yas off the board. It's kind of the mistakes you do not want to make if you are down on Kia. Okay, well, never mind, you know. I'm just done talking. Ren just walks in, cleans it all up.
No.
So why? How? I don't even know. Rin just walks in, gets that double kill, wall bangs the player that just took out Yas. It's like, all right. We might have lost that first one, but we still have a 2-minute advantage within 20 seconds after.
Not allowed. I mean, when they are allowed, they've done it. Rin, double, and this is, I guess, one of the things. We had a kill happen. I was going to say it's one of those times where, you know, DWG KIA's put pressure elsewhere. They've made sure that the loss of Yas to the mistake isn't costing them, and then they get revenge for Yas as well. And sure, there was an element of luck, but this is pitch perfect of what we've talked about before. It's Rin picking up a double. Marble gets one on the route through. I think every remaining DWG KIA at this point has gotten at least a kill on this round alone already. And there's just one more to be found. Marble, he's having a creep down. They have an awareness. There's pings, and it's going to come down to a pre-fire. Katsang on the plant. Who's going to win out? Oh, Marble does a great take there onto Rin. They're pulled off the plant. They're rotating round. They might have been able to lock it out, but they wanted to go for the safe bet. It's a consistent ping game coming on the far end. There's one on the swing there onto elbow. They have the lockdown on the right-hand side. The pre-fire comes across the board. The other's gone and split their way towards Freezer. They've sort of tried to put a bit of split pressure on. This is the most dangerous part of this, trying to cross it, and they've realized that. They've pulled back, and Marvel's on the chase. He knows he's got to have 1 versus 1s here to have any chance of locking this in, so they've gone close. The blind comes around the corner, buys themselves a little pocket of time. Another one, they're just going to buy as much of that as possible. The spray through onto Freezer door. Once again, they've pulled themselves back. More flashbangs down on KIA. They know how to play this safe, and that's to not really try and get themselves tucked into the engagement. 4 rounds in a row.
Again, I mean, yes, misdroned himself. It's not ideal. He gets punished for it. But then DWG KIA just snaps the fingers and 3 people are dead on the side of Talon. And you kind of wonder how that happens. Because you have the entry kill. I don't know if they were in the process of falling back towards the side, being like, oh, we have the opening. We don't need to stay out here anymore. We can just slow it down a little bit. And DWG KIA was ready to reply as they fell back. Or if it's just wrong place, wrong timing for Talon as they met the end of Rin's R4C. Fact being, 4-0 DWG KIA. They're looking to make this a quicker one than the previous time these 2 teams played. And that is worrying for the rest of the APAC North Division if this is the energy they would be able to bring for the remainder of the games as well.
All right, well, for the first time, we're not going to see dorms or laundry throughout this game.
Okay, so
there's the freebie.
That's freebie, and then 3 kills within 20 seconds.
This just... The yellow ping was there. Pre-fired is only route out.
Yeah.
It's still the control of that across the head level from that range on the back of that yellow ping, on the back of just killing somebody else as well on a swing round.
Yeah.
It was the second of a musical movement of 2.
I wonder if this was, oh, we lost Yas in tower, we quickly need to get an addict so we can at least stop them. Because Yas's drone still down there in the tower, being able to get those pings down, as you said. So, I wonder. But Talon bringing a bit of a change. They're bringing that Valkyrie. Information is what they want to play with here, because that seems to be so on point for the sides of Damwon. Kia's Coda just saw the slip of a head there. Back towards safety. Marble not looking to take that and extend that fight any more than it was. Finding himself safe in the kitchen. Look at Damwon Kia. They're all set up here. If you haven't figured out yet what kind of a take this will be, this will be an open wall with an Ossa shield planting right behind it.
And the other Ossa shield is around the top of T2.
Stairs, yes.
Yep. It's a pretty standard take. It's a pretty default take. It comes down to a little bit of a war of attrition on towards that back line of the site itself. That's why the Valk's playing it quite aggressively. They have a mute jammer, so it gives them kind of like too close things rather than a deeper back line that's usually a bit easier to clear. Here it's a little bit trickier. That will just pop off on the width, gives them
smart
an angle, a route, and a rotation through.
Just picks it up just in case the explosive damage would be enough. By the way, I want to touch on his hatch. It is mute jammed. It is reinforced as the Twitch drone just casually strolls in, takes down 2 ADS. It's definitely going to be making Soldier's position a bit more difficult. But I wonder why, because sometimes you see grenades or C4s being tossed up from underneath that hatch onto the plant. Now he's stuck there. He doesn't have an opportunity to fall back. Tossed out his impact grenade because he has 2 of them. Wondered if he got any talent shield with that. I don't think he did.
No, they're not playing this cautiously. They are making sure, or in fact they are playing this cautiously. They're not playing it cavalier. They're making sure that everything is step for step here, and it has just been clean. From Damwon Kia, the breach and the break on the top, the coordination.
That's a shield.
That's that shield gone as they complement the game, but they're forcing the Valkyrie out of position. They're trying to find a way to get them dropped. That was a little bit too close, but in the meantime, to be fair, he was a bit busy. Rin gets Soldier. Once again, the early body is theirs. The Flora is able to net a kill. Marble goes down with a connection there covered by Yas. There's a rotate coming up, I believe, the bottom of tower stairs. Maybe it's Damic. No, they've pulled themselves back a little bit further away from the strike.
I mean, it's the only thing they can do because the hatch has been reinforced off. He has a Nitro cell, cannot toss it up, so he needs to rotate up top.
20 seconds now. They've got to try and make the push happen sooner rather than later. The catch on the flank drone. Canos with the big rotate round on towards the shower corridor. Misa is that backline. They're planting behind the smoke itself, but Demic strikes, finds Coated. The impact goes a little bit to the wrong way. Caught out on the swing around the back end. It's a 1 versus 4 post plant. Gets 1 on the way out the door. But no more here. Damwon Kia, 5 rounds in a row.
Stuck on 3 angles there as well. There was no way that Melusi was going to be able to get out of that alive. Twitch already coming in from the back from the kitchen. That round was locked off. So, is this going to be a flawless half for Damwon Kia? It is the laundry supply room that we'll head to next. Talon have literally tried to go to every single one of their 3 sides that they play. Haven't found any success. Now, hoping they can at least get a single round out of it. So you have that buffer. Right? That's what we talk about. 6-0, you can't come back from that, but a single mistake, game's over, you lost all 3 points. If you have that 1 extra round, you can afford a round slip-up. You have that time to change what was necessary. Upon your attack, that is. But okay, utility usage has been really good from Damwon Kia. You saw the Twitch drones coming in, taking care of all the ADSs, which means that suddenly if you're playing close, you can expect a grenade to just start rolling underneath your feet. There's nothing you can do. They opened up from above. Yes, they took care of their own shield. Bit unfortunate, but they had the verticality to force Valkyrie back even further, let into the entry kill because there was no safe position to play anymore. And that's kind of what we want to see from Damwon Kia, just that methodical, clear, like working towards your goal step by step by step, not slipping up whilst you do. And talking about that, that's another Twitch drone just rolling by, taking down some of these ADSs casually. And that is going to be making the tower player a lot more vulnerable. Now, luckily they do have Misa. There is going to be magnets available, but those are also limited.
Talon, they've used their tag timeout. They can only try and play the rest of these 2 well, 1 round, 2 if things go really bad. As best as they can ahead of them. DWG KIA. They're 1 away from a perfect half. 1 away from the perfect response in return here from Yas. Again, part of a very well-running machine right now. The drive-through and utility gets a little bit caught out on the return. There's a pretty hefty hold here. One of the most sturdy locked-in turtle holds we've seen from the side of Talon so far. They're just hoping that they come to a 5 versus 5 engagement. Previously, we've obviously seen, you know, 3 bodies suffer the last time we were here on the top floor and around dorms. This time, they're not going to play that gamble.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that they're very locked in. It's the only thing they can really do, because every single time they had someone off the side, it went horribly wrong. So they've tried everything. The only thing they can now do is just sit on side, hope to take it on an even fight, use that warning that DWG has to counter off the flashbangs that are being brought and used by DWG KIA so well. But as these drones are just being put in position, they know exactly where some of these players are going to be located at. They have so much information on the current players at Talon. And all DWG KIA needs to do is just isolate them, single them out, take them out, and they win the round.
The reveal and the ping of the players now, they're still just sort of steadying that net of intel and information around the site itself. All Talon players are standing. All of them are ready for a scrap, ready for a fight around the site. They need this round to have one buffer opportunity on the opposite side and have any semblance of safety. Otherwise, every single round is a do or die. The pings and the consistent reveal on the player. Here comes the drop coat. It swings around the corner, gets the first with a skeleton key. Rin knows there's one on the door, and they're able to lock them out as a very quick second, 30 seconds. Boogeyman to the far end as Marble at least bites back with a double. Huge. Yas and Katsang both removed from the swing round onto Blue and Elbow. It makes the territory a little bit risky for them. Marble, he's going to keep buying some time. It's 20 seconds. They got to drive themselves in the site. Do they know where Soldier is? No. Is the response popped off and locked with a shotgun there on the close angle? It's Rin looking for the fight there onto Blue. They know that there's another one around Laundry. Marble gets himself a triple. Is he on for the quarter? Is it Soldiers? Well, it's Soldiers.
Marble, well done there inside of Blue, able to stop down the second part of that attack because the majority came in from Pillar towards the hallway. The other half should have been taking care of Marble and suddenly cut that side in half. And as he stood with that shotgun, well, that quickly fell apart. And they have gained themselves a buffer. They have 1 round now on the board. It's not going to be buying you any points yet, but it gives you a room for error if you want to pick up points here today. DWG KIA still needing 2 rounds now to lock it off. 1 for the first, 2 for a full 3-pointer. And they started off in the basement where they just lost out. And now the true test will be on Talon. Are they going to be able to strike as decisively against DWG KIA as DWG KIA struck against them for the majority of that first half?
It says so much about the current state of APAC North that if Talon don't get another round, they would go from 2nd to 6th.
Yes.
And you don't always see teams fall when they get no points, but it's because it's all round difference. They're in 2nd place because they've had good lead-in games and at a massive round distance, and DWG KIA might be wiping that entirely away from them.
Yeah, all their progress could be gone after the next 2 rounds. That would be very unfortunate for Talon. Because they start off strong. They really hope that they would be able to put up a good fight for the major. But this is not the kind of game you can afford that. So they need to turn this around. Pick up some points at least. I'd hope to go for a foot there onto Marble, but instead just figured out they were rappelling up to that top floor. A very tall hold here, by the way, from DWG KIA. Up in the top floors. Boogeyman.
DWG KIA, how are they going to open the pace of this in their defense? They've got themselves a steady moment of slow creep here. Canos on the Nook is trying to cause some problems around underneath split, but it's the drive here. Across the top is going to be the important bit. Demic gets a width, gets an angle, doesn't get a bite on the back of it. They've pulled themselves a little bit further back as the pings are coming through. Wigglyman's the first under huge bouts of pressure, but it's Demic that suffers with the crossfire. Suddenly, he's in a tricky situation. I believe that came deep from Katsang on the other side of Attic. Now he might be the next to find a reveal. Nook isn't too far away, and Nook is uncontested, holding onto the angle. Will they look the right way? Oh, they just do! The last split second of time, and Nook, the surprise factor, gets 1. The grenade gets 2. And there's Rin at least finding one back on the drop of white stairs, but Mies is at the bottom of it for the return.
Yeah, all the rotations are being caught off from down KIA here, leaving it only up to Yas and Coded. And Yas, he's not even down on the side itself. He's still playing aggressively here. He does have a hatch he could drop from, but for now he's just waiting. He knows there's players around in that kitchen. Coded looking to go aggressive as well, taking down some drones, seeing what he can do in terms of damage, because Yas just dropped. Coded gets one. A 3v1. Is the clutch potentially on? He knows where they're going to be coming from, smokes it off quickly, so he buys himself a bit of extra time and an opportunity to go for a rotate, but instead they'll just go directly into the laundry.
That's it. They're looking for laundry, and Marble takes a bit of damage there. He's smoking that again, even though he knows the pressure's coming from the other side, so they don't have two angles. They don't need it. Talon, they're able to find their second round. They've got one either side of the half. They got to make sure, though, that they stay laser locked in to do as much damage on this roll as possible.
Just going to say, started off quite well for DWG in terms of the fact that they knew there was pressure coming down from that top floor. They managed to do quite a bit of damage, but due to the lack of knowledge on the Nuk, and that is kind of the personality she plays into, as in you don't know where Nuk is if she activates her scanner, able to pick up that kill, that entry kill, and then after that shut down any rotation further that DWG otherwise might have been able to go by. First of all, by the grenade, after that by shutting down the player that came up the white stairs, because Talon was all over the place already. And this is where it might hurt. You see it here happening. Canis heard it last second. Katsang didn't check it momentarily, just ran in, saw Nuk. It's already too late at that point.
I mean, Canos activating their ability at the same time as well. Yeah. It really shouldn't have been theirs.
Beautiful shot there from the SMG. The top floor control now for DWG, as they really like to play there in that last round, deciding to actually make it this site this time. And that might have actually hurt them. The many players that were not on the direct side, all being picked up as they tried to rotate around or play that trade game. Talon just a little bit stronger. And now they need to attack that top floor instead, which means that there's going to be limited players from DWG down onto that ground floor or even the basement, because verticality upwards usually not as threatening as from above.
All right, Talon, as I said, you've got to see how far you can push this roll. They're allowed to get one if you want to see anything from this. They're not allowed to get any if you want to see everything from this. Misa, they're putting some starting pressure down underneath, the change of the pace, holding up on dorms instead of the basement. They're going to see if they can try and play against that expectation game. Marble is playing the role of the Nuk once again. And they've already took themselves into Classroom with some grenades played from underneath. Nobody's right on the connection. I'm not sure if there was any gadgetry that might have got dropped from that as well on that side of the door. There's the second bout, the second grenade, the second play. Not for bodies though, but Rin is trying to find one.
Ooh, just heard these grenades pop off as well, of course, so he's very well aware of the fact that someone is down onto that first floor. Marble, though, drones out Rin, knows that the swing is about to happen, and that should be a free kill. Indeed, it will be. Just overextended a bit too much initially, but finds it nonetheless, and that is another advantage here for Talon.
Demic was there to offer some support as well. Talon, they know that they cannot let a second slip through here, and they're making sure that all the bits of information, all the wells of the players are under their thread. The grenade towards the shield to make sure they limit the swing, and does get the down onto Coated as well. They probably didn't expect to get that lucky, otherwise you assume that second grenade would have found its way and followed itself round onto there. They'll get the pick back up. Just touch into the corner, the double window and a spray back to offer themselves some safety here. They're angling towards the breach itself. A minute on, one player gone. A second quickly follows Coated.
Yas below has a nitro cell that could be huge, but it's been droned out again. Marble just stays in that same spot, doesn't want to move. Boogeyman does find the first though, is going to get flashbanged out, so receives a bit of pressure. The plant in the meantime is happening as well. Katsang in a crucial position, needs to stop this from going through, but first there is a player on the breach, there is a player in the double window. He will find neither. It's Misa that shuts him down. Boogeyman now in a 1v4. He needs to base clutch this if he wants to go for a round win, but it's a breaching charge that lands in his feet. It's not even the explosion. Right through his leg. Okay, we don't see that often. And that's a way to lock off the round as well. No ace clutch for Boogeyman.
Can I be in the play of the week?
I'm okay for it. I mean, earlier when we had like the 1v4 clutch attempt on 10 HP and all the flashbangs were being tossed in, it's like, surely like a flashbang could be killing this person right now.
Yeah, I mean, over the thousands of hours I've put into this game, and I've maybe killed one person by just throwing the cartridge at them like a flashbang, and it was still it's obviously a kill cam I remember. I love it. I love it when people kill with miscellaneous gadgetry,
especially when it's not meant to kill, right?
Well, no,
it's also funny when a grenade bounces against someone and kills them before it even explodes.
They meant that to kill, but mainly the back end of it when it explodes, not the drilling through the leg.
A very painful death, I'd assume.
Yeah, ow. Achilles heel.
3-5. Talon starting to get back into it. DWG KIA still only needing a single round for points. But they're not looking for just a point or two. They want the full 3. That is what they're aiming for. They need to make it, or want to make it to the Major. They want to make it to the 6th Invitational. And just like 8 points, it's not something they'll be content with. They need more than that. They need to show that they are renewed. And yes, the attack definitely showed some of the discipline they have, the effectiveness they've shown. The defense so far is really lackluster compared to their attacks. But that comes back to the old saying, there's always 2 halves to a game of Siege.
There is always 2 halves to a game of Siege, it's very true.
Katsang up top. Sneaking about. Hoping that it's going to find an Amaru just swinging in themselves as well. Not on the board, of course, but you never know.
You never know. Could get a gift, you don't know what they're doing. Echo Drone. Going out to see if we can find any friends. None are there, and yes, they're just going to utilize that to get that resofted, get it locked back in, and remove that as a point of pressure. You talked about it before. It can be something where if it's open, it's dangerous towards the defenders. They've got to make sure that they have a little bit more safety in terms of the rotate. Pressure comes towards T3. Do they have an awareness on a player? Now they do. The pop of the stun. The Grismot will just give a bit of a reveal that there is somebody holding that angle. Katsang wants to make sure that he's aware of it. The break comes onto the second window. The upside down repel was almost tempted.
Definitely got him there. The drone will confirm he's still in the same spot, but Katsang needs to be careful now because it might be coming for him at the same time as Misa finds Coded on his drone now. Is going to get swung back by Rin. Yes, that takes a lot of damage vertically as well.
Yeah, that was it. You could see that DWG KIA were trying to get a response to the body that dropped. They did. In the meantime, Katsang is in an aquarium of stun, with Chaos coming up with a grenade still in pocket. It is a Jaeger. They don't truly know about the ADS. They're not even going to get to find out. Katsang, yeah, as you said, great response here. Still got the single Zofia. There is one more. Are they going to get another? No. Soldier finally puts an end to the hurt, but 2 bodies, a whole lot of time lost towards T3. 1 lost elsewhere in an engagement. DWG KIA, they've been able to wrest control of this round back together.
Yeah, Katsang absolutely crucial there. Just shutting down, first of all, the player coming out from below. That's the biggest threat. Like, the players repel, you can let them be there if you have the cover. The grenade from below, that is what's going to kill you. So as soon as you took that one out, you could go a bit more aggressive towards. But as they believe, they drop through. DWG is going to get burned, though. So it brings it back to only Soldier in a 1v2. More Goya canisters pop off, deal a lot of damage towards Soldier, but he's made his way through. Do they know? That's going to be the big question. Sneaks around. He has been spotted, tries to go and lean into the fight. But as the rotations come through, he needs to choose a different avenue. 10 seconds, shuts out that bulletproof camera. Will not be aware of where he is except for sound. Will not find it first. Rin locks him out, and that's the point for DWG KIA.
Yeah, as you said, do they know that bulletproof was giving away everything towards the read? It was a very clever drop there. Yas pre-firing onto the fire to make sure that it was cooked as soon as they went for the swing. They went for it anyway. I believe there was
nothing else they could do, right?
I think that was it, and I believe there was an Aruni gate there on the distance between the site and E-Box itself as well, so, you know, that damage led to the confirmed kill. They tried to find their way out the door, but you're a little bit panicky, a little bit lost, and a little bit burnt by the end. 6-3. They no longer have a chance of getting the full 3 points that they probably desperately wanted. DWG KIA have 3 opportunities to lock it out now.
And just to quickly point back at why run through the fire, it's basically what Mag said in his interview. Too many times nowadays you see players just go for kills instead of trying to make a play happen. If you stay there, there's fire, there's 3 laser gates, you're not going to be moving through before the timer runs out with all the damage that was there. So you just try and make something happen. You just sprint through it. You never know if you find yourself in a position where you can actually clutch it out. If he finds that first kill in the first engagement, Suddenly it's a 1v1 with only 15 seconds left, and you know exactly what that last player is. Of course, not the case, but hence the attempt that was made. Now Demon Kia. As you said before as well, 3 more opportunities to lock it all off. And yes, he's going to be playing up in the top tower, providing some extra support probably to himself with the Kiba barriers.
Well, we've seen a clever usage of Kiba barriers for exactly this position. You can block off, you know, the angle from T2 upwards towards T3. You can give yourself a little bit more wiggle room. You can have a bit more of a defense. We've also seen on the previous round a player do more with less, was able to keep the pressure on.
It's very dangerous, though, because there's so many angles you're exposed to, so you really need to balance them all out. Well, as Canis Wolf, fine, we're in. Marble down below as well, looking to find an entry around the tower side.
Again, you see the drone right by the body. The drone game from Talon has been fantastic.
For now, Demon Kia, 1 less, but that's not something they will not be able to come back from. Grenades are being tossed in from below. Will not find anything. Katzing very happy he rotated out there just a second ago. 2 minutes on that clock. Still a lot of time that they need to waste on the side of Demon Kia, but if you find one and then suddenly you find a second, it's really going to be halting out that attack.
Talon, they're back to having to play perfect here, and they're going to see if they can try and follow up with that early kill. As I just said before, the drone game has been pitch perfect for them. They've got the pressure and the call on this player. The bit of destruction done at the top of Armory, and the follow-up of a grenade. They tried to lean in there to Soldier and get them before the going get a bit too hot. Yes, he's rotated himself round. There's a fight happening on the bottom, though. Marble, how aware are you? Apparently not enough. They have a quick look to buy themselves some safety. There's the break on the Azami. They're going to pull themselves back and actually reinforce behind it as well. Fair enough, but you assume a break's going to happen not long after.
They're always trying to open that one up with Excars. You can be sure of it, but at least you force them to use extra utility. That's what it's all about here. As Talon slowly getting control of Trophy and the bedroom here, now looking to find themselves a way into games, but Katzing on the attic is going to be devastating. His Boogeyman is coming down from below. We'll find Ash, but needs to be careful still because there was a Nook still around.
Yeah, he was there for the longest time. The Nook thought they'd fully checked it, but it wasn't in response for what happened before. Marble moves beyond the hatch, finds himself some damage from underneath, but doesn't quite have the same success as they did before. There's a slow creep. And there's the catch. Marble finds a Boogeyman around the bottom of White Stairs. Now, can they try and force this towards the site itself? 25 seconds, 4 versus 3. The shotgun is the balancer, though. Retakes White Stairs, looks towards double window where the next bout of pressure, but Soldier's able to win that one out. The Azami, ooh, just in time to save their own skin, pops around the corner and gets one. Yes, he's back in the roster, and he might be able to win this one out here in spectacular fashion. Finds the 1 versus 1, looks towards the last engagement. Soldier's holding onto the kit. He goes for the kill. We talked about this before. And sometimes you gotta hold F, and sometimes you gotta go hunting, but sometimes you gotta bring Yas back, and Yas comes back in. Damwon Kia, 7-3.
Great clutch out there, well played, well juggled with the Kiba barriers at the very end there. Finding himself 2 kills on his way out and letting time tick down slowly. It is 3 points for Demon Kia. 3 points that they are desperately in need of. They want to chase that top 2. They cannot afford to slip up if they want to be making it to the major, if they want to be making it to SI. And there they go. 3 points, all they could have asked for today.
Talon unfortunately tumble, but Damwon Kia do enough for today. More than enough from what they've done before. Will it be enough to continue? We'll leave that to the desk to talk about.
Welcome back, friends. Damwon Kia, we were asking them for a good showing. 7-4, 7-5, something like that. They give us 7-3. Pretty good impression, I guess, that is left of the state with Yas back on the squad.
And not even Yas shining, to be honest. It was Rin, the one that was really shining. I think many have had questions about Rin, looking back at the major, for example. Are we going to see him really get back to the lofty heights that we saw historically? Many thought not. Maybe things have started to fall by the wayside, but really impressed with the first half of the game, especially. Is this thing falling around everything? There's a lot of cable. I didn't look how much cable there is. It goes to like there. It's mega.
Harry, how about you go to Telestration whilst I fix it?
How about he fixes
You get him dressed.
I don't want you touching me.
Telestration, here we go.
like
So
it when I
obviously,
touch you.
a lot of the heavy work... Do you use mine? I'm trying to do my job. Sorry.
Go ahead.
A lot of the heavy lifting was done during the attacking phase for Damwon Kia. But what I wanted to focus on was really the defense, because that's what I showcased earlier on today, was that Damwon Kia were just suffering from... being too static, just not moving, not really reacting to what the enemy is going for. And in this clip, they have done exactly what I think we were looking for, where they're not letting Talon have any breathing space whatsoever. You know, they're making Talon really have to work for it. Like, for example, you're dealing with a tier 3 roam game, for example. Then you also have players towards the west side. You know, we're seeing Damwon Kia work in these twos, work in pairs, really start to test the attacking sides and make them waste a lot of time. They're always looking for openings. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Damwon Kia last week, but they just didn't do that. You know, they were allowing Cyclops just to do whatever they want. They were not allowing Talon to do the same. You know, Talon... I mean, to be fair, Talon struggling with clearing someone out of tier 3 is not the greatest, but still, Damwon Kia, they're forcing them in to make those mistakes. You know, there's no point of Damwon Kia just sitting back and allowing Talon to do what they want. But really, at this point then, you know, the round's there, the 2v3, and then from there, they just basically win it down on time. So, yeah, it just shows that proactiveness that we needed to see from Damwon Kia.
They actually fixed the issues because they were the ones being bonked in a similar way last Playday against CAG, fixed up and ready to go. I'll be back to you in just a moment because we have an interview with our winners. Hello, Rin. 안녕하세요. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. First up, congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling today?
너무 축하드리고 기분이 어떤지 물어보겠습니다.
일단은 CAG전 때 져가지고 더 이상은 지면 안 된다라고 생각하는 상황인데 일단은 그 첫 주자인 탈론을 어떻게 잘 이긴 것 같아서 다행인 것 같습니다.
He said thank you, but due to the loss against CAG, they decided that they can't lose anymore. So they are glad this pulled through and they won against Talon.
I mean, exactly as you're saying, losses are going to be very difficult, and taking full 3 points is a very good thing for you and the team. Now, looking back at that game against Cyclops, what do you feel was going wrong that you needed to fix in preparation for today?
사이클롭스랑 했을 때 가장 큰 문제점이 뭔지 알고 이번 게임에 적응을 했는지 물어보고 있습니다.
딱히 적응했던 건 없는 것 같아요. 그냥 CAG가 그냥 저희보다 잘했었고 저희는 그냥 CAG전 때도 이번 탈론전 때도 하던 대로 똑같이 비슷하게 했던 것 같습니다. 근데 아무래도 CAG 같은 경우에는 사실 풀 멤버 야스 선수를 끼고 하더라도 이기고 지고 하던 팀이다 보니까 사실 지는 텀이 왔었던 것 같고 네, 탈론 같은 경우에는 어찌됐든 간에 저희가 좀 더 많이 이겼었기 때문에 뭐 하던 대로 했는데 잘 이겼던 것 같아요.
So CAG, he thinks there was no error in their part. CAG just performed really, really well. They played the same as they did before previously with CAG and Talon today, but it just seems like CAG was just in that movement, had that groove on, and even despite having Yas, CAG is an opponent that they can't always predict a win. So unfortunately, when they played against Talon today, they played the same, but still there was a huge disparity there.
I mean, today you had a great day in the server, Rin. Was that helped by the fact that Yas was back on the squad? What is his role now? Because he's been out for a moment.
오늘 린님 너무 잘하셨는데 혹시 이게 야스 선수가 투입이 돼서 그런 건지 아니면 이번 야스 선수의 약간 역할이 뭔지 물어보겠습니다.
야스 선수는 아무래도 기본적으로 인게임 리더를 맡고 있다 보니까 없었을 때는 아무래도 인게임 리더의 부재가 있고 없고의 차이가 게임에 영향이 갈 수밖에 없다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 저야 뭐 항상 잘하기 때문에 네, 별개인 것 같습니다 오늘.
He said because Yas is an in-game leader, he's always had a huge impact in the games. But today, in his own words, he's always good, so it's not a big deal.
Not a big deal. I mean, that's fair enough. At the end, it was a good showing for you now. And, you know, next Playday, you go up against Reject, and you're saying, we want to keep winning because we want to be in the top 2 to make it the next major. I assume that that's the goal off of what you're saying. What can we expect from Damwon Kia from now on?
이제 다음 경기는 리젝트랑 하시는데 거기에서 무엇을 예상할 수 있는지 물어보시고 이제부터 담원 기아의 모습이 어떤 모습인지 약간 궁금해하십니다.
일단 리젝트 같은 경우에는 좀 복병이라고 생각을 하고 있어요. 리젝트가 이번에 샌드박스를 꺾었는데 그 샌드박스를 찔렀던 창이 이제 저희한테도 올 수 있기 때문에 충분히 그래서 좀 아무래도 걱정되는 팀이긴 하고요. 그래도 어찌됐든 간에 평균적인 실력만 봤을 때는 저희가 리젝트에 비해서 밀린다거나 그런 부분은 전혀 없다고 생각하기 때문에 일단은 오늘같이만 한다면 아무래도 리젝트도 쉽게 이길 수 있지 않을까라고 생각을 하고 있긴 합니다.
So because Reject, the team, they beat Sandbox, they are kind of worried that spear is headed towards them. They're worried a little, but in terms of average playstyle, they think Damwon Kia is a little stronger and a bit superior. So if they play just as usual, they can beat Reject easily.
You feel like there's a lot of close competition in APAC North this stage?
이번 APEC 노스 시즌에서는 약간 막상막하 팀들이 많은지 물어보겠습니다.
솔직히 말하면 작년에 비해서는 저희가 아무래도 작년에는 다 대회도 처음이었고 하다 보니까 작년에 비해서는 이번 연도가 훨씬 더 쉬운 감이 없지 않아 있는 것 같긴 해요. 그래서 아무래도 좀 주의되는 팀이 있다라고 하면 CAG랑 샌드박스 정도인데 그 이외의 팀한테는 당장 막 얘네는 우리가 못 이기겠다 이런 생각이 들 정도의 팀은 아직 없는 것 같습니다.
So in honesty, they think that compared to last year, it's a little harder, just a little. But the only teams they're kind of worried about is CAG and Sandbox, and the other teams, if they just play as usual, they can defeat the other teams.
Fair enough. Well. Bubble, thank you very much for translating the interview and helping us out. Rin, congratulations on your victory. For all the fans, make sure you're tuning in for Damwon Kia versus Reject. That it'll be game number 1, Playday number 4 next week on Wednesday. Till then, take care, both Rin and Bubble. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. 안녕.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there it is. We're getting it. Doesn't really matter, yes or not, but it seems like, at least from our point of view, having Yas giving directions during the game definitely helped out.
I think having the backstab plays from Yas is always going to be a big one, but like I said before, this game wasn't really about him. It was the big team effort in the first half of the game, and Rim being the one that arguably, as you can see by the stats, was the one that was really flying. I actually went back and looked at their stats from the last game. It was 9-2 on entry to Damwon Kia as well. They were literally destroying Talon. Today was at least a little bit more balanced. We see Talon sort of fighting back in, but the scoreline's even worse for Talon overall. 7-3 is still a very big statement from Damwon Kia that whether or not it's Yas's first game back or his 100th, they're still on fine form.
There's Rin. Honestly, a good season for him so far. I know question marks were raised after the performance at Berlin, but he played really well during the first game. Didn't play so good last week, but has bounced back now with a good performance.
Yeah. All right. Well, wrapping things up here when it comes to Talon, is there something that we still need to look at? Because Talon goes up against Sandbox next Playday, which a lot of people will say, oh yeah, kind of equal to Damwon Kia currently. How do you think that'll go?
I'm maybe a bit of a cynic, but I still feel that having a 6-man roster that you're changing players in and out of isn't a good idea. They came in today, there's no Heady on side, Marble's back in. I said in the pre-game, okay, they've settled down to playing without Marble. They've got like a roster now they're trying to work on. And then we come in today and see that change. And sure, Marble played well in his role as a smoke player, but I just think overall, if you haven't got this stable roster and composition, you're not going to be able to beat teams that are practicing with the 5 same players week in, week out, scrims, learning each other, building synergy. You're not going to have that as clearly as other teams are, and that's always going to work against them.
It's just the consistency again, isn't it? For Talon, some days they can show up and they can be really good, and then you have performances like that where they just fall flat on their face.
Yeah. Crazy. Having specific groups of people doing specific tasks makes them better at it.
Weird.
When they're working together. It's crazy that you can build synergy that way. Who would have thunk it? Demo and Des, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for game number 3, and I'm not sure Demo is really ready for it. Reject versus Cyclops Athlete Gaming, our match of the day. See you then.
Sometimes you gotta hold F and sometimes...
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes.
Welcome back, friends. It's Reject versus Cyclops. Cyclops Athlete Gaming about to begin our match of the day, and I am just losing my footing. We're so excited for this day. See how excited I am for this game. English is my third language. You can't play that game on me. Hello, I'm Fnatic, your host on the show. With me are Demo and Captain Fluke.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. Fresh is sick.
We wish him well, except for Des. He doesn't wish him well.
He's upset tummy. I don't know. I don't actually know why he's sick.
Bad cough.
Bad cough.
Yeah.
That's bad for our job. We talk a lot.
Yeah. Anyways, let's talk about Cyclops and Reject to follow up on it all. First of all, Cyclops, it seems like they're a okay team.
Yeah. I think, pretty good.
Now, don't hold back.
See, I hate this because this happens in EU as well with the whole G2 thing where you just say a team and I'm supposed to sit there and be fanboy, ramble ahead.
Yeah.
And you think that's
Do your job.
Yeah. Okay, let's put it. Go on, zoom in. Which one's my camera? Zoom in. Right.
There it is.
Keep it going. I want closer. Look at me. KIA to win invitational. Right, that's it. That's done. That's that done.
My panties just dropped.
Why?
That was hot.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Anyway. See, you're on here and
well,
everything
enough about
just...
CAG. The reason why. Do you want to give a reason why? Or you
Look,
just
look,
we got 5.5 minutes for this.
I mean, I think I've covered most of KIA in the past 2 weeks already.
Yeah.
And why,
Cover them again.
They're the best. They can play that loose play style, which is kind of the meta at the moment, where they can be flexible. They can bring the Monties, they can bring Amars, they can bring Yings, all these operators that we're seeing have an increased pick rate. They can play that. But the biggest thing that has changed for this team in the past week is we've seen that they can play slow, structured, methodical siege against teams as well. So now they can play two sides of the coin. And you sit there and you think, how the heck do you prepare for a team who can do both?
You can't. Suppose that.
But
even DWG KIA were saying in the interview.
Even DWG KIA were. It's fair, and obviously, with only two teams being able to escape this and find themselves at a major, it's the risky sort of business with a limited amount of spots at SI as well. For
every game
whole region, every game is so important. About only 4 APAC teams might be finding themselves at SI. That's so small. That's such a small taste of what is a very delicious spread of a region with huge different playstyles, huge different, Elevate, DWG KIA, Sandbox, Cyclops, Reject. You've got just a continuous sort of list. Then you've got the up-and-comings like Gaming Gladiator, Fury, yada yada. There's just a lot. But KAG could be the avatar in Demo's words. They might have mastered all the elements.
Ah, the last airbender. So,
That's the only, not the blue people.
Whoa. Not on this. Anyways, moving on to Reject on the other side, because it seems like they are one of these up-and-comers that they could break, but they're kind of mid of the table. There could be more.
I love Reject. I love watching them play. I love the energy they bring. I love the creative solutions they have to the problems that are put in front of them. They have this habit where they're still finding out what they're doing. I think at points you'll see them go for these approaches. You'll see them have very tactile, well put together rounds. And the next round, things just start to fall apart. And from our perspective, with slower teams, you can always pick up. You can sort of go, this is why it's failed. This is why things are going wrong. With them, it's so hard to do because it feels like not even they know.
I thought things were going to be really good for Reject because the biggest issue they've had is similar to what we said about Fnatic. They cannot beat the big trio. They can't beat their DWG KIAs, the Cyclopses, or the Sandboxes. Those were the 3 teams that they struggle to. If you don't beat those teams, you're not getting top 2. That's just the way it is because those 3 teams are always going to set the standard for what APAC North is. And they came in the first week and they beat Sandbox. And you're thinking, wow, this is it. This is where they can actually go and do something. Then they go and lose a Fnatic. So now I don't even know where this team stands.
Our map ban then for this series. How important will it be for Reject? Because they're fighting an uphill battle against Cyclops. They've proven so much. We're going to go to Cafe Dostoevsky. Reject starting off on the attack as Cyclops have selected defense.
I mean, obviously I came in to replace Fresh on this very last minute. 5 minutes ago, Hap was like, I might also do this pre-desk. So I can't do Fresh thing where he goes,
no, I look at him.
It's their fifth preference.
Yeah, look. I mean, I don't do that either. I don't do that either.
Can you do a Jack impression?
No, not a good one. Give me a few days.
I look at Cafe and I think, okay, Reject, you are going up against the Rat team, the team who's going to be out of these windows, who's going to be literally doing the most random stuff, and you've went to the frag-orientated map, where all 5 of the KIA players are gunning. All 5 of them. You can't pick a bad player. And you're taking them to this. This is a... I don't know about this one.
When you watch Reject and when you're casting Reject, I mean, what's the things that really pop up in front of you like, oh my god, this is good, this is workable?
I mean, in terms of players, Salty, in terms of the sort of leading that they get there, the sort of distance they can do on their attacks. I've always found brilliant candy as well on the side of the defense. But it's, as Damo put it, it's a dangerous map. Cafe is a very intrinsic map. It's a very coordinated map for teams that sort of look at it. And then we've seen this map played on the grander stage by Cyclops against previous world beater teams, and they've made them look like scared little chumps. Cyclops, they have a great control of this map.
So let's see, can Reject go uphill against Cyclops on the other side? Cyclops are gunning for the #1 position if they keep up what they're doing right now and just making it with the top seed from APAC North. Who knows? Thank you very much, Emmy. And Demo will toss it to our casters. It's Dez and surprise guest.
Thank you very much, Milos. It's Dez and Dez. For now, at least for approximately 2 more seconds until this big idiot sits down next to me. I'm getting Demo for this one. How are you, lad?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
That was very tame for an intro.
Why is there a mic? I don't need that.
You don't need the mic. If you don't want the mic,
I don't need that.
It's up to you. It's Haps, I think, and Hap is Hap's a lazy boy. Didn't take his own microphone. That is basically a cardinal sin as a caster. Yes, fired, as Medic says down my ear. Anyway, Demo, we get to have some fun. The last time you and I cast together, good lord, must have been a good while ago. What are you doing?
The chair is being funny.
You're basically destroying...
Why did you not pull the chair out for me?
Wait,
you're such a bad friend.
I can't actually hear you at the minute.
You can't hear me?
Nope.
Well, should I just stand really close to you?
So I'm going to pretend that no one can hear you, and I'm just going to keep on talking until we figure out what to do. You can always put that headset on.
Do the classic whenever you're gaming and someone's talking to you in the room, and you have to like lift your ear up. But you can't hear me? What have I done?
It's me, Demo Cast.
Stop now.
Love them. They're my favourite.
That's definitely more.
I'm walking in the
There he is.
Oh, now I can hear you. They've done the swap.
This is
so disgusting. Basically, you got tormented by Emmy for 30 seconds. And now you can finally be heard.
What a sick joke.
What a sick joke. That was with far less passion than I ever expected.
I don't want to be like, I don't know, this is what I didn't want. This is why whenever it's, oh yeah, you cast with Dez, this is what I was like, okay. But then it just brings back the first time, everyone, just let you know, the first time I ever casted this game, it was with Dez.
Start of 2018?
And he bullied me for the next year. Unrelenting. I'm being serious. You go back and watch those casts. All he does, because he didn't know the game back then, because he was an absolute loser.
I was saying they're planting on the point, I'm pretty sure I said, because I came from Overwatch.
He's dropping the on pings. God, you think him not knowing what split was? He didn't even know what a bedroom was back then. That's how far he was. And I'm sitting there helping him, trying to teach him the game, and he's just sitting there ripping into me.
Everyone loved it.
Despicable.
It was fantastic, though. It's one of the best days of your life, I hear you once said.
No.
Like earlier on, you were basically in tears at the thought of being able to get to cast with me again so I can rip on you for another 45 minutes.
You're lucky that there's a nice team that we get to cast tonight.
A nice team.
You're
Why
lucky.
a nice team?
Nice team.
Demo, talk to me about these bans, by the way. I mean, everything is expected, arguably, except the DKB. Why the DKB ban?
Well, it's just really good in the meta at the moment, isn't it? You got the Gone 6 EMP grenades, Universal Gadget. I mean, it suits Cyclops down to
and the best gun in the game.
Cyclops are a very reactive team where they'll go for these pocket rushes, so banning that out makes so much sense if you're Reject. But then again, I'm sure Lion will probably just make an appearance.
Most likely. For now, at least, it's Reject starting on the attacking side, though. It is Cyclops on the defense. Then let's see what Reject can do to cheese. I don't say cheese some rounds. I mean, they'll cheese all of them, but they'll try and cheese some of them away from their Japanese brothers. Two teams that have played each other many times over as well in the Japanese league. So we'll see if there's anything spicy planned up between them here. Interestingly, Cyclops, I looked up their history of when they played on Cafe. For both teams, to answer Emmy's question for the desk earlier, it was 4th rated preference for both teams, both with about a mid to high 30s win rate, so not particularly great for either team. The last 2 times Cyclops played on this was both in international competition. They played against Elevate, they played against Team Liquid. They lost both of those games. So whilst historically they have been known to torment teams on this map, it's been a bit of a different story so far in 2022.
Look at the lineup from Reject immediately. You've got the Ying, you've got the Kabata, you've got the Glaz.
You know what it is? It's Japanese. That's what it is.
You reckon?
It is. It's a thing, honestly. Did you know that the Japanese league had a 33% ban rate against Monty exclusively because of CAG?
Yes, I believe, and that's the same with international success as well. We've seen that a lot as well. Kabata makes an appearance, an operator that you've kind of said, where is he?
Woo! Do you know why I'm so excited about him normally? Hard breach gadget, gone 6, decent gun, one of the best gadgets in the game in my opinion.
I'm seeing a Claymore and LMG, so that hasn't hit true.
Yeah, that's always the kind of question mark to be asking about, but let's pretend it was a mistake and Talon knows what he's doing, okay? Let's roll with that. I mean, admittedly here with the Habana on this map or an Ace, you don't really need the hard breach gadget. Unless you were looking maybe to attack downstairs and you wanted some extra security in case you were going to lose out your hard breacher. But Candy's been on fire pretty much throughout some of this stage so far, so I'm not expecting him to fall by the wayside too easily. Still a big focus up on the roof, though, from Reject for now. A lot of focus around that red hatch and around Skylight. Bit of a slow start, dare I say, Demo.
Don't tell me they think that this is like a top floor. Because it's not. It's a mid-floor defense that they're dealing with right now, and I think maybe they have realized, because clearly Window can say, oh wait, there's no bomb here. Are they trying to plant as a Capitao?
Yes.
Are they trying to plant?
They're trying to plant.
Oh, no! Oh.
Surely not.
Oh dear, oh dear. It looked as, I don't know if it was.
Is that all the smoke's gone? They got one smoke. They got 2 smokes left.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
no
not world ending. But I still ask a question. Were they expecting to get swung maybe from Cocktail? I don't know, but it looked weird.
Well, they've just executed onto the top floor whenever the bomb site is below them.
Can we write down an interview question for Milosh and ask if in round 1, that's assuming, of course, Reject win, which is unlikely.
Oh, yeah, of course.
They've got to ask if that was they believe they're attacking top floor.
Yeah, I mean, they just wasted so much utility and so much time, and there's even going to be a Kai trick on the hatch, Des, as well. The Habana's going to try and open up the hatch, but it's going to be denied. Oh, this is going to hit Reject where it hurts, because you need that hatch to stop anyone playing inside a train. Of course, train being that connector between the 2 bomb sites.
Now they're in a bit of a world of hurt. The Goya canister being popped out as well as we get into that last 30 means it will burn out for the vast majority of that time. Salty moving his way back upstairs as well. I'm worried about the timing here, Demo. I know we were speaking about that hatch being opened up, and it should just about get there as the C4 comes out top as well. They'll wait for the call, but it feels for the most part outside of Tadaniki that Cyclops are in control, but 2 of them storm their way down red. The plant is coming down, and no one on Cyclops is able to adapt. Salty makes it 2 in the round, a 3v2 in the now in a post-plant situation. What a round to start things off from Reject, but it's not yet over.
It should be, though. I mean, upstairs control, you have one player outside of the window, has a clear line of sight onto anyone going for the defuse, and does shut down the defuse carrier. We're going to see the swings then from Reject to get that final kill tucked in the corner, and there it goes. Yeah, easy one for Reject. Never in doubt to win that post-plant. But, wow, what a fiasco to start things off. This is exactly how I expected this game to go.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, thinking it like a plant on the top floor and the mess that then ensued, it really felt like Cyclops had good control, but no one really keeping an eye on mining itself was what ultimately came back to bite Cyclops there. So good adaptation from Reject to spot the gap in the defense and get the plant down. Now we're going upstairs, and now maybe it makes sense in terms of the lineup they're bringing along, Demo.
I can't believe I'm so
I don't
sure
believe
they
you would bring Ying, Capital, Glaz, thinking that you were attacking onto the second floor.
Especially whenever there was like nobody up there anyway.
Yeah.
Like there was no defenders. They just wasted utility for no reason. So I'm pretty sure they thought it was the site. They had to. There's no way. Because if you're attacking mid-floor, you don't stick 5 players on the rooftop immediately. Nope. You get players outside that train window. You maybe get somebody repelling on the south side of things onto that fireplace window as well. So, yeah. Well, we'll just... I mean, they won at the end of the day, so I don't know how cynical we can be. Ooh. But it's just funny. It's funny to see. I mean, did you see that they did that in the Italian national? You good?
You good?
No.
Didn't think so.
So much happening.
No, I didn't see it in the Italian nationals, no.
Basically, they baited in a team to attack basement whenever the
oh, no, I did see it, yeah, because they put everything in getting it open, went in there to go and plant behind the bins, and then it was like,
it's so funny. It's
they realised then it was brilliant. Love it. I was going to say maybe in this round we weren't going to see the smokes coming out because with about 15 seconds still to go in the prep phase, we saw the Glaz actually changed away. They went away from this very smoke-heavy composition, maybe thinking they'd droned out the Warden, but now they've gone back into it and they've got the Ossa on side. 6 smokes on side, just in case they attack the wrong site again.
Aiga needs to stay alive. He's going to be the pinnacle for this side now for KIA if they want to try and stop this game plan, because realistically, if you look at Reject and the ideas that they go for, it's all in. You know, you're playing poker. Everything goes into the middle, and you either win it or you don't. That's the way it is.
Well, here we go. Aigator, first one coming in already inside 60 seconds here. It's quite a lot starts happening all around him as well. Good thing he's got the specs on, which will of course give him visibility through the flashes and any smoke should they so follow. Gatorada almost being taken down there as the droppers come inside of red. In fact, the Glaz over here on this right-hand side looking clearly to try and get a similar push to last round to get a push in through Cigar, but has got to make it there first. Steps out, drone goes down and re-steps into position. I don't know if they know about this. If he finds one, will he find a second? No, he will not. It's going to be a 1-for-1 and the Glaz stays standing.
Yeah, it does indeed.
That's the Ossa gone,
Ossa gone. 2 smokes off the table. Still 4 more, though. And of course, the Ying can dish out as well as the Glaz himself. But as long as that Warden is alive, it's not going to be effective. And keep in mind, even if Window may be thinking, oh, I can use this smoke to move across Cigar Shop, he's going to be picked off because Aigator is on the deep shield inside a cocktail, holding onto that angle.
It's a really good setup looking here from Cyclops as well, even into Piano itself, just denied out by those keeper barriers as you saw. Means the Window has got nowhere to go, except ironically backwards out towards the outside of the building once again. Suzu Shi having a little bit of dance to death here with Take, who's on the outside of White Window. Playing on that Finker that we've seen them roll across a couple of times in these rounds. They're obviously using it too. Less so for the LMG, definitely far more for the Stim, more of a supportive operator in that case as well, just to keep the team topped up. And for Window right now, it'll be taking every bit of HP he can possibly find. Have you just dropped and broken something?
I'm good.
Oh, it was your headset thing.
35 seconds to go, and really for Reject, it's just slowed things down ever since that first initial push into Cigar Shop, and I don't think they have enough time, Des, to even think about getting a plant down, because realistically they just have to try and play for kills. There's too many players still alive for Cyclops, but then again with picks like this, maybe they could go for something. That is the Warden gone. This is where Ying now becomes very temperamental, but there's no Yings left from Salty, and goes to the swing. Anaton misses out on the kill. Candy's trying to push in, going for that plant. There will be a Toxic Babe lingering on him, but looks as if he's going to try and stick through it. Down goes the Ying. Nobody in response. The diffuser's going to get planted here, Des, and now we're in the post plant.
This is unreal that they've got away with this, but this is why you can't write off these teams. Last 10 seconds, they don't care. You may as well give them an entire lifetime. Suzu Shi on the swing out now. Take. This ain't the gun you really want for a position like this. Let's see how much that LMG can swing. Finds one, but now he's got to find the next as well. Sees his man, but can't hit the shot. It's Suzu Shi to find the 3K and the disable to bring us all square.
Wow. Wow.
I knew you were going to say wow. I knew it was coming.
Signature. Honestly.
What, coming down to a 1v1?
Just Cyclops. Just playing with the emotions. Just, they should never be allowing the plant to go down.
No.
You have 20 seconds to go. It's a
they had a
4v4.
C4 below, but that was too far to the right?
Ying had dumped everything. Ying had nothing left. And then they still almost lose that. But this is what I mean with the Cyclops side. Any single one of them can just clutch. Any single one of them can just show up and just drop numbers in the server. That's what I think makes them so deadly.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's the sort of thing that we say about any team that we kind of view as a... I'm not going to say, I know you think they're going to win SI. What you'd say about a world favourite is there are no real weak links on that team. They figured it out. Every player is bringing their A game. And when you put it into like a fraction, or I guess in this case a percentage, every player is 20% of your possible firepower. If you have one player who's a bit crap and bring in 7-8%, that's quite a significant amount you're actually losing out on in the team.
Yeah. Whenever you look at teams that are the top, you would never think, oh, they could find somebody better.
Yeah.
Because they have the best players.
That's it.
That's where you look at it. If you think about the Japanese region, would you take anyone out of Cyclops and say, oh, there's somebody better? Because I don't think there is.
18 months ago I may have, but probably towards Suzu Shi, but even then he's got real consistency.
He's done. What is he just done? You know, that's the way you look at the best teams. It's... You could never see somebody making a change. You could never see that happen.
They are feared around the globe.
Yeah.
Every team hates playing against Cyclops, which is a beautiful thing to watch because you know that it's going to torment teams and really bring you a new flavour to the game. And I think already in the first 2 rounds we've had... it's definitely a unique flavour. I don't know if I call it a good one, but it's been back and forth between the two in a quite exciting fashion. We'll see how the first quarter ends, though, with this final attacking round in the downstairs.
So a little bit more information-based.
Yep.
Look at Reject's lineup. Jackal comes in, Lion comes into information
We know
operators.
exactly why that is as well.
Of course, it's because Cyclops are going to be going for a different bomb site, and more than likely Cyclops, they like to go for an old roam game, so that's where the Jackal's going to come in. Very handy, of course. Lion is just going to be good for the executes, and little pocket moments like this is where Reject are so deadly, Des, where they see these opportunities and they take them.
And good syncing up with the Lion as well there. They got the drone out and instantly the call came through, but Black Ray one bombs Take like, hello! Get out of red corridor. That's my turf. Window finding one back at least to try and keep the slight advantage that Reject have established thus far. But I like what you were saying. We spoke already in the pregame as well. We spoke about it all day. That for Cyclops, they've got these multiple styles they can play. Black Ray's on smoke. What's he doing on that? Alibis normally his go-to. Get out in the map, cause some bother, slow him down. But here, he's playing as the site player.
They can do anything. They're so flexible. All of them, I think, can play any operator they want, any role that they want. That's how great teams work, is whenever you maybe don't necessarily stick to the set roles, it's just anyone can play anything, and I think it makes it very difficult, again, for that prep work. Target bans specifically, I think, are very difficult. I know you probably would sit there and say, Des, oh, Alibi is always going to be a good ban against a team like Cyclops, but not always.
Yep. I mean, really, the DKB ban, going back to it for a second, is definitely a target ban against Anaton, who loves playing that operator. A plant is going down, though, in the 4v3. Cyclops not quite got enough left alive here to achieve full coverage, to cover every single angle they need to, and Reject, once again, starting out strong, find themselves into a 4 versus 2. That's a couple of plants well made. 3 out of 3 plants have now got away with now. Think about it, Demo. Black Ray at least bringing one back. Still 2 more to find, and I'm worried here that the sand is slipping through the hourglass to Cyclops.
Yeah, I'll touch in a minute just the preparation that I think Cyclops just did not do is they're going to try and attempt the retake upstairs, but look how good Rejects are holding. They're just being patient as they can, and I get your upstairs. Now he's going to lose the plant. Gets his X, I suppose, but really the big issue that I have is this wall right here, the bottom red wall says there was not a single hole blasted in during the prep phase. And typically those holes are opened up to then deny teams walking in the Tram plant is free in towards kitchen. So that's just a little thing I've noticed from Cyclops, is that honestly their basic prep work just was not done there.
An element of that, and I think also we spoke a bit about this new style that we're seeing coming out of Cyclops, right? That they are now prepared to more sit around site and be a little bit more passive, which is interesting because in the current meta, we've said it throughout the whole stage, even throughout the major as well. It's about challenging every possible inch of the map, slowing the attackers down, taking out drones, because defenders, you know, if you get to a spot where all things are square, say it's 5v5 or 3v3, there's a good to fair chance that you're about to get absolutely demolished by the perfect go-to execute that a team has prepped specifically for the site that you're on, thanks to attacker repick. So you have to get out of the map. You have to be busy and try and get rid of some of those key operators. It was the Ossa previously, for example. But in that round just here, the most creative that we saw Cyclops really get was sticking Anaton in restaurant and hoping for the best. And once he got droned and Lion scanned out, he was done.
So timeout from Cyclops really early on, but I think it's a good one to go for. If you look at the way Reject are setting up, their trade game's really, really good. They're working in twos, they're working in threes, but I don't really see that from Cyclops, and they're probably talking to each other. Okay, guys, we need to play a little bit more together. We're too loose. We're playing by ourselves. We're getting picked off. You know, easy kills are being fed into Reject, and the man advantage goes up, and Reject then just play off that man advantage and play very, very fast off it. So I think a Cyclops can just slow the pace down, let them control it. They should have no worries, but Reject, I think you have to give them respect of what they've done so far. They've played a very wide variety of Siege right now. You know, look at the operators every single round. There's always a shift.
Do you think there is the possibility?
No, I don't.
You don't think, I know, but try and think real hard for me right now. Just use this one favor for me today. Do you think there is a chance they are over-preparing for Rejects here? Because they know them so well from the Japanese League, because they've played them there, they've now played them a couple of times in APAC North, they've gone to a map that they haven't played on too well historically. Have Cyclops maybe read this wrong a little bit and done their prep in completely the wrong direction?
It may sound weird, but I hate whenever Cyclops try and prepare against teams. Because I always think that their type of siege is always going to be the issue.
They're most confident when they play their siege,
exactly,
right?
and that's what puts the fear into people. And we've mentioned that they now have 2 different types of siege they can play. Just focus on that. Don't worry so much about your opponent. Like, I'm not seeing the same Cyclops where they're running around. That's typically what I expect to see on Cafe. This is a little bit more. Anderson getting in the face, looking for these aggro plays. This is not what they've been doing, but this is what I want to see. I want to see them shut down Reject. Reject is aside, if they lose like a heavy hitter operator, you know, like the Glaz that we've seen being ran, like the Ying, that can really put a rut in the kind of momentum that Reject are trying to bring.
And again, it's probably a bit strange that we've got Blackray being the one to be playing so passive. I'm not quite sure on the decision-making behind that one, but instead here you're looking out towards Anderson that we saw in Piano. Suzushi may be playing a slightly more defensive style on the Jaeger. Oh, there we go, he's inside a cocktail, so yep, he's playing very defensive. So you're looking towards iGate on the downstairs with the C4 in hand, out towards Anderson, for example, to be the two that are making a difference, when normally it'd be Anderson and Blackray that we're talking about.
It's a bit of drone work being done by that Flores, being able to spot it that bulletproof, and in goes the drones. This is where Flores can be great at the kind of the destruction of that top floor setup that players, of course, go for on the Cafe. And whenever Mute isn't really an interest from, I think, APAC as a whole. I don't see a whole lot of Mute play compared to maybe other regions.
It's funny you say that. Well, we saw it earlier on, didn't we? 60% pick rate so far is the most played operator in APAC North overall. But in the last game earlier, well, not the last game, earlier on Border, we have Mozzie being picked without Mute in tow, which was weird because, as you say, Mute has kind of become the staple must-pick operator.
Of every region, so everywhere, yeah.
You've got to slow them down, and you do that by denying away information. And Mute just feels it's a lot more permanent. You can afford to lose a drone, for example, to a Mozzie Pest, because then the rest can rain on through, whereas Mute Jammers, they stay there until destroyed.
That's better from Cyclops. They have an opening pick, and well, down goes Take. Sophia, a lot of utility, as we know, in Sophia at the moment. That's going to be quite a big miss for Rejects. And I think the main issue of Reject right now, Des, is just the time management. They're only upstairs, and there's still 40 seconds left to go. Blackray is still just tucked in a corner. He's found a double kill with the shotgun. Window was right beside him on the white stairs, but just nothing. Lack of drones, Des.
I don't really understand that one. Again, he's a smoke player, which for a while that wasn't hanging around too closely towards the roam. But then here he's got himself tucked into a corner, killed two, clearly undroned, and Reject will pay the price for that. Otherwise here, you're probably looking down at a 3 versus 3 instead, and things feel a little, 3 versus 4, and things feel much closer. But in a 1 versus 4, with no time really left, Window and Reject should be giving this round over to Cyclops, and once again, things will get drawn equal.
Yes, the time management for Reject there, just not quick enough really in that upstairs take. Window gets an exit, but that's it. So Cyclops 2-2. Generally for Cafe, we do see it be a little bit more favored for the defense, of course.
Yep.
So even 2 rounds at the moment for Reject, it's still okay. I mean, yeah, another round, then you're really starting to feel confident as you switch over. But then for Cyclops, I think they need these next 2 rounds if they want to have a good game going into their attacks.
This is one of those maps that I feel is quite demanding of attackers, because so many of the attacks will begin up on the top floor, up on the roof, in which case you're already you're burning 45 seconds to get up there. Then you've got the whole scrap around getting control of Red Hatch, for example. You've got to make sure there's no one cheesing you from below, that Piano's going to be assaultable. You've got to put people on the windows, for example. You've got to worry about players like Gadarada that were inside a cigar shop. There's just so much that you have to worry about before you can even think about setting up. That's why I think defenders generally have the better time of it, is teams who can't move quickly will get bitten by the map rather than by the enemy team.
Cafe is like an ogre.
It has layers.
Exactly. So like you said, you have that top floor. That's the first layer. You have to go through Piano. There's another layer. Cigar shop, another one. Into Long Bar, another one. Into the back cocktail, another one. And that's before you've even done a bit of verticality for the actual bomb site.
And none really feel like they enable others to become that much easier as well. Like, arguably getting control of Cigar Shop to then get Piano is making it easier, but teams often try and get hold of Piano before going for Cigar Shop, whether it's opening up the double reinforced wall, whether it's players going on the rappel, for example, because the longer angle then gives you a challenge in towards Cigar itself. So even though those 3 areas all need to be controlled at the same time, they don't really make it too easy to take control of the others just by getting control of one, which again is why it's such a headache for attackers in the first 90 seconds of the round.
It's only a matter of time, Des, before we see the Monty. Only a matter of time.
Of course, Anderson's like, DPEC #1 fan.
What's up with this DPEC echo? I remember...
What do you mean?
I remember...
What do you mean?
No,
What's up with this DPEC echo? Did you watch the Major?
I mean, did you watch him on Monday?
Just telling you it was something special. He was saying the same thing. What I think some teams have tried to do is use the Yokais more aggressively in the mid-round. They lose them then. Whereas Deepek's often using them for hatch hopping, for getting out of drone holes. That's kind of his thing now that he does more than anyone else. And then pulls them back towards site. He won't still keep on going out and looking to get cheeky unless he knows it's safe. A great example is on Bank. He'll use the Yokai drones around square to support Spoit on their own, for example. But then it's straight back in towards site before they can get shot out.
So Azami was never banned inside of this matchup, which is really surprising. She's so good on Cafe because this very reason, Des. Look how much time she can waste. Look at the concrete barriers she can use as cover inside a piano. Like, if this was not Azami, this player would be dead. Well, dead now, but you know what I mean? It's wasted a good chunk of time there.
Yep, and onwards we march. The Monty Pistol doing all that needs to be done. Take being taken down as well as the push comes through here. Cyclops trying to take the fight to Reject. They do find the one, but they pay the price straight after. Piano control, it feels, is mostly established. But then here comes Anderton again with these aggressive mid-round drones that I'm slightly worried about. They're hoping for the swing to come in here. The blast comes out. It's an easy shot onto the Monty, and the Mountain will be taken down.
Yeah, the Monty is... obviously, you mentioned about the Echo drones. They have their own drone in the form of off the metal one. And is it going to be well timed? I mean, even if the stun does come in, it's going to be tricky even for Suzu really to get that kill anyway. Oh no, it's perfect. Great timing, great calls, and yeah, just no idea that the Echo Cam was going to be looking straight at the Monty.
That's it. I think if you could anticipate it like you can when the shield gets meleeed, then you get staggered, then you kind of turn to the right and you do the whole bounce with the 90 rotations. You don't know when a Yokai blast is coming in. You have to react so quickly in that moment, but I imagine you're panicking, your screen's all distorted, you could get shot from anywhere, and in that case, it's a freebie. 3 versus 3 now we step into the last 20 seconds to go, and Reject are enroaching up White. Black Ray coming in for the challenge, but gets domed by Tadaniki, who was just better in the moment. A push now coming up White, but also across through bar into storage too. By the looks of it, Reject should be able to make this work, but they've got to get these angles laid down. They find one more. We're looking in for the plant now as well, but Suzu, she can't even win out the gunfights. Reject closed it out again in the last 10 seconds, and every single one of these rounds, Demo, is coming down to that final 10 seconds.
It is, but I think just the gunfights are so much more in favor for Reject. And Cafe, it is a frag-oriented map. Nobody can tell me otherwise. It is going to come down to who can hit their shots. And that's exactly what's happening right now for Reject. And that can be almost the decider for Cafe, is what team is just straight up shooting better. It's an FPS at the end of the day, Des.
Yep. I always say it. 2 sides to a game of Siege. Strategy, FPS. You could have all the prep in the world strategical-wise. Not hitting your shots, you're not going to win games. It's as simple as that. Equally, if both teams are hitting their shots, then it comes down to who's got the better strategy, so go figure.
So this last round was a bit of a shambles, realistically, from KAG. They
didn't roam.
They didn't.
The issue.
No, they did roam. That was, I actually think that was the issue.
Anderton sat in restaurant, and that was it. And he was very isolated.
They had 2 roamers upstairs, and they had 1 player alone in sight, and then they had the 2 players towards VIP and restaurant. The main issue with what happened with KAG is they lost the guy inside of restaurant immediately down to that quick little push that I think it was Ake did it, wasn't it? He just walked in the sledge through the main door.
This spot where iGator is right now, actually,
picked him off. And then it's just a domino effect, because that means then I think it was it Suzu inside of, as the warden, I think it was, inside of VIP. He doesn't have support, he doesn't have a friend, so he then dies. And then the other 2 are off site, but by that time, Reject have then got control of Bakery, have realized, hey, there's only 1 guy in sight, let's just go Bakery, let's just plant. They don't have red holes.
I hate this.
I know, and they just go from there.
I hate an Azami peeking like this. It's the same as like when a Wamai does it. Like, I get it, maybe you like the gun, but those gadgets stack up throughout the round. Something like a Jaeger probably is a little bit better poised to be able to do in these kind of plays. Still working their way through, and already they found the one now inside of VIP that they need to be dealing with. That question now comes on to Rejects in terms of how fast they can capitalize on that information before the player manages to move away.
Just a matter of time before Reject start popping these Lion scans and make a move on this VIP and restaurant, which certainly seems to be what they want. You know, Window wouldn't be sat here on this double window with that cam feeding that information if they were not going for it. But look at KAG, they're really going to try and take the fight to Reject. They're constantly moving around the map, Des, constantly dodging those drones. And like you said about the Azami, this is where keeping those, being able to regenerate that gadget is going to help them just on the fly. You can set them up like we would see Legion would do sometimes, Des.
Just really hunkering down the top floor here, right? Does he know that Candy's coming? I think he does. Oh, but Candy tracks his head for free. Easy little shutdown there. Roma eradicated.
Still a good roam, though. You got a kill. You've wasted half the round. Not too bad from
You force on
Anaton.
the whole map, right? Rather than just saying, right, we're in restaurant, we killed the player, we have control now, let's just win.
And keep in mind, this is it's a bottom floor attack, and we worry now for Reject, as we've seen this happen to them before, where the time just gets away from them because they spend so long on hunting roamers and clearing out these power positions. So they do need to get a shift and start maneuvering either towards Bakery or start looking for that VIP in restaurant, which I think is probably what they would favor.
You'd assume so. Salty's still dancing around the top floor for now, looking to drop his way through. And should get to work on some of the verticals as well, it's worth stressing. If he's back on site, no real big worry there at all. Now, no doubt with that track coming through, Gadarada's going to stay on the move there, keep himself away from the verticals. But there's a lot of work to do on the upstairs, and that is why the Jackal, was going to say, is in such a good spot to start getting these opened up, but loses out to Blackray, who's on the downstairs. Not yet finished off, but that means there'll be no vertical threat demo. That's really all they had. The sledge has been taken out. They've got the buck on side, but Candy has got to get himself in position. I feel with 30 seconds left, that's nowhere near enough time.
And nobody is picking up that Jackal above. Everyone's on the bottom floor. They don't have time, Des, so it will be a 3 versus 4. And there is still smoke canisters, Des. Blackray can just hold one angle and smoke off the other. There's no way Reject can break through this. Well, they shouldn't. There should be enough from Kag just to hold on. You see Candy trying to solo push down towards VIP. That's never going to work against the shield. Here comes Blackray, cleans up house. Cyclops with that time advantage. A similar issue for Reject again. They take too long, Des, in that clear.
Feels a bit easy, doesn't it? And when I say easy, I mean for Cyclops. You know, the fact that you had Anaton having freedom to move between the second and third floor, to hold himself down, to get a couple of kills, that was already the start of it. And then see the attack coming through where you've got a buck on side. Sure, your stud just died. You've got a buck on side, but your Jackal's the one going upstairs. I get it. You're trying to find any more roamers that are on the upstairs. But that vertical control is so pivotal to this site to stop the defenders being able to move into key power positions. Not once did they've really looked challenged because the Jackal was down in, what, 5 seconds?
You talk about verticality. Why is the buck outside garage?
Yeah.
Why is the buck not upstairs getting everything ripped up?
He was inside our fireplace, and then went out the window to go down to white, I assume.
I don't understand the decision making. Why would Jackal not go down there? Jackal will find a footprint on that warden, no? Surely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes no sense. So, just little thing. Just, I feel like I've been poked with a pencil or something.
You done what with a pencil?
I've been poked.
Just like,
just annoying.
It's like it's not significant enough that you're going to kick off, but you're really annoyed and a bit
just
shocked.
stop that. That's what it's like. Just stop it. Stop it. Get some help.
What about if you were poked by something like a little more blunt that wasn't like a sharp?
Like what?
I don't know, like a rubber on
like
the end of the pencil. Wow. Wow.
Don't say that wasn't a good one.
Enjoy your flight home, mate.
It's this is me getting revenge. Like what I've just done to him, that's what he used to do to me, but 10 times worse.
10 times worse?
100% 10 times worse.
Hang on a minute. What sort of things did he used to say to you? You feel like you've got some deep-rooted trauma here that we need to unpack.
Pretty much. This is like whenever, you know, the main character, you know, their family's been killed by a man, and I finally got my revenge on that man.
Is that what you feel like you've just done?
That's what it felt like. You felt as if you killed my family.
I mean, I can assure everyone, I didn't kill your family. I did bully you a lot,
Disclaimer.
but it never got that intense.
No,
I was
no.
never throwing eggs at your house or toilet roll over the roof or anything crazy like that.
Oh,
that is a fantastic idea, though.
Oh, brilliant. Speaking of crazy, we have the classic Kag Monty, a staple, a signature from this lineup. Anaton especially is known throughout the world on this op.
I would... do I go that far? I would go as far as saying he probably is the best Monty player in the world.
Okay.
Your thoughts?
I mean, to be fair, nobody really plays Monty anymore in terms of
I mean,
memes.
it's also been changed quite a bit lately as well, so to be able to master it now is far harder than it used to be.
The closest I would say who I, you know, would really see playing the Monty would maybe be Grizzly from Heroic.
Really?
That would be the only other like, actual shield player. No, we're not saying the best. I'm just saying like who actually plays this operator. You know, because
back in history,
Anaton's the best, but he's the only one who plays it. So is he really the best? You know,
I think like Mint, Pengu, Psycho, like those
of all time. I thought you were talking about right now.
No, I'm talking about probably
of all time. That's a difficult one to say all time.
How difficult Monty is to play now, given how easily staggered he is. You have to be so much more confident in the plays that you're making. I mean, look at the last round, right? A great example, not checking things out. But Anaton, the pressure that he applies, the drop shots he used to pull off.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
like,
my goodness,
That's what I mean. He was probably the most lethal Monty we had. the pressure that he creates is just insane.
And bro, he might just go for a turtle plant. Like, look at this. This is set up nicely. There's nobody really from Reject who's in a good position to react to this. Oh,
Reading's open as well.
There's a pulse with a shotgun, Des.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. It's APAC, welcome. C4 comes out. Oh, has he weaved it in? He's gone for it, but it's just too far short.
There's a guy in train.
There's a guy behind him. Hello? Do you not know? Another monster.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? 2 kills come out for Reject when it felt like
there's a guy on the hatch.
In control.
What?
What is going on? Catarada, you're meant to be watching, buddy.
Why is BlackBerry got a pistol out?
He's got him. He's found his man. He's got the kill. It's okay. Cyclops somehow.
What? He's got a slit shotgun.
That's the
Oh, shotgun versus shotgun. Get me out. Get me out now.
Oh, that was amazing.
This is why I love this team, because there's not a single team who can do this. There is not a single team. And the worst thing, look at the reaction. This is normal. This is just a daily thing.
They don't look rattled by it at all, do they?
You know, this like, oh.
Right, round 7, Cyclops v Reject, stage 3 of APAC North 2022, stage 3. Let's never forget. Oh, I mean, I'm not going to lie, this is almost cathartic. After last week of watching FAV versus Sandbox on Bang that I declared the worst game of the calendar year, this is
not the worst, this is beautiful.
This is filming with joy.
This is the way Siege is supposed to be played.
That's it. These guys are just on another plane. Sledge shotgun, APAC, hello, EUL, and then they need to wake up. This is the way it's done. Look at the man. Unreal.
Just... that whole, like,
and it was just how the Monty was planting. There was someone that dropped behind him that should know where he's planting.
There's a guy on the hatch.
On the hatch who's meant to be covering his backside. And I was like, what's going on? What a clown show, but what a glorious, glorious clown show we are being gifted here. Right, next time I go back to Japan to booking for a local clown show. These guys may well be the actors, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
I mean,
I'm
Black
sure it'll be
Ray,
worth every penny you spend.
10 kills, Des. He's just what a season he's had so far. What a season Black Ray's had, and I mean, this is the best way. Just whenever you just have this momentum of someone who you know is always going to be showing up, that consistent factor.
Just a very reliable player, I think, overall. And this is something CAG have worked on. 2 years ago, I'd wager they were not consistent at all. That it was very up and down. Some games Black Ray be going.
They were like that at events as well.
Yeah. They've got that form about them now, which is the most exciting part. But looking at the comp this round, Demo, again, we're seeing the Monty coming out. You got the Jackal, you got the Nomad, you got the Lion, anything to lock down any more hijinks out of Reject. Because although we saw Cyclops win last round, they acknowledged it was not clean and they need more. Oh, you must be kidding. That is like, for what we were just saying about Black Ray, that is so lazy.
Unfortunate for him, so Take will be able to add an opening kill, and he just runs past him. Just not even a thought, and so does Candy. So it's a full retreat from Reject. Everyone is gone from the top floor. So, I mean, that is good news for, obviously, Cyclops. They still have a bit of soft destruction with the Jackal shotgun. Even Monty can go upstairs and get the hatch, Des. He still has one of the hard breach gadgets available, so there is still options. Hatch ain't even reinforced.
Nah, they've left it. Bailed. They do have one reinforcement left, but likely ran out of time here. And there's that ping saying, hey, I don't need to get this with the hard breach gadget. We can just get this easy.
They can still work from this, Des.
They can. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
They need to get picks. Need some picks to really open it up. Because if the time gets to about 20 seconds and there's still no kills from Kaig at that point, it's going to be a bloodbath in that freezer.
But that's what we love, Demo. It's what we watch APAC North for.
I watch it for the logos.
For the logos?
Yeah.
You like the logos?
Yeah, like little...
Reject looks like a Devil's Trident sort of vibe. Yeah. Kags.
God knows.
Let's not talk about it.
C for Cyclops.
C for Cyclops. I don't really understand where the Cyclops comes into it outside of the C, but hey, we'll take it.
Oh well.
Anyway, it's very similar to how Reject were attacking. They got the vertical control with the Jackal at least being established. She's up there as well. The Monty is dying to drop in, almost loses his life to VIP as well. Potentially a couple of misplacements so far coming out of Cyclops in this game, or this round, sorry.
It's a good eye from Salty, has to be said. And Suzu, I think, has realized that. Obviously, Anaton, as soon as he drops, is probably going to die from that angle, so he does need to be careful. They need some form of pressure on VIP because Salty can just shut down everything. And even, I mean, Tananiki just being tucked away close with that shotgun can just keep swinging and trying to find these picks. It's going to be difficult now for Kaig to really break that Reject because he just haven't got those picks, Des.
Nope. Although the utility has all gone out from Reject here, so it's going to have to be now or never. They've got to push in and make a plant work. Montage is back up, but it's in a 3 versus 5. I think we all know this is looking a bit... He drop shots him again! What is that? Gets away with the round either way. But just seeing him pull out stuff like... Look at him! Little rat!
Do you call Cyclops rats?
Yeah.
If only somebody was really pushing that narrative.
You are a rat.
Me. I'm not a rat. How am I the rat?
I had to open chat and see how they felt about the end of that round, and they were as perplexed as we were, by the way.
Good.
They are rattled, truly.
It has to be one of the top rounds of the year.
Someone said, Pie Guy said, sick pocket strap down.
Yeah, because that was planned in scrims. Oh, yeah. Oh, I hate and love this game.
I'm really enjoying myself. I'm having a good time.
You know, it's just... It's my type of Siege where it is just so random, so RNG, but at the same time, it should never... The reason why I always hate, because I love chaotic Siege, I love the chaos, but the reason why I hate it is because I know if I was to try this, it would never work. That's the issue. Whenever you try this kind of stuff, it doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
That's the... If I was to run Sledge Shotgun, dead immediately, not even a question.
There was a guy in chat who was just like, why Sledge Shotgun early in the round? And then he pops back up after the round. Okay, now I see why Sledge Shotgun.
Like, if I was to try and drop shot somebody with Monty, I would just lose.
Yeah.
Like moments like, you know what I mean? Like
And the stack would accuse you of trolling and kick you out.
And it's like, oh, but he did it every time he done it. He got a kill. Why can I not get?
You know why? He's like David Beckham, mate. He has spent hours refining the drop shot.
Nobody can drop shot like Anaton.
No one can. Trust me. There's a reason why so many players around the world don't do it. It's because no one.
It feels like everyone's tried it and just hold on, man. How is he doing it? It doesn't work.
I mean, there's no can't in Anaton's dictionary. Only can. Just believe in yourself, Demo.
So it's the top floor.
Yeah.
This is where we're at now.
Yep.
We haven't seen the top floor defense yet from Reject. So this is the first time we're seeing this be featured.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more tame of a lineup from KIA, has to be said. Very standard, very basic operators, nothing too crazy. Really, it just comes down to how good they can use their utility. I would say that both teams, especially Reject, I think a lack of nades was kind of showcased. There wasn't really a lot of nades, so I think that's where maybe Reject were struggling on their attacks. And I do fear that maybe KIA might run into the same issue, but I think they've brought in the Flores to open things up. Instead of not having to bring the nades, you can then bring that Flores to clear away the shields instead of picks, so clear away some of those concrete barriers.
They've got a lot of utility ready when you look at it, right? With the Zofia, with the Twitch to clear things off as well, the Flores, the nades. There's a lot
Great nade. Wow.
Speaking of the nades, that's the kind of one you're looking for. It's Black Ray onto Candy, up to 11 and 6. Black Ray goes.
And that's the Izami barriers no longer being made inside of Piano, and pretty much Piano has to be forfeit almost, because there's no shield on Pixel Des as well from Reject. They've lost that shield. And Gatorada doing good work, eliminates the Mute Jammer. Now that's where the Flores drones are going to have an easy access, and honestly, you can maybe try and just kill the guy inside a cigar shop who is now forced to drop downstairs.
Just go and zap him. Just zap. You might even get to see him here. I think it's a bit too late now. Obviously, he's back on his feet, but he is very low indeed. And just like that, Talon taken out of the round as well. Looking quite dire for Rejects here. Cyclops, it feels, are in control. But there's a reason why I said the word feel, Demo, because look at how a good number of the rounds this game have gone.
Yeah, pretty much it's timing really, but it's just getting better and better for KIA now. Anaton leading the foot charge in to that freezer, but Salty will be able to shut it down. Diffuser is being attempted, but there will be a C4. Diffuser actually going to be cold inside Cigar Shop, Des. Nobody from Cyclops is really capitalizing on this, and all of a sudden it is looking like a massive throw, but Taki overextends and gives the lead back into Cyclops.
This... Again, 30 seconds ago, feels like a Cyclops advantage, and now you're seeing exactly why I used that word. No C4 in back pocket for Salty, then I know where he is as well. A swing at the same time should be the play. They try and make it happen, and sadly whiffs with the SMG. It is a closeout for Cyclops, but it came damn close to being a throwaway.
Yeah, very classical round you would expect to see in a Cafe top floor attack. Clearing away Piano, getting in all that utility. They've done it well. You have to say that about Cyclops. This showcases, again, that methodical team where they can play that very standard-like Siege where you have to do everything by the book. They're not rushing in with the Monty or the Sledge Shotgun. Like, can you believe, after you've seen that first round with the lineup and the way that Cyclops played that round, that then 2 rounds later, they would pull out that style of Siege? That's insane. How?
Cyclops, that's how. They make the unbelievable, believable Demo.
But no, that was a good round, and I think that really cements Cyclops now as as a good team in the lead now. I think they'll just go from strength to strength. They're attacking a bomb site that they've already won as well. You have to keep that in mind. And we're back onto the Monty. We're back on maybe to that sledge shotgun, Des. We have a Ying make an appearance. There's the Nomad.
Should we do a quick spot check when we get into round?
That's it. We need
The
to
Ying
check.
comes in as well alongside that then. Oh my lord. A number of changes going on over there. I was on the other side, seeing things looking... I've noticed actually quite a bit today. Mac played it a lot on border. Maestro has kind of creeped back in, despite us in the pre-show seeing him on, I want to say it was 8% pick rate he had. Has started to make more of an appearance today at the very least.
Yeah.
Is it the shotgun? Is it? Yes,
Yeah,
it is the shotgun.
Of course.
Of course it
Does
is.
Pulse have the shotgun? Yeah. Oh my. Round 2. Here we go. You need to be walking on, Des, with the board that says round 2.
Oh, is that
ready for
it?
the big fight.
My ring girl now, is that what you're saying? Brilliant. I'll hold the cards up.
Good legs for it.
True, they look great.
Terrific legs,
I'm
Des.
told they look fantastic in fishnets. For those who missed it, I wore fishnets for charity.
Yeah.
On stream.
You can find it very easily somewhere.
I'm sure it's buried away somewhere.
No, I'm sure we could find it quite happily. Maybe Fresh could tweet it if he's listening. Fresh, you'll have it somewhere.
Desnets was a thing.
Indeed.
All right. Let's see how things shape up in this round then. For Cyclops, again, we've already said that Monty is back on side. They did lock in that Ying towards the back end of things as well. And normally if you see a Ying, you know exactly what the game plan is. As direct to site as possible, pull off and execute with the Candelas. Though we did see a couple of teams last week making use of the Ying to actually force roamers back down towards site, almost to scare them away because they can't stay put and get full flash because they may well just get swung. So it forces them out without having to risk an engagement.
A complete change up from KAG. Instead of pushing in towards Train and in towards Fireplace, instead they're just going to take control of the top floor via Easton.
Oh
There's the shotgun, and he's straight into sight. Des, he's straight into Laundry. Black right now has a good footing. Taki comes out of nowhere, eliminates the Monty. Down goes Black Ray. He's been shotgun. The revenge has happened. Round 2 goes to Salty.
The window play. There was 2 of them on windows, one now backing away instead. And Alligator expecting a flank to come up Red Bull. He would be completely misguided as no one is looking to pull that off. But after the dust has settled, 90 seconds in, 3v3. We've lost the Monty. The Ying is still on side. 1 Candela, 1 Smoke. On the other side, the 1 Impact is what we're looking at.
So Gatorada, I get your try and look to pinch window. If they have a suspicion that somebody's going to be tucked deep in towards that top floor, there goes the Ying. Window will be flashed. And in goes the Buck, but somehow wins against Gator, but will be traded out by Suzu. So it's a 2v2, Des, but there is still that pulse. Constant information. That's where Candy can come in big if he just listens to what Salty's telling him.
That's it. 1 in storage, 1 in storage. There's the scream. Is there going to be a great unknown? Now, Candy's being the rogue agent here, guided by the information from this pulse and looking to see what he can do. Red ping's coming through, Impact in hand as well. Hopes to clearly be able to find himself. 1 still being pinged out constantly here as well. Expected to find the man, and now Suzu, she has the idea as to what's going on, but is slipped through the net demo pillars. He's escaped and is looking to try and make a plant work out here. They might be able to get one in the same spot, ironically, as where he went down in the previous round, and now he sees the drone, knows roughly what's going on here as well, but can they stick this through?
Candy has to try and get in there. You cannot leave Salty all by himself. He's inside of reading right now. There goes the drop from Candy. A 1 versus 1. Ying versus the Pulse. He knows exactly where he's going to be. The shotgun swing. Spray with the LMG, but shotgun wins against the LMG. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's bloody brilliant, Ed, isn't it? It just is.
Attackers are winning with shotguns. Defenders are winning with shotguns. It's just so back and forth. I love it.
Oh, game of the year. Game of the year.
That's a strong statement, mate.
But, I mean, the thing is that you will always remember this game and you will always reference it, and every time that Cyclops ever comes into a conversation, you will reference this game.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
100%.
I don't think I will. The game that I reference a lot at the minute about Cyclops is the game at Mexico between them and Team 1 on
Why
Oregon.
is that?
Because Team 1 couldn't get inside the building. They were running outside of lobby front door. They were throwing themselves out white window literally every round. They were running out of small tower. They were set up in big tower. They just literally gave nothing and deleted them every time they came to a gunfight. And that's obviously the event that Team 1 would go on to win, but even they say, yeah, that was not a fun game.
I mean, that was an event that just Team 1 should never have won. Never in a million years should they ever have won that competition.
Don't say that too loud. Your favourite Team G2 will be really upset because I'm out on it.
I mean, they know themselves that it was like a 0.111% chance. I mean, he's a genius. He's brilliant at just coming back from. He's not supposed to. Alamau himself just doesn't care about the odds.
I mean, the real beauty, obviously, was that then Team 1 had to go on to play Cyclops, not on Oregon, but on other maps to
the rematch.
Get through. And we had that weird little tricast between me, Jackie, and Tim on the B stream. It was kind of more of a podcast for the most part, it felt like.
But if Jackie's involved, and Tim's also there, and you're there, it's never going to be, you know, quote-unquote serious.
It's a proper like, Brits talk show. It was great.
Yep.
We had a good time. Shield being removed nice and
Techers!
That is, yeah.
I have never seen that done in competitive.
The balls on that man.
That's the equivalent of going for a light bandit trick.
I bet you now.
That is.
They've just thrown it and been like,
hold on a minute.
How the frick is that still there? What?
That's actually brilliant. Wow. And then he gets a kill.
I have seen it in Tier 1 once before. I forget who it was, but I have definitely seen it because it kind of brought back a memory.
Jeez, that was great.
It was pretty glorious, I won't lie.
That's really stumped KAG now, because their whole idea with clearing out VIP, you know, with great ease and swiftness is just done now. Because
they got one more, they could try it.
They do have one more, but the likelihood of that actually getting through is going to be very unlikely.
Well, you got to follow up on the back of it, right?
Oh, there you
picks up the shield, he steps away, then you go for the swing, make your play.
Rotating shields everywhere. There's a triple shield setup. And there goes the last drone.
They've got 3 shields, to be fair.
Bro, they can't push through this. They're done. They can't clear the shields. There's 3 of them.
This is horrific.
Oh dear, KAG, what's happened? KAG, honestly, it looks as if they're going to drop points for the first time.
Pain. Yep. Again, things can get chaotic when you're against teams that you know so well. We saw it between FAV and Fnatic, and it's again the Japanese versus Japanese matchups that are saying it all. Candy on a swing. Anderton taken out early on. A third comes in as well. Reject looking to clean up round 11. And like you say, Demo, force us through to 12 and guarantee that Cyclops will drop points in some way, shape or form.
Just a poor use of utility, realistically, from KAG, and they tried a last-ditch effort just to rush in and try and get the kills, but that's never going to happen against Reject. Gator, will he die? Will he get the swing? Will he get his exit? He will get 1 kill, but it's all down to himself against 4 of them. There's somebody detected outside, Dez. Seems to be the
alibi decoy.
Exactly, the decoy being deployed outside. That's going to be annoying for Gator, and he just has no chance in this round. It's really going to have to be a massive throw from Reject where they all just run at him, but as you can see, patient as ever for Reject, holding the angles, knowing how important these points are. And Des, even just that 1 point is going to be massive for Reject perhaps later in the season.
Well, it's like we were saying, the stage itself is crazy at the minute. There are well, at the start of the Playday, we had 6 teams. We only have 8. 6 of them were on 3 points. So it's really, really tight, and points do still matter. A massive deal coming into this. Candy off on the swing. iGator falls, and Reject move us to match point. Can they close it out and take all 3?
It would be a big upset if they did. And I mean, it was always the issue of Reject last season, wasn't it? Where they couldn't beat Sandbox, they couldn't beat DWG KIA, and they could not beat KAG. They've beaten Sandbox. Can they beat KAG?
Do you think they can?
Ask me in 3 minutes.
Well, no, because then it's not a can they. We'll know then. What site are we going to? Let's look at the lineup and let's look at the site, and we'll do predictions. Nothing's really on the line, but we'll just do it for fun.
I think it's going to go OT.
It's top floor.
I think it's going to go
OT. Look at this. Honestly.
Was that about 1 second off?
The balls on this man. Unreal. Salty's just like, I ain't scared. Oh, I love it. Right. Now we're getting an eye on lineups. We'll see exactly what KAG gets locked into be in the next 20 seconds. But defensive side, not too different, indifferent to what we've seen, or not too different to what we've seen from both teams throughout the game so far. The Azami kind of a staple, the Jaeger as well, the Warden, because both teams have been employing a lot of smoke. Not at all surprised to see that. The smoke, speaking of which, has also been quite a staple. The Legion, probably in about half the rounds in the defense so far, I'd say.
So pretty much the same lineup.
Capital again!
Coming in from KAG. Obviously, you may look at that and think, oh, well, they don't maybe have an ace, they don't have a Habana, for example. They've got the hard breaches on Capital, which is really all you need. The only wall that we ever see be opened up for a Cafe top floor attack is going to be that top red wall, which you can do, of course, very easily with that hard breach gadget. I do like the fact that they've brought a good chunk of explosives. You've got, what, 4 nades, 2 Gon 6s, and the 4 Flores drones. 10 explosives to clear away a couple of shields and some concrete barriers. Yeah, should be enough.
Yeah, I think having the Capital and the Buck on side, I was speaking about them a lot in the preseason before we saw these patches, the patch all come live and the changes come in. The fact that they have hard breach gadgets, Gon 6, decent utility, decent primary weapons as well, just really shows how powerful they can be when you've got 4 or 5 potential plus points being brought along. And of course, forgetting the Capitao is also a 3-speed, so quite pacey. The LMG not one that I normally align with, not given the changes that have come in, but we did see a Finker almost clutch out earlier, let's not forget, with an LMG.
Indeed, indeed. So KIA just taking their time, making sure that they can cover every run out, really respecting Reject, and honestly for good measure. They've got a Legion downstairs inside a kitchen. There's really only one reason why you'd go for a roam game, Des, if you're defending that top floor, and that is looking to pressure the players who are going to be repelling on the piano. So you can see now Salty looking to creep for it, and Black Grey, oh, maybe bad timing, Des. He actually starts to back away now.
Could be perfect timing, arguably, to get that back away at the time. Otherwise, losing yourself out too early, yeah, it would sting. Still, Salty holding down on the side of the map where he assumes there's going to be action, but right now there is little to be found. Instead, it's iGator inside a reading, taking the book to Take and taking him out.
Shift.
It's the smoke as well being gone is the real pain there.
Change of plans right now for Cyclops. They've went for a different approach. I think maybe just looking at, hey, there's actually, you know, a lot of utility to go through piano. Let's just go for the lesser bomb site to say. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to execute on, of course, Des, but in terms of taking control and clearing people away out of that bomb site, it's very easy to do.
The Warden versus the Capitao is going to be the big one here as well, because Lucky's ready. Step back into the smoke as well. Really smart play. But the nade into the smoke! Genius stuff. A great read onto the Warden and takes him out inside of storage. That's such a critical operator to be gone, as now we can look potentially the other smoke bolt coming out of Aniton and looking to do some work.
The fire will try and stop Tadaniki. Takes a bit of damage, but instead jumps back up to the planks.
Floor is lava.
There is still a Legion below. Salty is downstairs and potentially could utilize the openings that Buck made downstairs. You can see there's holes now inside of the flooring, but instead looks as if he's going to try and come back upstairs. It's because he's actually being chased by Black Grey, and that's one player you want to try and stay away from. Here comes the nade. It should be an easy kill, but 2 kills have come in for Reject. There's the nade, and Black Grey and Suzu will appear. That's 1 versus 2 for Tadaniki. Do they know where he is? It will be a double. No! Almost had the double kill, Des, but Black Grey again. This man is on a rampage this split, Des.
This game especially really flying high. Somewhat matched on the other side too, though, which is why we are going through to, in fact, to say the line is Tim Wood. Go on.
Des, we're nearly there, Des. No, Des, we're here. We're overtime, Des.
We'll go into overtime, Des is the line.
Oh,
do you want to try it again?
No.
Please.
No.
It'll make me really happy.
We're going to overtime, Des.
Thanks, I'm really happy now.
Get the laser gates on, Reject. You need the laser gates.
Tim has so many words that he says strange. Like he says, Playday.
Playday. Round number 9. That's another one.
We had a good debate about round number or just...
Yeah, I know. I was there for it. I know. I listened to it.
That was a good fun one. What else was there? He always says, cool down. Cool down. Take the kids to school, not school. I could go on all day. I made that man with taking the piss out of his
You've made that man, have you?
Because laser gates became such a thing. I was giggling for a solid 60 seconds the whole time as well. It's beautiful.
You do wonder where Cyclops would be in this game if Black Grey wasn't being Black Grey.
He wasn't shagging.
Wouldn't
yeah,
you?
it'd be a wonderful question. What? You haven't heard me say that on cast before?
Yeah, I have, but just I wasn't ready.
Wasn't braced. See, my general philosophy I go by is after Fabian joined us for a bit, we got a pass that we can swear once on broadcast. And I think I've already said shit today once on desk. So that's my pass. But Shagger doesn't come under any rule. It's outside the bounds of the limits.
I'm a good Christian boy.
Does the word haunt you?
It just... I'm a good Christian boy.
Well, let's see how much Shag and Black Ray can do in round 13. Then we're getting into this. Looking at the line.
My dad's watching. I think Paul wants to hear that. No, he doesn't.
I'd say I'm sorry, Paul. But I'm not.
But no, you're not.
On the defensive side, though, once again, we spoke about this in the last game, though. Mute Mozzie. No mute, but we are seeing the Mozzie there from Take. Talk to me. What do you think that is?
I think it's a bit of comfort. I mean, the P10 Roni is probably a lot easier to utilize. I mean, I know it's easier to utilize than the Roam than what the SMG is and shotgun.
If I play mute, I have to play MP5K.
I know, and you're a troll for it.
I'm not a troll.
That, but
I just know where my strengths lie.
And also, of course, different philosophies. Obviously, yes, they're both good for drone denial, but then Mozzie can turn into like a Valkyrie where you can have information, as we know.
Apparently, this is why I'm gold, because I won't play SMG.
Yes.
So SMG is the key to Diamond. Is that what I'm learning today?
Just,
I don't really believe it is.
Just, you know, good comms. That's what you're after, Des. Good comms.
I can do the good comms. I'm alright with that.
No problem.
Right, let's see if Salty's got gonads the size of bowling balls here as well with the shield play once again. Oh, the swing from Anderton. The timing.
See,
Take deleted.
This is where I think Cyclops, they've just read in to reject. I think we've seen that in the last round as well. Remember whenever we had Salty lurking below, you seen that, you know, Blackberry was ready for it, and
Boo.
a similar story.
Window.
A similar story for reject where
Right, round two.
they're just getting caught.
Demo, shush. There's a Flores versus Boo. Okay, fair enough. Salty dealt with
It's
it, though.
never going to happen, Des. You're not going to be able to
might.
Flores drone
Never
that.
say
You're
never.
not going to be able to, so
Never
there's no point.
say never. I won't have this. This is slander.
Well, how's that working for you?
Oh, give it time. Give it time. How many more attempts has he got at this? He's got 2 more?
Yep.
All right, here comes another one. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Come on, Salty. Come on, Salty. Don't swing it. Don't swing it. Don't swing it. Oh!
Yeah, that was brilliant. No,
gave
yeah,
up.
that was great.
He also got the Banshee.
That's okay. Yeah, fair enough. But, I mean, you want the shield, not the Banshee in this scenario. Look, and he's even losing the normal ones, Des.
No, he didn't lose that one. He kept it. It's on white
Medics,
stairs.
get off that. We don't.
No.
We want to see the setup.
It's a
No,
minigame. Right.
Medics,
Medics,
go away
your
from
job.
him.
When he uses that last one,
No.
you have to follow it.
Medics,
I'm
don't listen
determined
to him.
and committed
We
to the
need to see the
storyline.
breakdown. Thank you. So a full top floor is what we're having. We're actually seeing the buck be utilized as. We're seeing these sight lines open, but as you can see, reject, they're all falling back.
He's flashing. He's throwing both flashes. I've got my
plant?
attention. I tell you what, it's baited me as well. There is a plant going down and no one has any idea. No one's not.
Hello? Hello?
What's going on? He's got away with this one for free. And just like that, Cyclops might have stole themselves round 13. Blackberry into another. Up to 17 kills. Will make it 18 with the finish. He's going for raw techers at this point. Sits on the 18 as Anderton collects one more. The last man in Candy working his way down through VIP. Can the man he can? The answer suggests no, but he will find Blackray. Anderton surely in for the swing at any moment's notice, but with 3 still to find and it disables the stick, I don't see how Candy does it.
2 upstairs as well. There's one on the hatch, one on the vertical angles, and yeah, looks as if Cyclops are going to retain their lead inside of this game.
Great Pokeball.
Realistically, they didn't even need that VIP control because there was no reaction from Reject. They allowed them just to drop into freezer and plant so easily, and I really question how that's been allowed to happen. Where is the communication from Reject?
I was just transfixed by the battle.
You were
of
playing a
equals.
minigame.
Yeah, Flores drones versus shield, 2 wins. Most would say the Flores drones, unless Salty is stood behind the shield. It's like picking on someone's little brother and then the big brother turns up. That's exactly what just happened. You haven't got a big brother
that,
before you when I bully you, do
No,
you?
I'm an only child, you see.
Oh, there you go. This is why I bully you.
Thanks for that. No, it wouldn't be the brother. You know, like I said, Paul's listening, Des. So you don't want to rethink what you're saying to me?
No.
Before Paul gets...
No, he's already
gets
heard you
his
say
hand
that
on
I've bullied you for years.
He knows.
And it won't stop.
He knows.
I bet Paul is way cooler than you.
Why does everyone say that?
Does everyone say that explicit line? I bet Paul is cooler than you.
So, I mean, everyone used to say that at school. So,
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, see, when you're at school, though, like, your dad generally, in most cases, your dad is cooler than you, unless he's past a certain point, in which case he's no longer cool.
No, because Dad always used to come to the rugby games, didn't they?
Exactly.
So, God, feels like you need to lie down. You've kind of like a childhood epidemic here or something.
Emotional distress.
Indeed.
Well, it could be the last round, Emma, so you may well be.
Maybe I'll bring Paul to an event one day. Who knows?
Bring what? Sorry.
Bring him to an event.
Oh yeah, bring Paul.
Yeah.
We'll get a beer and you won't be invited.
How come?
Because you have to have so many call points to be able to go for a beer, and
yeah.
you're still like 12 years old as well.
Oh, you're funny.
Like, you can't even grow a beard. Look at you.
Hello. How's that came into it?
You're a baby still. I've really missed it.
Honestly, just Tim, if you're listening, I have so much appreciation with you that you have to do this on a daily. Honestly, fair play to you, Tim.
Tim has learned to handle it very well and bat it back normally.
Poor guy.
He doesn't engage, because if he engages too much is when I go even further. And that's the problem. He knows when to stop.
Reject.
Talk about the game then.
Reject. Back on the attack for the first time in a
Please.
very long time. The Monty makes an appearance. No Ying, no Blaz.
Nope.
A little bit more classical. You have the Ash Sophia for that utility burn. But they still have that potential of Monty maybe just walking into an area and creating chaos.
Here we go. For now, at least how things are set up, though. We know it's this top floor. We know exactly what the objective is, this top red area. Salty kind of leading the charge in. a little bit nervous because he's been one of the big fraggers for the team so far in this game. Admittedly, everyone has been contributing, but we've seen Salty with some excellent plays throughout the game. But here, he's impeded somewhat by the shield. It's the same way you can look at Anderson and see that he's 7 and 11, remembering that on every single attacking round, he was playing Monty and therefore will not be picking up too many kills, although he did find that one cheeky little drop shot that we can't forget down inside of the kitchen.
These concrete barriers again, Des, just this is a classic from Azami. Reason why we see her be banned so often on Cafe is just for this very reason. It's so difficult for the attackers to not only fit in the operators needed to use that soft destruction at range, but you know, you don't have then the burn for other areas. You don't have the burn to maybe take out some of the power positions, such as inside a freezer, for example. It just really hinders your entire streamline of an attack.
This is interesting as well, how they've hard reinforced off the entirety of bathroom and electrified all of it, where normally you'd have to rotate in through bathroom.
I like it. I really like it a lot.
I think it's okay. Like, it gives less of the defenders to be able to challenge in towards Piano itself, but it also completely changes what teams come to expect of this kind of hold. So the player that sat inside of storage can do so here incredibly freely. Challenge Spotlight, challenge Cigar, without worry of being shot in the back.
Concrete barrier blocking up the door, just again, waste more time. Salty's going to have to go for the punch. He's just, takes a bit of damage from somewhere. I don't know what angle he's been hit from. It's been something. And, Juanitin finds a freebie on to the Nomad. Taki goes down, but then will be switched out by Salty on that Monty.
You ain't so gangster now, Juanitin, huh? Getting pistol whipped out by the Monty on the other side. As we get into the last 10 seconds, the bullets start flying. Can Cyclops close things out here and now? The Monty is part of the problem. He's in the back corner and should be able to start getting this plant down. Is there a savior on the side of CAG?
C4?
It could be Black Ray, but they've started marching their way forwards. Now going in for the plant again. The swing coming out. Sees the man. It's a 1, it's a 2. And Black Ray breaches 20 kills and takes the game for his team, 8 and 6.
Oh, the bulletproof camera, Des. The information. Just a constant factor there for Cyclops. Reject, same issues, just too slow on those attacks, Des.
Whew, what a game. That was a real entertaining match of Cafe. Some games of Cafe can feel like a meat grinder. He's had a field day there. This is how you know it's been a real Japanese showdown when one player, namely the two big fraggers in either team, are the ones flying.
Just so good, Black Ray. Take your hat off to him. He's been playing great the entire stage. This isn't just a life game. He's having consecutive life games, Des.
He's having a field day, right? The glasses come off now.
Whew. You've seen enough.
I've seen enough. Get me back to being blind, please. Will Paul genuinely be watching this game?
You probably.
Does he normally watch you do casting and stuff?
He watches all my casts.
Oh, bless Paul.
Since the first day.
Hi, Paul. Let's get a beer sometime. Again, your son's not welcome. When we come back from a break, our desk, during the demo, we'll break it down for you. See you in a few.
Welcome back, friends. Hell of a cast, I have to say, and a hell of a game. Reject versus Cyclops. And And leave it to Cyclops to really push us to the edge on this one. Overtime, yes, they only get 2 out of the 3 points, but they get points nonetheless,
I mean, it was a good game. It was an exciting game. You experienced very close up, but there was so much that was just that sort of bit where you're like, this is Cyclops doing Cyclops things in the really good way and the bad way.
They had a good mix between the two styles they can play. There were some rounds where it was just chaos, which is kind of what KAG's known for in terms of international scene, but there was rounds there where they were able to slow it down, play that more classical Siege, being able to use utility really well, and just pick apart teams one by one. So I think they showcased that. The main issue that I think I had with KAG today was maybe showing too much respect to Reject at times.
But how come? Because, I mean, look, leave it to Cyclops to maybe bottle it here, because we were talking about it at the beginning of the day, that day 3 is incredibly important because it only leaves you with a maximum of 12 points that you can gather 4 more play days. It's not as lenient as it would be in EU League, for example, where you have 9 play days instead of 7. So you need to make that stand today, and Cyclops definitely have over the past 2 days, but, you know, DWG KIA, they're back in it, so you cannot slip now. They got the 2 points. It happened, but in what fashion?
Well, there's always a lot of pressure when they play Reject. There wasn't. There didn't used to be, but Reject are, for a lot of people, the second best Japanese team at the minute. They're the second.
It's a national derby.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair. No,
exactly. It's the equivalent of Sandbox going up against DWG KIA on a standard split. That's what this game is becoming. Reject got there very quickly, but the only reason KAG get probably pressured is because Reject can apply that. If it was a slightly previous season KAG, where they can only do half of the game that they've been able to do, that could have been and should have been and might have been a Reject 3 points. But it's not, because KAG now have 2 sides to the sword. They still worry me.
Yeah.
A lot. But they pull it out.
We could hear both of you very clearly, I can tell you that, and that's not the earphones that are talking here. But I'll be back to you two in just a moment. We have our interviewer lined up with our victors at Cyclops. Hello, Suzuki and Kobayashi, our translator, and Suzuki, of course, from our victors at Cyclops. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel?
Kobayashi-san, 聞こえますか? まあ、インタビューされてたみたいで。
ああ、はい、了解です。
Kobayashi.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Okay, I will repeat the question. First up, Suzuki, congratulations on your victory. How you feeling after this long-drawn game?
鈴木さん、本日勝利おめでとうございます。ゲーム長引きましたけども、今の気持ちはいかがでしょう？
ありがとうございます。そうですね。最初にマッチポイント取られてヒヤヒヤしてたんですけど、今勝ててすごいいい気持ちになってます。
So when we were pushed to match point, yeah, it made me very nervous, but I'm very happy and very relieved that we won that game.
Well, let's talk about that, because we've been, raving about Cyclops over day 1 and day 2 of APAC North, saying it seems like Cyclops can play the slow, methodical, and the quick, explosive. And today, there was a bit of a struggle. You had to go all the way to overtime to close it. Was it the fact that you were playing against Reject, a team that might know you very well from the Japan League and APAC North? What do you think?
で先週までのゲームの中で、サイクロプスのプレースタイルとしては、非常にスローなゲームから、突発的で構成的なゲームまでさまざまなのができるっていうふうに、インタビューの中で話してましたけれども、今回はリジェクトとの対戦オーバータイムまで押されましたけれども、これは同じ日本リーグのリジェクトというお互い知れているチームでの戦いだったからでしょうか？
そうだと思います。あとはやっぱリジェクトも今力をつけてきているチームだと思うんで、最大限僕らも対策して臨んだんですけど、やっぱり向こうもちゃんとうまいので、こういう感じで競ってしまったのかなって思ってます。
Yes, so Reject, their play styles, I think they're improving, in level and 2. So we were we prepared against them, but obviously they did the same for us. So that's why I think they pushed us to match point.
Fair enough. I mean, you still get the victory out of this. You've gathered a total of 8 points. Now there's competition heating up. We're hitting the halfway mark in the stage. Do you feel that this is the stage for Cyclops to get back on the horse for November Major?
で今ただし本日サイクロプスが勝利したことを嬉しく思います。で今8ポイント獲得をしてステージの今半分地点まで来ますけども、11月のメジャーまでに向けてもう今回サイクロプスは巻き上げていきますか？
はい、今季全勝してメジャーに行ければ来年のインビテーショナルのポイントも稼げて、インビテーショナルに出場できる可能性も高くなるので、もう今季は本当に力を入れて頑張っていきたいと思います。
Yeah, so we will gain a full victory this season and hopefully get into the invitationals next year. Yeah, so we'll win every single game this time.
I mean, I hope for you. And next Playday, you go up against FAV, another Japanese team that you know very well, but also knows you quite well. What do you think we can expect there?
ぜひ全勝するといいですね。で来週のゲームについてはFAV同じ日本リーグので非常にお互い知れてる中のチームだと思うんですけれども、それについてはどう思いですか？
そうですね、ファブゲーミングもメンバーチェンジをしたばっかりですけど、結構今実力を伸ばしてきてるチームだと思うので、油断せずにちゃんと勝ち切れたらいいなって思って。
Yeah, so we know FAV Gaming, but they've recently undergone a member change. So we won't expect that game as a given, and we'll prepare for the match.
All right, very good to hear. Well, Suzuki, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory today. You'll get to play against FAV Gaming next Playday. Make sure all the CAC fans are joining up and coming in to watch game number 4 next Wednesday. Till then, thank you so very much, Kobayashi, for translating, Suzuki for joining us. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Sayonara.
Thank you.
Little thank you at the end. But here we are back again, and yeah, you're hearing it from Cyclops. Reject can prepare very well against us. They know us quite well, and that's why we took it here, but we still got the win at the end.
Do you want me to take it?
It's always Jack who says it first.
Yeah, well, he's not here, is he? So
Well,
I don't know.
Black Ray,
you're supposed to be Jack.
incredible
Get in there.
Black
player.
Ray had an incredible day, an incredible performance. I mean, the fact that it got to OT and the fact that because around the turn of OT, he was about, 16 kills to 8, 16 kills to 7, and you're still getting into OT. It sort of shows the importance of a performance of that level of a player. If he's half as good today, they lose the game.
He's been around for ages, Black Ray.
Yeah, I mean, the whole KIA team's been around for ages. This is what we're talking about, the consistency and the trust that everyone has, not just Black Ray, but everyone in the team. It's incredible, and this is where this side is really starting to hit a bit of an upward trend, like a massive upward trend. I don't want to say peak, because I think they can keep getting better, and I think we need to see them now. With the current KIA that we're seeing, we need them at an international event to then get a full picture and really get to judge this side for what they are.
I want to see them versus Elevate.
Oh,
I bet that would be such a fun game.
That would be sick.
Right? I'll get them against FaZe. That's what I want to see.
Get them against anyone.
Against
in
Wolves.
the finals, sure, when they eventually take it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said. One last thing. Somebody was pointing out Suzuki looks like Sexy Cake somehow with the camera angle that he had, which is kind of you'll have to look at it in a moment. Anyways, look in the right angle,
sure,
we all
man.
look like Sexy Cake.
What's he talking about?
I'm losing my hair, so I'm losing neurons.
Is he always like this?
He was talking about cooking shows on Monday.
Ever since he's got engaged.
He went down. Yeah, it's just...
Sorry, you were saying?
What's that?
I'm getting old. Anyways, thank you very much, Demo and Emmy. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for our final matchup of today's Sandbox. They're taking on Spear Gaming. See you then.
20 kills and takes
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I get it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need, come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Welcome back, friends, to APAC North Sandbox Gaming against Spear Gaming. Everybody's gaming in this game. Now let's see who can take our final one. All Korean, yes, Emmy. You were laughing.
Yeah, everybody's
Would you
gaming.
like to tell the class?
Yeah, you like everybody's gaming. You gaming?
No, I'm analysing. That's what I'm supposed
Most
to do.
people are gaming.
All right, well, fair enough. Tim is back, so we'll be casting with Des, and we have you all to our own here demo.
I mean, you kind of did anyway. I had to do both still.
Ooh. You can put that on your resume. Spear Gaming, what can they bring for this match?
They're going to have to bring a lot. They're against one of the big three, as I've kind of dubbed, kind of like DWG KIA and Sandbox, of course. So I think Spear, last split, didn't really show us much to go off. I think they've had, a good, okay start. One win, which I think is okay for them. But this is still going to be a very difficult challenge against a big old dog in the cage.
I mean, difficult is Spear's first, middle, and last name. I think you have a look at this roster. They only really usually spring into action in there the last 2 games. That was just a preview of the most recent split, but it's every single split. You go back on them for a while. They have a habit of only finding momentum when everything has already gone out the window. And it's, you know, it was a good start for them. It was victory early on. They did some damage, but it was never a story of are they going to be in the top 2. It was are they going to be in the middle of the pack. If they have a chance to do some damage to the top 2 when they're struggling, it spells at least a better story than the usual one.
Now, there's been some damage done to Sandbox Gaming. They've lost in the first Playday against Reject 7-5, so not getting a single point out of that Playday. And then, of course, last Playday, defeating FAV, but it seems like everybody's defeating FAV every now and then, so that's another sort of story there. But can Sandbox keep it up? Because now the fight is on. You're talking about the top 3. There might be more contenders, and there's only 2 spots for APAC North.
Yeah, I think Sandbox should go into this game similar fashion to what they done to FAV, really, and just come in with a nice, clean, comfortable victory, similar to what I think, especially since DWG KIA beat Talon in a very good fashion. I think Sandbox has to respond with, again, another clean victory, because no offense to Spear, you know, this should just be, you know, play food for the most part, I think, for Sandbox.
I think it's the thing as well now that you've got Cyclops. They're not clear at the top. They've struggled a little, but the team that took blood from Sandbox was the team that just took a bit of blood from Cyclops. They need to have everything else going for them if they're going to have a chance of leapfrogging these other teams that are putting in this good competition. It doesn't matter whether DWG KIA do stuff if the team that's already beat you, Reject, has taken points from the team that you need to beat at the top of the board.
There's a lot on the line here for Sandbox. This top 2 fight, it has to happen now. And we heard it from Rin earlier today for DWG KIA that they're going to plan on winning all of it. Same thing from Cyclops. Those 2 teams are up for blood. And Sandbox, they're going to have to pull the maximum for it. And Spear standing in their way today. Which map will we be on then in this matchup? That's my question that I hope we'll answer within the next few seconds as the map bands will roll on your screen. There you go. On the right-hand side, you'll see 9-map pool, 8 are out, 1 is left, and Sandbox will have the last say. They take us to Bank, removing Border, and start off on the attack. Spear have picked the Fens starting side. Look at that grin. What's going on?
Dez has to cast Sandbox on Bank again, which he just cannot wait for.
He's writing a strongly worded email.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, they played it last week. Dez says he hated every single second of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would hope that Sandbox have reviewed that very in depth, and hopefully they can respond, because I mean, a team like Sandbox, it's a map that isn't going to restrict players such as Good Boy, who I think we'll always look to as being that main man. So I think if they can just loosen up a little bit, and really, I get the whole idea of you have to play for pressure, every game matters because there's so few games, but against a team like Spear, I don't think Sandbox should be stressing out.
It was brains out, guns in Siege last week, and they need a little bit of brains in. They need a little bit of that. Spear are a slow setup team. Spear are a team that, you know, they'll have 5 different operators in 5 different entire locations and then go for the execute at around 45 seconds. Bank doesn't quite offer that space, but if Sandbox are just willy-nillying around on the place again, it probably will reward Spear and Spear's method of play.
If there's any players to watch for, one from each side, really, who would you watch out for in this game specifically?
Good Boy and Mephi, I think, being the 2 entries, those 2 are going to clash a lot in this game.
Agreed. No, I think it's agreed.
Fair enough. Well, we're seeing Sandbox, probably the team that can take this, but Spear, what can they pull on the other side? Any operator bans that might come up here for Bank? Because, I mean,
Nook ban has to obviously come in.
Even in APAC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, even APAC have shown today that how clutch they can be in that operator.
It's the thing of everyone has the lesson of Nook. Nook forces teams to have to play a second entire style on their defense. They have to pay attention to an entirely different facet of play. Get rid of Nook. You get rid of that idea. It used to be the same with Thatcher. Thatcher was a restrictive thing. Now there's pocket MPs. Who's the pocket hell? I don't know.
We'll have to find out. Demo, I mean, thank you very much. But hey, it's Spear Gaming and Sandbox Gaming. We're all gaming here. We go to Des Gaming and Ace Gaming. Enjoy.
So close.
Des Gaming and Ace Gaming. So then your new,
I like it.
Your new channel, is it, Tim? Ace Gaming.
I like it.
I like Tim Tam. Oh, we're even calling it on the bottom as well.
I'm all about gaming. Everybody's gaming.
Why are production so on this, so sharp? They had the whole Descatue thing in like 5 seconds earlier.
I've only just noticed that.
Yeah, that's what
Well
you know. I was just like, how has this happened so quick? It's brilliant. Either way, we get to sit with us for a few seconds. We're going to go for a quick rehost, Tim. So get to look at our beautiful faces. How are you today, buddy?
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much, Des. Glad to be back with everybody. In for game 4. Demo did a great job on game 3. So
did I do a great job of bullying him?
Of course.
Obviously.
I mean, if you're going to give him the full casting with Des experience that I have to tolerate every time, you might as well, give him the full work.
Can you share him 3 tips on how to deal with me? Because he seemed to struggle with that and didn't understand how you did it. So I figured after a few years, you've probably got a pretty good book of ways to deal with the chaos.
There's only one way that you need, really. That's just to ignore you. Just switch off to it.
Demo couldn't do that, though. I said Shagger and he got really upset.
He got a bit rattled by that.
Yeah, he's thinking about walking away now, I think. Do you want to come take a pew? Do you want to come sit down with us? You don't want to sit with me again, he said. He doesn't want to sit next to me anymore.
No, that's... One game can be enough for some days, but it's, it's water off a duck's back. I just enjoy it. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment.
Maybe you are, Tim. Maybe you are. No, Demo sure isn't. But this game itself, we'll talk about it for a second. Bank. Now, I did very openly declare that I thought last week's game between Sandbox and FAV on this map was the worst of the calendar year, and I think I'll stand by that. It was a game.
It wasn't the best that we've seen.
It was a game. I'll leave it at that. Whereas you look at...
It was no FaZe versus Rogue.
No, it wasn't. You're absolutely right. But then you look at Spear, for example. Their last 2 games in this map have been 7-5. They were pretty close, pretty tight. So hopefully they can do the same against Sandbox and we get a good game out of it, rather than Sandbox just sweeping over their Korean brethren.
I think the important thing that's going to determine how good this game is Sandbox turning up and playing Siege, rather than Sandbox turning up and playing Ranked or, whatever it was that they did last week. I think, if they turn up and they start putting it down in the server, it's going to force Spear to elevate themselves. It's going to force them to put in a better performance and we get a better game all round. If Sandbox don't and they come in throwing rounds away again, then, it could be another painful day for them. I think they're going to have learned a lot off the back of last week.
Is 11 back now? 11 has been back in now, hasn't he, for a couple of games? Yeah, so really it's trying to see him ramping back up, I'm probably most excited about seeing Mephi versus Good Boy, to be honest with you. 2 of the young 18-year-old gunners that I was celebrating a lot over the last year or so and saying they will help elevate APAC to a new level. Both have been playing pretty well across the year. So it's always a good showdown when those 2 come head-to-head. The only difficulty is the kind of caliber of the team behind those 4 players.
Yeah, exactly that. And the thing is, Bank is, and this is part of the problem I think that Sandbox saw last week out. You name a few big players on either side of the board there. They need to be gelling together to have success on Bank. It's a big map. You've got to work together. You've got to play for your trades. You've got to work off each other's contact. You can't just go out there, solo, just running around. You might get a good player here and there, but you're going to get punished more often than not by a team that works as a team. On Oregon, for example, you go for a run out on your own, you can get away with it. Even if you get pinched, you can often escape. You can wriggle your way back to site. It just doesn't happen the same here on Bank. If you're out in the map, you got to find success and you got to work together. You got to have somebody out there with you, because otherwise an attacking team closing down roamers as a team will have a field day.
You're very lucky we got saved by the bell there, Tim, because my next topic of conversation was how much your head looks like an egg from here.
Well, lucky me. I'm so glad that I came back.
A very hairy egg, but it looks like an egg all the same. Devin was asking earlier, because I'm sure that many of you have observed him over time. He doesn't always sit there perfectly bald. He lets it grow a little bit, then he shaves it off and so on and so forth, because who's got time to shave it every single day? And then Devin was like, why has Tim got hair? And I was like, he does that quite a lot. And he's like, that's not allowed, he's bald. I'm like, but he's not all the time.
It never goes down to skin.
No,
it never goes all the way.
You always have a little,
to the wood, as we might say up
fluffy
north.
buzz on top of your head, and that's about it sometimes. Yeah, and that's enough.
Yeah.
Although when I need you to be my crystal ball, you do have to shave everything.
It'll come to demo one day. His hairline's a bit wonky anyway. And I know that he's sat there going, no, it's not!
Pew, 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 pew. Tim's out here with the pistols. Look at him go.
I know that Demo's wounded somewhere now. He's checking a mirror and he's arguing with me.
I love this new
can't
Tim.
hear him.
I haven't taken any prisoners a couple of times in the last 24 hours. I'm here for it.
Told you, Des.
Welcome to chaos, Tim. Embrace chaos. Alrighty, bans have already rifled on through. Obviously, the two notable ones will be the first two. The Nook that we spoke about, the Desk also spoke about this. So commonplace on this map in general because backstabs from Nook can just be world-ending. The Oscar's quite an interesting one against Sandbox. We have seen them employ it a couple of times. Teams have been using it on this map for attacking in towards CEO, for example. G2, once upon a time, used it to attack in towards basement as well. So there are just options available with that operator that can make things quite frustrating. My question mark now turns is when we see Sandbox in towards the later rounds, will we see a lot of Monty being picked up? They did have it hovered over here but are changing away. But obviously a good alternative towards bringing the Ossa would be that Monty.
It would, on the flip side, on the side of the defenders, two to keep an eye on, actually. Interestingly, we've got Sayora there on Capcan that I'm going to touch on first. Always an interesting one because, along with any traps, Capcan is going to burn a bit of time because those drones have to be extra careful going in. You've got to think about every doorway that you're going through. They're going to get put in tricky little spots like that between the filing cabinet and the wall. And you've got to make sure that you bang on it so that you're not, it's a cheap death if you go through a double trap door and end up losing a life over it. So they really don't want to be doing that, Sandbox. It's going to burn time. They need to make sure they move in quickly so that they don't fall foul of that clock. Also, Mephi, one to watch. We've already said, Demo picked up on it quite rightly, how important he's been for this Spear gaming side. He can be an absolute nightmare, and he's out on the vigil. That, again, is going to take something that Sandbox didn't show us last time out on Bank, and that is thorough droning and teamwork.
This is the thing, Ryan. It's one thing that I look at Sandbox. I mean, they've already got an item here as well. They know roughly where he is. He's now stepped away, being challenged from the window, going in for the 1v1, but Zarakati to get the win as Good Boy finds a second as well. Two members of Spear taken offline inside the first 60 seconds. My only reservation now, Tim, any of the team, I think I'll be happy with this. My issue is it's Sandbox, and they are not good at getting entries and closing rounds.
No, not necessarily. But what I would say is I came in here saying I want better teamwork from Sandbox. And what have we immediately got? Better teamwork from Sandbox. Droning, pushing together, kill from the window. Absolutely perfect onto Mephi. Royboy's gone as well. So that's now 5 versus 3. They've got to lock this down. That's a freebie onto the Capcan. Arakaze using the space that he's created for himself fantastically well.
Crazy Boy doing his best to get away with the yokai, but Good Boy's going hunting, sees it and takes it out for free. This is what I spoke about during the cast with demos. The difference between DPEC and a lot of other players is DPEC won't use the yokais in that kind of context. Uses it in the early round for a bit of support, a bit of information out drone holes, for example, or assisting Spoit on the roam, but then those drones are brought very close back towards site to help with information and denial later in the round. Very rarely will they be used super aggressively in the mid-round where he can lose them too freely.
Sandbox need to get themselves moving. They've done some great work. They've got top floor, they've got mid floor. They're 5 versus 2, Des. They could just push into site here. They don't. I'm not saying that they're messing about with hatches. They're not. This is, still paying the due diligence. They know that rounds can be lost from this point, but let's have a little bit of aggression as well. 40 seconds left to go. Don't leave it until there's 10 seconds to be putting the diffuser down on the ground. You're 5 versus 2. There's no reason. You can go in, mob-handed. You can go in with a few of you at the same time and start looking for those kills. Static is in a position to think about pushing into site here. The diffuser isn't in position there, so not going to be able to go down just yet. Good Boy gets the kill onto Crazy Boy. One boy to another, taking him down, and that is now going to leave NL on the hunt through Vault, but he's going to need an absolute miracle here in a 1v5. He drops the diffuser though, Des. There's 10 seconds to go, but Sandbox know exactly where he is. Surely he can't hold on. No, he cannot. Shiol shuts him down, and that's going to be the round for Sandbox, but boy oh boy, and this is why I was saying, Des, I didn't want them leaving it to 10 seconds left when they were in a 5v2. Get on with it.
It's like I said to you earlier on as well, Tim, the number of times these guys have found the entry and still given rounds away just makes me nervous at every single juncture. And that was almost one at the very end there as well. But very fortunately, all 4 players descending on the final man and getting the closeout that we are looking for. One thing I will say, despite that slightly messy ending, that's more of what I came to expect from Sandbox last week. That's the kind of team play that I hope to see their entries working together to close down and pinch on towards players, establish early control, and then look to overwhelm the enemy with your man advantage. What I almost want to start seeing in later rounds from Sandbox is more pace. Think about teams, we talk about EUL a lot, but think about like Rogue. Let's think about teams like Heroic, things like Wolves. The fact that these guys can get to the final 30 seconds of a round and then just go 3, 2, 1, go, and everyone moves at the same time with real breakneck speed. That's what can overwhelm teams, and I think it's something that Sandbox is still missing in some areas.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It was sort of a speed slope rather than a speed ramp at the end there. You know, what we want to see, like you say, in that 5 versus 2, I'm not saying just dive in and throw your lives away looking for kills. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is get yourself into position quickly. In a 5v2, it doesn't have to be perfect. Get in there and get the job done. Don't let them set themselves. Don't let them, you know, prepare for that situation. Shock and awe, get the job done. Bit more clinical. Like you say, Sandbox, it was very much plodding along even in those last 30 seconds rather than a rogue style. Right, let's go. Bang, round 1. Done. That's what I'd prefer to see.
So now we've stepped away from attacking into the basement where there are a lot of hatches to get open, 5 of them in total, where her banner becomes incredibly powerful. MV now has the freedom to step away from playing second hard breach and get onto the Decabian. Operator, like we touched on earlier on, was already relatively popular in APAC North, but has only grown with the introduction of the EMP grenades. Worth saying though, MV is not playing said grenades. I think because we're seeing the KIA banned away, this is probably why they've done this, is it lets them play with the agency instead to bring along utility burn, and they've also got them in the back pocket of the Monty. Good boy finding NL nice and early in the round. Again, another entry for Sandbox. Now we've got to keep on stepping it up there and build up the pressure.
Good stop, once again, and especially with that Monty on side, because what it does is it just creates a little bit of space for Monty. Sometimes I'd almost look at Monty in an offensive sense. I know, you know, overall he brings a lot more to the table, but in an actual like offensive situation where you're pushing forward, Monty is kind of half an operator. You know, he's not going in there with gun drawn. He's not going in there having an impact on the other players. He's able to push them around, disrupt them, move them, but can't get those kills, not immediately without dropping his cover. So for me, you sort of like half an operator sometimes. NL dying now gives Sandbox a bit more flexibility. Monty can push in. Arakaze, you know, we know how fantastic a shield player he is. He can push in and he can make a nuisance of himself without Sandbox really losing anything in terms of manpower. They're still 4v4, even if you discount him from it. So that's great. Good boy, he's working underneath again. Not a second nade kill. No, he's not going to find his man this time. The ping was there, but it doesn't matter because Envy's on the window. Gets his man.
Hit sight. Hit
straight
sight.
out, though. Can he make it back in? That's the question.
I'm sure he can, but they can hit sight. It's 4 versus 2 on site now as a result. This is where Sandbox have got to pick up that pressure. But Good Boy's still going to find him anyway. That's a great pickup. As said, 4v2, now is a good time to think about pushing in towards site. But rather than having a big aggressive push, they opt to clean up the player they know they can catch out. So it was good decision making. Static on the flank as well, watching the last man. Crazy Boy does find a kill, but with that kill gives away his position. And with a Monty still on field, Tim, we know exactly how difficult this is going to prove to be.
Oh, it was inevitable at that point. And in 3v1 with a Monty as part of the 3, you know, I really don't expect a defender to be able to do much in that situation. And that was a good round. Once again, well finished off by Sandbox. They took a couple of opportunities there. Mefe, he took a roll of the dice. He threw himself out of the window. In all honesty, you don't generally get away with it on bank. You might get yourself a kill, but it's not often that you'll get yourself back in the map safely. He managed to get back in, but it doesn't matter because you know exactly where he's coming from. So by the time you push in through an electrical door, there's going to be a gun trained on you. You're likely to lose your life. So it was, you know, it was a good effort, but it didn't pan out. Sandbox once again took good advantage of it, locked down those angles, didn't allow the defenders to make the rotations they wanted to make up for that man disadvantage, and got themselves a good win.
Absolutely. Just little things from Sandbox that look far more clean than last week. One, the team play, I think is probably the key thing I'm seeing. The entries they're finding is normally coming as a result of team play, that they're then grouping up and looking to push as a team rather than trying to keep themselves split and pushing throughout the map. But arguably the confidence is also there as well, which I probably think is more an outcome of that teamwork coming together. But they're happy to take gunfights. They feel confident sat on the flank like you saw from Static in that previous round. It doesn't look shaky or nervous or like they've not had a warm-up, for example. I haven't played Siege for a few weeks. Instead, no, they look fully primed and ready to get this win. And this is looking much more like the Sandbox that I think everyone wanted to see coming into the stage and believed that we would see in order to fight down one Kia and Cyclops for one of those top 2 spots.
Here we go then, round number 3, we're going to see our third site. Spear losing the first 2 reasonably comprehensively and deciding to move on each time. This time it's going to be open and staff area for them. So top floor clearance once again, similar to round 1 that we saw from Sandbox. They did it fantastically well then. Shio is going to spot out Crazy Boy on the Aruni. So Crazy Boy's days could be numbered here. They know that he's at Marble Stairs and he's going to find himself challenged quickly. There's the drop, there's the kill. Absolutely love that from Shio.
You You call him Shyle, I call him Seal, Tim. Saw absolutely everything on Marvel there as well. Didn't matter where he moved to. Had assistance and goes in for a second as well. Turns out maybe now he's also got a fourth eye. He can see through the walls and know exactly what's going on. Not quite hacks, but still has a fantastic sense of intuition. Shyle now looking to work his way down Marble for the next man that's trying to swing him out from Bleepers. And with the audio sound coming out, it's normally a sign that there is someone lurking. But by the looks of it, also has the sneaking suspicion that someone could still be around Tellers and Archives.
Arakaze is into the top floor on the book now. He's got complete freedom of that floor to be able to just have a look around, but tell you what, that freedom's ripped away from him as the Nitro gets ripped by NL. Beautiful play, just second guessing where the book was moving based on where those holes were being opened up, and manages to get himself what could be an important kill. It sort of brings Spear back into the round a little bit. They've got 3 down towards site. They pretty much now have limited that top floor pressure to whatever is currently open. Sandbox are not going to be able to do any further work, so this next kill is going to be particularly important.
It's kind of slow and steady pressure here towards Archives as well, because they want that push into admin office that then gets you directly in towards the site. Royboy interestingly dropping away into the basement so he can come for a flank up blue, assuming that that's maybe where some push will come in. But as it stands, not too sure.
NL just waiting on the hatch. He's not going to be dropping down it, of course, because he's currently in the site. They're not playing underneath, but he's just aware that there could be somebody down there trying to hunt Royboy. If somebody tries to move underneath, tries to find that kill, it could be shut down from the hatch. They know he's coming, Des. There's absolutely no way Royboy gets away with this. Perfectly played. Good boy onto Royboy once again. The battle of the boys coming down and falling on the favourite of Good Boy. We're going to have that triple wall opened up. The impact nade will not be successful. 17 seconds though. The time could be the factor here for Sandbox. And Seora, he's holding on, Des. He manages to find one. 13 seconds. Can't find the second though. Static with a beautiful shot down the side of the key. But Barricade is going to close out the round, and that is Sandbox 3-0.
I can't think of a time I've seen a team that's looking to focus on getting inside of open area to turn around and actively challenge blue. I've seen a number of teams, DWG KIA being one of them, against international competition that gets a flank up blue stairs, kills 2 people and gets away with it. We've seen similar stuff in Europe, for example. But to see a team turn around and flash blue stairs and actively go after the player is a really interesting adaptation that I don't think I've seen before. Good stuff by Sandbox overall. Understandably, Spear, they've seen enough. They've tried their 3 main sites. They've lost every single one. Sometimes it's just worth getting that pause, that reset in, even if there isn't something strictly that you can see going wrong, just to give the boys time to breathe, to get the communication back online. It worked for Fnatic earlier. Maybe it works here for Spear.
It's going to have to be a big turnaround, in all honesty. I think the problem that Spear have got, it's not really momentum-based. I mean, yes, Sandbox have a bit of momentum behind them, but the problem is the way that Sandbox playing. No matter what Spear put in front of them, as you say, the blue stairs there, they're just getting aggressive on it, they're challenging it, they've seen an opportunity for a kill. We saw it twice in that round. Shyle sees his man on Marble Stairs, he goes straight in for that. How often do you see a player just vault over there and drop down behind somebody to get a kill? It's so rare, because it doesn't usually work out, but they've just got that confidence behind them at the minute. You said yourself, we barely ever see that challenge onto blue stairs. They're happy to just chase the person away, but no, they're seeing that opportunity, they're smelling the blood in the water, and they're going straight after it. And right now, they are taking huge bites out of Spear Gaming.
Like a big, ripe cherry, Tim. I honestly really thought you'd turn around and say a big bite of the cherry. Bite of the cherry. How do you say cherry?
Like anybody else does?
No. How do you say cherry? Say it for me.
Cherry.
Cherry.
See, that's just... No. You're forcing it
cherry.
now. You know that... No.
Not having this. Not having this.
Not having that.
Oh, you said cheddar, Tim. I heard you. Don't worry. I'll make sure I get it right next time. Thank you very much. Cool. So let's keep on shaping on then. Hopefully after that small interlude, we are going to see a bit of a change. Got the Valkyrie on side. Otherwise, things look relatively similar to how we've seen them before. Mephi back on that Vigil once again, looking to cause trouble out on the roam. Keeping a close eye on Royboy and the damage that he might do as the round progresses. Last time around, it was a flank up blue that was going to be the round winning the show, stopping play from Spear, but just never really came to light as it was well read by Sandbox.
Crazy Boy playing a little bit further down those marble stairs this time. No surprises there. Not playing as far as the top. He is not going to be challenged on a drop down from the skylight. But the thing is, this is the next evolution, the next step, the next stage that I want to see from Sandbox. We've seen better teamwork. We've seen slightly better aggression. There's been points where we've maybe said they could have gone a little bit quicker. But other than that, it's been a better performance. What I want to see now is better adaptation. You can't do the same thing over and over again. And I love it. Shio comes in, exactly what I'm asking for, from a new angle onto the same position, gets his man in a different way. Beautiful opener.
That's the kind of stuff that you want to be seeing for sure, but the difficulty is for Spear at least, it's again another entry that's gone against them. It's more great play coming out of Sandbox. Once again, they found 2 entry kills in the round in a row, and we've still got most of the round to play, Tim. Their early kills have been lightning quick throughout these rounds, and that is what I think is giving them so much room to breathe and why they look so comfortable.
Kyle taking a little bit of damage there, just off goo mines up at the top of the marble stairs, as well as maybe a shot or two from Mephi, who he's just sort of floating around that area, trying to make it difficult. Good boy, he's getting aggressive here. He's got himself into archives. This is sort of a more forward position than Sandbox achieved last time. They did lose out to somebody coming through from the teller's side, and they're saying that's not going to happen again. They're aware that Roy Boy is playing inside of there, and he's going to find himself challenged. This pinch needs to be well timed. They need the Iana pushing in. Good boy needs to move while the challenge comes in from the spiral. Beautiful as Arakaze manages to take him down. 5 versus 2 now, 45 seconds left to go, and this is that moment, Des, that we've talked about in round 1 and round 2. Have that setup, have that execution ready, and then go for it. Punch through and don't leave it to the last 10 seconds.
There's probably a piece here on the fact they've got 7 drones left alive. They have 40 seconds. This is a great time to get some information. And sure enough, Shyle, Arakaze, both getting on drones here, trying to find a little bit of information to make this safe. But they haven't got the mute jammers off these walls, and Static's not going to be able to get this one opened up. If they leave this too late, this could still come back to bite them. Good Boy's just gone marching in towards site, though. Still looking for his numbers. They found Mephi. 1 more to go. Do they know where he is? Yes, they do. Good Boy with the closeout. Who cares about the quad wall when you can find quad rounds? 4-0. To Sandbox.
This is looking a bit, it's men against boys at the minute, to be honest with you. Spear are not coming close to rounds. Sandbox, if anything, are getting more and more dominant. They come back from a tactical timeout for Spear there and hit them with a flawless round. It's just gone from bad to worse, and Spear really don't seem to have an answer at the minute. They could be staring at a 6-0 half here, because out of all of those sites, I'm now thinking, where have they looked likely to win? And I can't give you an honest answer, Des, because
this is it.
Lockers, they weren't anywhere near. CEO, they weren't anywhere near. That's probably going to be the 2 sites that we see them try now. I think, rather than looking at the site, we've got to look at the part of the round that Spear Gaming need to win, and it needs to be the early round. They can't be giving up 1 or 2 kills within the first minute and a half, as they have done consistently so far.
The danger is you've had a tactical timeout, which is really the round after when you should be looking the best. But then you come into this, and you've just been flawless round, you've been slapped about for fun. Where do you go from there? You've had your time to discuss, to try and amend things. Unless you're now admitting, right, look, boys, we're going to lose this next round as well. We're going to get spanked here. We need more time to figure things out. Just play it casual. Let's have a conversation. Even then, you'd be down 5-0. And I can't imagine any team would go for a chat like that. Of course, they're still trying to figure things out here, but I kind of fear at the point where you're down 4-0, a team's overbearing on you to this level, you're struggling to see the light. I mean, look, Good Boys 7-2, Static 3-0, Shyle 6-0. You're not even close to stopping these players.
No, absolutely not. Like you said, it's got to start with a kill, and it's got to snowball from there. And for me, it needs to be that entry kill. Spear need to give themselves something to believe in, essentially, at the beginning of this round. Now, they're being hunted down. Sandbox are aware that they're up on that top floor. It is going to get hairy up there unless they decide to fall back to site. At the minute, there's a little bit of movement there from Roy Boy inside. That's better. Manages to get that opener onto Arakaze. But look what happens. There's immediate answer. Sandbox are there. They've got the trade, and it's 4 versus 4. No real advantage to Spear.
Oh, man. It's, balancing it out is one thing. Turning that into a more leading advantage is another. Like you say, it's a 4v4, but it still doesn't really feel like they've gained all that much. What I will give to Spear is we're halfway through the round, and things are still even. They haven't lost 2 in the early round like we've seen so many times over, but Sandbox has still got so much to work with here. They've got the flashes, they've got the smokes, they've got the hard breach, they've still got all the tools they need to pull this off.
Having lost Arakaze, you talk about tools, it's not the end of the world for Sandbox. You know, they could have lost much more important operators to begin with. The Booker's got very little work to do down into the basement here. Good boy. He knows there's going to be somebody still inside of open area. Crazy boy decides enough is enough. Going to drop himself away. Rips the nitro out. It goes, but nobody had followed in quickly enough for that to be a problem. Envy was still upstairs, and so will continue fighting. A little bit of damage there. I'm not sure if that came from the nitro or not. Could have been a bit of vertical damage going on there up through the hatch, but it's not going to matter at this point. 50 seconds left to go. Hatch is getting open. Sandbox just posturing to try and get themselves into position to put this diffuser down, which for the first time so far today, Des, I'm sort of feeling like they might actually have to do.
Very possibly so. Let's see how things shape up though in this last 30 seconds. It's pinch time here with the Goyo canisters starting to burn out. Clearly a push in through blue, part of the consideration at least, but it looks to be actually a drop. No doubt towards the south side instead. Main stairs. Shyle. That was the freebie you need. We've seen players cross there before and pay with it with their lives by not being careful. In fact, it happened to Sandbox last week as a great example. But here's Crazy Boy stays on his feet. Mephi has got himself dug in deep. He may well be the last line of defense.
Manages to get the kill on the drop there, and it just feels like Sandbox are possibly out of ideas here. Nitro, we've got a Vulcan canister kill. Static manages to get one, but without getting that diffuser on the ground, it's not going to matter. He has to go for it, but the shotgun is there. NL closes down that attempt, and Sandbox, again, just a little bit too slow in the mid to late round there, left them scrambling. I mean, Des, they had the thermite of Static opening elevator hatch with 15 seconds left to go. That's just got to be done by that point.
It has. And again, this is the kind of thing I speak about where if they've got that early advantage and they can turn it into a win, great. If you're going 1-for-1, then you can kind of understand why things might get slowed down a little bit more. And you could see towards the end, they were still scrambling for what was the idea there. If that push came through onto Crazy Boy and they knew that in a 4 versus 3, different conversation. You know that garages are being held. You know the hatches are safer to come dropping through, arguably at least make use of your smokes and your flashes to make it easier. In that context, though, 4 versus 4, there's far too much to consider with 15 seconds left on the clock. So I'm glad to see Spear at least get something on the board. If nothing else, it's going to be more of a consolation prize. If they get 4-2 here, they've really done a smash and grab against Sandbox in this first half.
Absolutely, it's a steal. I was just going to say exactly the same. If I'm Sandbox, I am not happy with a 4-2 here. I want a 5-1. They've been so dominant in this first half that to walk away with anything less than a 5-1, I feel you'd have to say was a failure on the attack, you know, given the way they've dominated that early phase. Now, it's all going to come down to this one. They're up on the top floor. Crazy Boy's got the Valkyrie, always a tricky operator to play against. It's going to mean that Spear should be very well informed. Maybe something that they've struggled with a little bit. They haven't always seemed to know that those challenges are coming, particularly when they've been facing pinchers. We've got Arakaze on the Monty again, which isn't going to make things any easier. We saw him last time trying to march up the spiral stairs in main lobby. I think it'll probably be the same again. He's heading in that direction now. Spear, for me, again, need an early kill here. Last time, if you remember, Sandbox got the opener. Good boy manages to do it once again. I think that's the 3rd time that he's taken Roy Boy down as an opener. And as I explained last time, it just means Arakaze is now a man over. The shield can be utilised, and it could be a big problem.
I don't think they've missed an entry so far this game. I need to put the stat sheet to have a quick look, but
Roy Boy got the last one.
The last round. Outside of that one, then I think every single one has been with them. That's just how dominant it has been in the early round. And I'm glad the scoreline's reflecting it, rather than us being at 3-2, 2-3, whatever it might be. They have got the lead as a result, which is the most important part.
Just looking for the long angle there after the square skylight wall has been breached. That means there's a big problem for Spear here because they're being pushed from 3 different directions. They've got somebody on the windows, they've got that breach to deal with, and now they've got Arakaze who's going to try to march up the spiral stairs, and therefore that makes an extremely important kill for Crazy Boy onto Envy Taylor because it removes one of those angles. You can now see all 3 players are on one side. So as soon as Spear Gaming recognise this, they've got the Valkyrie Black Eyes that might just help them do
so. Once they recognise that the push is coming from one point, all guns will face in that direction. They don't need to think about anything else, and they can just front up the threat that is coming to them. This is very winnable for Spear.
Shyle might be the threat here. He's actually just beelined his way straight up to the top of the stairs. Does he know where anyone is? Because right now attention should be being soaked out by the Monty. And there it is, a swing comes in, but Shyle wins out the fight. But it's a trade back elsewhere. On the map, it's Static falling down to Mephi. 3v2, with one of them being a Monty. It feels for Sandbox like once again, they might just fall short.
They really needed to not lose Static at that point there. Shile's low health, and now he's having to come up and make challenges that it looks like players are sort of expecting it. We just saw the player inside of Janitor there having a little look over in this direction. NL, he's well prepared. He knows that it's coming from both sides, but he's ready for this fight. As he takes a couple of bullets, it's just basically an alarm clock to say, yep, the fight is here, and it is now. But somehow Shyle manages to get it. But Crazy Boy, every time Shyle gets a kill, somebody loses their life following it. Shyle unlucky there not to get himself a second. Mephi closes it out, and Spear somehow come away from this first half 4-2 down, but we would have expected much worse.
Whew. I mean, for Spear, again, real smash and grab. I was convinced after they lost the first round after timeout, down 4-0, this was going to be 5-1, if not 6-0, and Sandbox would just steamroll their way after a couple of rounds of defense, maybe to get the win. But instead, Spear are in with a fighting chance. Do I still think it's a hill too steep to climb? Probably. I think a lot's going to ride in this first round. If Sandbox win, one, it's already setting the pace for how defense is going to play out, and we get an idea of how the rest might go. They'll also be up 5-2. One more round at the very least guarantees overtime. We'll see how they play this one. Is it going to be out on the roam, or is it quite static? They have got 3 ops that can get out around the map here in terms of Envy, Shyle, and potentially the Azami of Good Boy, whereas you're very likely to see this double denial setup of the Chanka and the Smoke coming together.
Sandbox, questions are going to be asked. If they can, like you say, get these first couple, then it starts looking a little bit different for them. But I tell you what, if Spear get this first attacking round, it could be panic stations for Sandbox. They could well be remembering last week's result without too much favour. We're going to have Tachanka opening almost everything up here. We've even got hatches being opened up, not closed off. Exactly that. So it's going to mean that there has to be a mid and top floor presence. We've got server hatch closed up. So an odd combination, really. If you're going to play on the mid floor, sometimes it can be worth leaving that server hatch open or soft at least, so that you can challenge into servers should they take over that area. You can support your players that are inside of there. But for the time being, it's going to be top and mid floor take for Spear.
I was going to say, surely they want to reinforce the admin hatch. I think it's been left soft and they do want to get it done, so maybe they'll have someone run over and reinforce that in a moment. But at least for now, there's going to be this big clear across the top side of the map. We always know this. You see the roamers out and about around the map. You can see the Azami doing so. You can see Charlotte and the Malusi as well. The two of them like peas in a pod here inside of a staff room and open area. Printer no doubt going to come under challenge at some point soon too. And Mephi's looking to apply pressure from above. So really the big question is, how much time can Sandbox waste here before having to drop away? If you waste in 2/3 of the round, perfect. Fantastic roam overall.
Crazy Boy getting the drone out there. Sayora managing to find the man at the top of blue stairs. A little bit of damage onto Envy Taylor, but not too much. Certainly not too much to force him away, I wouldn't have thought. Shyle, once again, that's his third opener so far on the day, taking NL down and giving Sandbox a real boost here. Diffuser outside, another kill for Good Boy. This is falling apart for Spear as Good Boy gets himself a second. It's 5 versus 2. Despite Shyle being down, he's managed to get himself back to sight. You'll love to see it, Des.
I spoke about wasting a couple of minutes and getting away. That would be the perfect roam. They decided to one-up that. They got themselves 3 kills and both have made it back down to sight. Shyle, no doubt being res once in a bit of a safer position, as well as Roy Boy is lurking from above here, looking to do some damage. There's Shyle back up. Looks like it's going to be a 5-2, Tim.
Certainly looking that way. As I said, it was a very important round for Spear. They got themselves a couple. If they could have got the momentum here back within one round, you start feeling like anything is possible. But with Sandbox looking so solid here, particularly on that mid-floor hold, not allowing Spear anywhere near staff and open until they'd lost no fewer than 3 lives. It leaves Spear now sort of scrambling, trying to get themselves into any favourable position. They've got no hard breach to be able to open those walls. They've lost that ability with the operators that have died. We can see the Vulcan canister just
being opened up to try and burn out remaining seconds of the round. There's only going to be about 20 seconds left to go once that fire dies down. There's the potential for there to be more. We see again then those Tachanka canisters just coming across the top there to make it continually difficult for Sayora to get anything going here.
They've still got 6 of the Shumikers left and they're still raining out. They find one more, sure. Sayora gets a consolation prize, but that is all it's going to be. A consolation prize as they'll lose this round and Sandbox will go up 5-2.
And you feel like now Sandbox are going to be going to a secondary site. I would guess probably CEO up on the top floor. You know, if they get their second choice, which generally speaking teams are very good first and second choice, you're looking at a potential 6-2 half. It's actually going to be staff and open, so they're going for that mid ground. But again, it's an area that they defended really well last time around, managed to keep hold of it, managed to get themselves a couple of kills. So I think Sandbox are going to be just fine here trying to lock it down on the mid floor. Spear Gaming, I think they're going to need to get a crowbar out to take Sandbox out of bank.
And some dynamite maybe here. Really got to pull off a real Italian job to get this one over the finish line, because for Sandbox, up at 5-2, that last round was completely dominant. Now, there's probably question marks you start pointing in towards Spear and being like, guys, you know, you lost 3 players trying to push the same 2 people. What the hell happened there? And that's probably sign 1. The first death we saw was a little bit of misfortune. The next 2 were challenges that just went wrong and they weren't quite synced up as a team the way they needed to be. No doubt a big part of it down to the way that Sandbox played it as well. Real big kudos to the 2 roamers. But you can't be affording to lose 3 players trying to push in towards open area like that without getting nothing in response.
Just going to have footholds opened up by MVTeller. I'm going to use the power of the 0.50 just to get those blasts done. Give the lines of sight that they need inside of sight, but you just get the feeling that a lot of this battle is going to be fought away from these rooms, particularly I think up on the top floor. It's going to be fairly hard for the confidence that Sandbox will have in their early round game so far is not going to lead them to giving up much territory to Spear. I think they're going to be keen to get a kill or 2 before they try to drop away. 30 seconds in, Spear are moving pretty quickly here. NL sends the drone in ahead, and we're potentially going to have Mephi already moving in on the Ash.
Go back to the last round as well. I think it was a really smart little adaptation in terms of the reinforcement on the thermite wall, by the way. Like, that normally is set up so you can't get down a hard breach charge onto it, or even a breaching charge in general. You have to bring a Zofia or an Ash, and reinforcing it off when they killed the 2 ults with the hard breach gadget. Just again, real smart adaptive play out of Sandbox. That's a good sign of the kind of things they've been bringing into this game. But now at least no massive challenge coming in from Spear, and again, digging back to what Sandbox are doing in the first half. Normally by this Smart team, they'd found 2 kills to start the round off. For Spear, it's a little bit slower.
This NL just taking a few pot shots at the square skylight stairs. I don't know if there was any information there for him to just believe that there might be somebody pushing up on the flank, but he's going to pre-fire it nonetheless. Sandbox push back, but no challenges have been found, as you say, by Spear. They're trying to push in, they're trying to find angles, but it just feels like Sandbox have got that locked down at the minute. Spear can start working from the vertical. We see nicely ahead of us, perfectly timed. Crazy Boy is going to be doing exactly that, supported by Sayora on the book as well. Between Sledge and Buck, we should see almost the entire floor being ripped up. That's going to be one way to stop somebody playing inside of Tellers, but you want to see another? Roy Boy just showed you. He shuts down Static, managing to get a nice entry there, and that is exactly the start Spear needed.
That's a good start. Now you've got to try and keep on rolling it and snowballing it all the way forwards. Good Boy, C4 in hand, is just daring to hear the first sound of footsteps upstairs in Janitor, and it will be the biggest freebie of his life. Not exactly the largest room there, which can do you much good. And for now, no one's actually stepping into challenge. Not really a worry. In fact, there we go. In comes his prey, but his C4's the wrong side. Doesn't find the sledge. It's not the end of the world, but that would have been a great way to balance the score lines.
Chris Boy, again, just trying to use those soft walls, try and use those verticals, just get any advantage that he can for Spear, just to try and keep them in this one. Make sure that they're using that man advantage that they've got. They're going to get the Selma charges on, but we see an impact nade come out and take out a whole bunch of them, Des. And Arakaze, he manages to take out Roy Boy. That level things up at 4v4, 16 seconds left to go. Here comes the onslaught, and it's Sandbox on top of it, as Spear just move into a blender in the kitchen, Des, getting absolutely cut down. Sayora outside of the door is the last to fall, and that is Sandbox with an absolute show of defiance there. 4v5, it doesn't matter to us because we've got site locked down, and that is 6-2.
It's 2 rounds in a row where their site hold has been absolutely fantastic. 1, where was this team last week? 2, Spear are kind of having their only real chance in a round coming in, being against the early roamers, getting the entry, feeling like they got something good going, but then they slow down. And for Sandbox, there's no reason to panic. Even when you've got someone dropping in through the stock hatch, even when someone's pushing in through double door around kitchen, it doesn't bother them. They're dealing with it. They trust each other to have those angles held down and kill the players that are pushing in. It just looks very much unflappable right now. They're at 6-2, and one more round will net them the 3 points and essentially move to put the game from last week far back into history.
Here we go then. Top floor for Sandbox underway. CEO, we've seen them defend 2 rounds so far. We've seen them win 2 defenses so far. And as you quite rightly said, Des, I've no idea where this Sandbox was last week. I would very much like to compare the 2 games. You know, their placements, positioning, the fights that they've won, the fights that they lost, and just see how stark that contrast is between one and the other, because I think it would be very, very noticeable. Now, we get to business at hand. We're into the action phase. Arakaze brings along the Echo. As if Spear need any more problems, they're going to be having to deal with the Yokai drones as well. Now, they're going to dump the Claymores outside of the windows for the time being. Mephi having a little bit of joy when they defended this site with going out of the window and getting a kill. It's not something that they want to suffer themselves. And meanwhile, they're going to be getting those SAM cams out as well. The reason that that one's been positioned as it has, that singular electric bolt that it has, was it there to deal with any denial that was on the elevator walls if there was any mute jammers, but there wasn't one present.
So he gets to take a free pot shot at the Yokai and misses. Unfortunate. Would have been nice.
It is. Those are the opportunities you've got to take, though, because just keep that in mind. If you're watching at home, just keep that in mind. When we get to the last 10 seconds, a diffuser plant is going down and a Yokai disrupts it. Just remember that moment.
We'll see if it comes down to that, of course. At the minute, with the entry going against Sayora, part of me says we'll never even get anywhere near a plant going down, that Sandbox will have full control of the map and that Spear will be the one scrambling to try and find a way through. For now, again, we've got to that point where they've sort of started the round. Sure, they've lost a player, but then things have really slowed down. They're either sat on drones or were at least earlier on, but you've got 4 players off drones here looking to make something happen, and it's a little bit limited in terms of what's actually happening. We had Crazy Boy get inside just now and open things up at least a little bit too, so it's a good start. But again, I can't help but feel the pace has just really kind of been taken out of the round.
Yeah, it does feel that way. It's like Spear have lost, and it's not really the Spear head necessarily. It's not the individual player that you're looking to go in and get those entries. You know, you're looking maybe more towards Royboy to do that with the way that he's gunning at the minute. But Sayora being taken out really does just seem to have taken all the sting out of the tail of this Spear game and what was left of it. Now, Crazy Boy does manage to get a kill onto Static, but don't get too excited. It was a Claymore. As Static decided with a minute left to go, that was the time to fling himself out of those windows and see if he could find a kill. It's not really the end of the world taking that opportunity, 4 versus 4, but as the next kill comes in from Mephi, leaving us 4v3, you might start asking some questions.
What a world when Mephi's the one playing hard breach. Arakaze and the aggressive swing out towards Lobby brings down one more, but they've managed to hold down site. Anal is out to Mephi, playing on the fragmite here. Is he going to find his frags? He's got himself a couple, but still going to bring down Charlotte and Envy Taylor, the raid bosses of this team. They've been on it for as long as it's existed, it feels like. So for these 2 to fall down now would represent a big turning point in the game for Mephi. He finds 1, but can he find Charlo, who's sat at 2 and 3? I don't think he even knows where he is at this point. You may as well collect your KD, my son, as you're not going to be able to find the last. A very comfortable turnaround compared to last week for Sandbox.
I thought Shaol was just going to keep himself out of danger there. It looked like he'd headed into the corridor with the information that was being fed in from Envy Taylor, but no, just positions himself to pick up the final kill after Mephi comes in and downs, finishes off the wounded Envy Taylor. Great performance from Sandbox. Des, we are talking about them in very different terms to how we were last week.
Thank God.
I'm glad to see that they've come back and given us a better performance. I really didn't want any more of that action, and they've really up their game today.
Absolutely, especially I think between the top 2 there in Charlotte and Good Boy. I think it was 12 and 5, 11 and 3. those are the kind of dominating performances that you want to see. And for me, I know everyone's really hyped about Good Boys, this new 18-year-old young gunner. For me, it's Charles that really got me in that game, because looking back through history, it was always Envy and Charles as the big duo putting up the numbers. Charles has been quiet for a good amount of time, but that was a really, really solid performance from him.
Yeah, it was. Everybody on Sandbox, it felt like, had their moments in one way or another, whether it was Shayol getting all those big kills, getting the entries and pushing them through, or whether it was the site play that we saw. The setup, particularly on staff and open area, impressed me, just the bloodbath at the end of it. And Sandbox were well on top of it and well on top of the game overall.
On top, in control, great way to summarise them overall. But I'm sure there are some experts over there that don't want to just summarise them, they want to go through this in more depth. So let's go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk, I'll break it down for you. Welcome back, everybody. Our final matchup of the day has just completed, but don't go anywhere. It's time for our interview. And there it is, our victor, Sandbox. We're joined by Static from Sandbox and Bubble, our translator in Korea. Static, congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling?
너무 축하드리고 기분이 어떤지 물어보겠습니다.
오랜만에 인터뷰 같은데 이제 이겨가지고 일단 기분은 좋고요. 꽤 좀 크게 이겨가지고 그냥 기분이 좋습니다. 예.
He said it's been a while. Hello, and it's been a while interviewing. It's a big win for him, and he feels great. He's speechless because it's amazing right now.
So I'm very happy to hear it, and it's good to see you again, Static. But it feels like it was a completely different game compared to the bank of last week against FAV. I think we can all agree that was very scrappy. But what happened? What did you learn from that game to be able to apply today against Spear? Because you looked pretty comfortable today.
이번에 너무 축하드리고 저번 주 FAV 게임이랑 하셨을 때 조금 많이 달랐다고 하셨습니다. 근데 이번에 전에 했던 게임에서 어떤 걸 배웠는지 물어보시고 여기서 좀 더 발전을 어떻게 했는지 물어보겠습니다.
일단은 파브 게이밍이랑 경기를 했을 때도 그렇고 저희가 최근 연습 경기도 그렇고 솔직히 성적이 막 그렇게 좋진 않았는데 오히려 안 좋았던 그 성적 때문에 저희가 약간 리프레시 할 수 있는 그런 기회가 됐던 것 같고요. 그러면서 이제 저희가 이제까지 좀 놓쳐왔던 것들을 좀 다시 리마인드해서 좀 오늘 경기에서 그렇게 잘 나왔던 것 같습니다.
So he said, just like the FAV gaming and much practices in a lot of the scrims they've been doing, they said they weren't performing as good as they were. But he thinks that's actually the reason why they played so well today, because they had such a bad time that they think they saw all their weaknesses, they saw what doesn't work. So they've reminded themselves what works and what doesn't, and just kept pinpointing what the weaknesses were.
Is this why we went back to bank again?
그래서 은행 선택했는지 물어보겠습니다.
일단 저희가 은행에 대해서는 전 시즌도 그렇고 이번 시즌도 그렇고 매우 자신이 있는 맵이기 때문에 그냥 가장 우리가 자신 있는 맵을 그냥 고르자 해가지고 골랐던 겁니다.
He said Bank is a strong map for them. Last season, this season, doesn't matter. They've always been performing pretty well. So yeah, they just said, let's choose the most comfortable map we have, and they chose Bank.
Well, now you went through 2 victories, and of course the first loss against Reject. It seems like this fight for the top 2, you're really into it. There's 3 big teams that are really fighting, and potentially more. So next week you'll go up against Talon, an opponent you played against many times in APAC North and the Korean Open. How do you feel that game's gonna go?
이제 많은 팀들이 성장하는 게 보이고 다음 주에는 탈론이랑 하시는데 여기서 무엇을 기대할 수 있는지 물어보고 있습니다.
일단 저희와 탈론의 약간 악연이 깊은데 저희는 탈론을 한번 살려준 적 있거든요, 승강전에서. 근데 이제 탈론 같은 경우에는 저희를 좀 이게 약간 안 좋은 쪽으로 많이 흘러가게 만들어서 분위기를 그래서 이번에 그냥 이를 갈고 그냥 부숴버리도록 하겠습니다.
So they said Talon actually made them very mad recently. They actually let Talon win, so that they showed mercy to Talon, but then because of that, they think Talon is such a great team. They're gonna beat Sandbox, but then because of that, they're gonna show no mercy and destroy them, crush them. That's what he said.
It's a revenge story, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So, Static, thank you very much. For all the fans out there, make sure you're tuning in. Sandbox versus Talon. That'll be game number 2 on our next Playday next Wednesday. Till then, Static, congratulations again to you and Sandbox. And Bubble, thank you so much for translating today. We'll see you next time. Annyeong. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And there it is. Congratulations to Sandbox, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Fnatic, with me, the wonderful Emmy and Demo. And yeah, Sandbox are victorious, and in pretty great fashion. Much better than what we saw last week.
100% the way they need to come up today. After the performance that DWG KIA put down against Talon, Sandbox had to respond with an even better showing, I would say, than DWG KIA put up against Talon. But no, this, I mean, it's expected. This should be what we usually see every split. Every time Sandbox or DWG KIA or KIA come up against one of these lesser sides in the league, it should be performance like this. It was so one-sided. I mean, we're sitting at round number, I think we got into round number 5, and Good Boy had more kills on his own than the entire team of Spear. That's the performances that a team like this should be putting down. And now you look at how they were playing, it is a shame that they didn't win last week. Or the week before, ever one they didn't win.
First one.
It sets them up. It sets up the idea of what we sort of wanted from Sandbox as well, because when they had these roster changes, you bring in Good Boy, you bring in Arakaze, you want to see a Korean super team. You want to see the Forbidden Word. You want to see them strike well. We've had Shyle sort of underneath the boards, hasn't quite been hitting it today. Today he comes in massive. It just gets you a little bit excited about this roster again.
Well, there it is. We had the victory. Sandbox now are fighting. That fight for the top 2 is going to be incredible, and we're only halfway through. Not even halfway. 3 out of the 7 in total. Let's recap today then, shall we? Here's our schedule, and here's the matches that went through. 8 teams, 4 best-of-1 series, and all started with Fnatic versus FAV. Fnatic took 2 points and an 8-6 victory in overtime. 7-3 DWG KIA versus Talon, taking down their Korean opponents. 8-6 KAG versus Reject. Matches of the day, and I have to say, an incredible matchup to watch. A screamer, not just because their wonderful casters were going wild. And finally, 7-2 Sandbox versus Spear is how our day ended. Sandbox reaffirming that, hey, we are here to compete, and we want to keep in that fight for the top 2. It's really shaping up well, which turns us into the next piece, which is our rankings for Playday 3. Here's how it all ends, with Cyclops still at the top. 8 points for them today, 6 points for Sandbox, 6 for DWG KIA, 5 for Fnatic, 4 for Reject, 3 for Talon, 3 for Spear, and 1 for FAV Gaming that collect their first one off of an overtime loss. And remember, only positions 1 and 2 qualify to the Berlin Major. Berlin is still in my mind. To the next major in November. Berlin never leaves my mind. Germany's always in the heart. But those top two are what really matter in that case. And of course, number one gets a better seed, also above APAC South. It's also something to keep in mind, which leads us into, I guess, the last part of the show, which is our schedule for the next Playday, the conversation with our friend on the other side of this podium. Smelachu, yes, as you say. First up, Reject versus DWG KIA is up first. Our match of the day is all Korean for Talon versus Sandbox. A lot is on the line for Sandbox. They have to get those points there, and they said in the interview, we're gonna smash. So let's see if that's what happens. Fnatic versus Spear is third, and then finally, FAV versus KAG is our last matchup that rounds it all together. Very excited to see how this day will be put in. There's a question for Fnatic, questions around DWG KIA, Cyclops, and Sandbox, and they all have their individual matches to win, really, and then be able to fight for the top two. Hello, Mr. Achu.
They're going to smash, are they, Milos?
They're so going to smash.
They're going to smash.
Not even 2 seconds. I don't even get to talk about, I don't get to talk about Siege no more.
Welcome to the post show.
Speaking of 2 seconds, Jack wasn't here today.
Oh. We got them both in one fell swoop.
Which, you know, hey, Jack, I hope you're doing well. I hope you'll be back with us on Monday. I hope you're feeling better. What?
Yeah. It's made us all a little bit really annoyed.
I mean, you were pretty rude in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, but that's why we didn't want him here today.
Did he use the
Well, I'm saying don't worry about it, man. It's okay. You don't have to stress yourself about it.
I was like, how mean was I? To what degree?
No. When you were like, because Jack was doing that soppy thing where he goes, I'm so sorry. I'm ill. I won't be able to make it. And you were like, don't worry, my little babushka. And you were like, you.
Yeah, that sounds like...
You should feel like that.
I don't feel like...
You should feel sorry.
Nah, I feel proud.
There you go. That's why we're all friends here.
Screw fresh. There's a certain hashtag that we use sometimes on Twitter, but I can't really say it on broadcast. I've already had my one swear for the day.
Okay.
You can have Tim's. He's not here.
Good point. Fuck fresh. There we go. Straight in.
Are we still allowed to
Did not even hesitate on that one.
I mean, we weren't told that it was repealed, therefore I'm going to say yes. It's probably okay.
We have permission.
I don't want to listen to him anymore.
I tell you what, he got really upset earlier at the S word.
Really?
Yeah. He didn't like it.
Shall?
Snap.
Crackle and pop.
Demo, how do you feel today to cast with Des? That's a throwback.
It was good. It was an
entertaining hour.
I asked him.
Honestly, I think the game sums up what me and Des are all about as two people. Just utter
Messy.
chaos.
English.
What'd you call me?
Anyways, let's get into that on the show. Derry, how was that for you?
Which part of it? The whole thing? Or just that
casting
game?
with him.
That was fun. Like you said, 2018 was when we first kind of cast together, and I knew nothing about the game. Not a lot has changed. But we're at the point where it was just fun to see going from ESL 1 Leicester.
They called it ESL 1. Even that's the expensive license.
No. So ESL 1, they actually had a studio called
the
ESL 1.
studio was ESL 1.
It was actually called ESL 1. But I know what you're thinking of. You're thinking of the big event.
Yeah, no, ESL 1 is a license. Yeah. Menus and all that.
But no, it was good fun. The day overall was good fun. I think it's one of them weird days we come to where it's like Korea versus Korea and Japan versus Japan, and that's all you get. So there's no kind of cross-region.
Yeah.
So the teams knew each other very well, so I almost get the feel the games always look a little bit cleaner than in general anyway.
Best play that we've had so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, because the teams know each other so well. Yeah.
I think some of the games were close. I think the teams who needed to win today came out and won.
Ooh, KAG Reject.
DWG and Sandbox.
KAG Reject was pretty
It's crazy that we've gone, the start of the day was, 6 teams won 3 points, and now only 2 are still on 3 points.
Yes.
Everything was clean up to this point, and now...
There's a little bit more of...
everything is dirty.
And FAV got a point.
FAV got a point.
Fnatic got 2, and that's what I'm interested about, because now there are 4 teams on 3 wins. Fnatic are only just below 2nd and 3rd place because of they won in overtime.
They got 5 points.
Still in the conversation.
Not bad.
So
5 points, top team at 8, and that's not too far.
Truthfully, do I feel they're ready to make a major? No. But
100% not.
I always like the idea of an underdog just kind of stabbing the big boys in the back and being like, yeah, you aren't safe yet. Still here to try and drag it down. Huh?
Because you're short.
Screw you. Yeah. Thanks.
Anyways, on that note, I guess, yes? Send off now. Because
I was going to say...
Emmy's going to sing.
No, I'm not.
You said you were.
Time to say goodbye. No.
He started it.
No?
No.
You know the song?
No.
What? Conte partiro.
Saying international words at me isn't going to help.
Time to say goodbye.
Milos will sing you any song for you. I was going to say it's your birthday. It's not your birthday. Happy birthday.
Goodbye, baby.
What do you want Milos to sing to you?
The Undertaker.
Pussycat Dolls.
Pussycat Dolls. What part of it?
Anything.
It's when Timbaland comes in.
Any of their greatest hits. Try it.
I have a song in
If
my
not, I'll
mind.
take the Spice Girls.
Spice Girls? Do you know any Spice Girls?
Can we sing?
I mean,
You can do like I mean, if it's bad enough, it won't get hit.
Production said you can sing.
Production said you can sing, Milos, but they also said, what's that? Only Milos is allowed to sing.
Why have you offered up? Why have you offered up singing and then I've told?
I didn't. She did.
You've bottled it.
She did. I'm telling you to pushing up my buttons, babe. But you keep. What did they say?
I know.
Yeah, baby. Say what you gonna do to
If
me.
not, what about
Uh-huh.
what about some Fiddler on the Roof?
Well, I don't know the song.
It's a musical. It's all musical.
Anyways.
Damn, it's been lovely to have
Hello to the end of the show.
Yeah,
Demo.
nice one, Demo Lard.
Harry,
It's been good fun.
Harry, Demo, Dempster, thank you very much for joining us for the past couple of weeks here on the broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. I hope you enjoyed your fill of sushi over the past couple of
Honestly,
weeks also.
Fiend. For one type of sushi only.
Yes.
Salmon maki.
Yep.
Yeah, he is a basic...
Salmon maki or chicken nuggets, one of the two.
Basic true.
It's a shame Fresh couldn't be here to send
Basic
you
boy.
off.
Yeah.
Anyways.
True Fresh.
Although, no.
Shows up out of the front. Oh, he's up there. Anyways, let's close up our day. Thanks so much for watching us today, and sorry for the rambling at the end of it. We just like to have fun.
Fair enough.
There you go. Demo, thank you very much for joining us. Can we get some thank you demo in the what?
You can sing some Britney Spears. Thank you, Demo.
Thank you, Demo.
Thank you, Demo. There you go.
Thank you, Demo.
And you know what you
Yeah. See you later,
know
Paul.
that you're toxic. There you go.
Shout out to Paul.
Shout out to Paul. Thank you very much, Des, Tim. Of course, whoever doing well. Same for Fresh, Hap. Thank you so much. And thank you to our wonderful observers, medics, and easier production team. We love you so very much. We'll see you on Monday for more EU League. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, Paul.
Bye, Paul.
Bye, Paul.
Bye, Paul.
Let's, Paul. Let's get a beer, Paul.
Ramu should not have been allowed to do that! Break through! And Fnatic take the 2. And sometimes you gotta hold F and some.
be able to find the last. A very comfortable turnaround compared to last week for Sam.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Y'all offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on.